If Mark had to cast lethal suspicion onto anyone, best it be Tregovan. Even more unbelievable, Waite said, but he was frowning now. It has seemed to me, sir, that Mrs. Waite has become impatient over our lack of progress. She took the failure of the assassination attempt hard, and then the Blanketeers March failed to reach London, and then the crusade came to nothing. Her enthusiasms have perhaps become a little rash. The exploding letters, he added, and saw it find its mark. At that moment in the inn, I faced a dilemma. I needed to travel to London in case the crusade bore fruit, which it did not. Indeed, sir, but I didn't know that at the time. I also needed to do something about this new problem. Why not come to me? Waite demanded. It seemed he was swallowing the whole line. You don't believe me now, sir. Would you have believed me then? To be honest, I feared deadly reprisals. Waite didn't respond, but he looked away. He'd never been at ease with the sort of violence Solange took as matter of course. By then, I'd missed the London mail, Mark continued. So I decided to linger in Ardwick in hope of learning more, of learning that your wife was innocent, and I had misinterpreted. Which I'm sure is the case. Mark nodded, but went on. Mrs. Waite planned to take a coach early in the morning, so I stayed the night at another inn, rose early, and found a place from which I could observe. You'll remember that there was much disorder that morning because of the crusade, so when she chose to travel by way of Warrington, I didn't see that as suspicious. I watched her set out, then hired a horse to ride ahead. Once there, I waited to see if she'd continue to London, in which case I too would take a coach for London. I would arrive ahead of her, as I would travel through the night. Then I'd observe her again. Waite was taking in every word and weighing it. What we have here is a series of misunderstandings, Granger. When my wife arrived in Warrington and saw you there, where you should not be, she was naturally alarmed. You were supposed to be in London, and her papers had been stolen. Or so she said. Of course they were. And of course she sent Nathan Boothroyd to discover what you were doing, whereupon you fled. So she said. This is insanity. Mark played a trump. Has Nathan confirmed her story? Waite stared, and then admitted. Nathan has disappeared. Ah, Mark said, loading it with meaning. I will not believe that my wife concocted such a story, and then sent Nathan away so he could not correct it. Nathan would come to me. If he was able to, sir. What are you suggesting now? That he's held prisoner? After a moment, he shook his head. No, this is all impossible. It's alarming, sir, but consider, you only have the letter your wife sent to you as evidence of her story, and here I am with a different explanation. I'm willing to confront Mrs. Waite with my suspicions. It was the key play. Mark watched as Waite rose from his desk and went to the window, presenting his back. A long case clock ticked many seconds before he said, She is not here. I feared as much, sir. Waite turned back. Why? I arrived in London and watched for Mrs. Waite to arrive at the Swan with Two Necks. When she did so, I heard her give a direction that was not here, to her home. Where did she ask to go? Waite asked sharply. The Cock, near Temple Bar. But when I arrived there, she'd already taken another hackney to who knows where. As you can imagine, sir, I was deeply disturbed by this suspicious behaviour. Yet still you didn't come to me. You would have set me to finding her, sir, and I judged it best to do that directly. He lowered his voice. We can't disregard the possibility of a spy in your household. A government spy? Here? A spy for Mrs. Waite, Mark said gently. Does she have a maid? Yes, Waite said, pale now. She doesn't take Jian when travelling, but they are close. I shall demand answers. He walked toward the bell pull, but Mark said, Not yet, sir. We may wish to keep my part in this secret. Waite drew back his hand. I can't believe this. My wife, her maid, under my roof. Yet his hand had been shaking. Have you found her? Alas, no, sir, not yet, and I'm deeply concerned. What is she planning that she chooses not to share with you? When Waite didn't answer, Mark prompted. What of the exploding letters? If she pursues that on her own, it could turn all Britain against our cause. We must not quail before the cost. Think not of the cost, but of consequences, sir. As I said, the likely victims will be clerks or servants, perhaps even women. Also, Isaac let slip a mention of gas. That will come to nothing. I've learned that the government received warning. And what other warning, Granger, than the papers my wife had, which you say were never stolen? Damnation! He'd asked via Braden that word be let slip that the government had evidence of a plot to do with gas. That had been to deter Solange from continuing any pursuit of Hermione, but now it undermined his story. If you say the papers existed, sir, and have arrived in government hands, then I apologize. But I'm still worried that Mrs. Waite seems to have gone into hiding. Can you guess what she might be doing? I thought we were completely of one mind. But now... Might she pursue the gas plan even now? Surely not. But Waite sounded sure of nothing. Mark risked a direct question. What is the plan? Waite blinked at him. I'm not sure. She told me something about a great explosion, but I had other things on my mind. Does she know the government is aware, sir? Perhaps not. I had word by private means. Waite paced the room, heavy with concern. To implement any plans without careful preparation would be madness, especially with no uprising to increase the effect. Surely she cares too much for our ultimate triumph to do such a thing. We must hope so, sir, but she must be found. Does she have some other place or a special friend? No. Would I not have thought of that? Of course, sir. My apologies. Put your mind to this task, Granger. Find her for me, and the Boothroyds. Seth, too, has disappeared, Mark asked. He left my house without permission 3 days ago, and I've heard nothing since. The Boothroyds, my wife, Isaac. He collapsed back into his chair and sank his noble head in his hands. Never was a man so vilely betrayed. Mark allowed himself an eye roll at that hyperbole, but said, It is certainly a serious situation, sir. Waite emerged, surprising Mark with a glint of tears. My wife is passionate and can act unwisely, but she is a noble creature. Find her, Granger, before she puts herself in mortal danger. I'm sure I can persuade her to be wise. I will do my best, sir. Mark rose, pleasantly surprised by the success of the visit. He'd retained his place in the Crimson Band and shattered the suspicions Solange had created. He'd also strengthened Waite's distrust of his wife, so if Solange turned up repeating her suspicions, she would at least be doubted. He'd failed in his main purpose, however, because he still had no clue as to where Solange was, or what she might be doing. Waite was right about one thing. She wouldn't tear apart what she'd built for any petty reason. She was intent on some cataclysmic enterprise. Are any of the others available to assist me? Mark asked. Tregovan and Durrant. They're in London, but they don't know that my wife and Isaac are missing. One might, Mark reminded him. Tregovan dined here last night. Judas ate at the Last Supper. You may wish to have him watched. Waite liked the biblical reference that suited his grand view of himself. I'll set some of the Brotherhood to that. Should Durrant be watched too? An excellent idea, sir. And Mrs. Waite's maid. When I overheard Mrs. Waite at the King's Head, she said she'd sow seeds of discord. Other than casting suspicion on me, what did she do? Wearily, Waite said, She harangued Durrant and Tregovan interminably, insisting one of them stole her papers. Someone took them, Granger, for they ended up in government hands. There are many working against us, sir. I fear I was most impolite to Durrant when he protested to me. Tregovan seemed less upset. He looked at Mark. He was with my wife. In her room. Mark hadn't intended to suggest an illicit relationship, but he said, He was, sir, in a tone he hoped would spread the rot. Waite sat straighter. I will not tolerate betrayal. I shall summon Tregovan here and question him. I will know truth and deception when I'm face to face with it. Mark had to fight a smile at that. Will you stay for that? Waite asked. I'd rather pursue my inquiries, sir. As you will. Thank you, Granger. This can't have been easy for you. Mark inclined his head and went toward the door. All in all, very satisfactory. Ah. Mark turned back. Sir? You must live a charmed life, Granger. Why? Waite was fiddling with an amber-handled penknife. In my wife's letter from Warrington, she urged that you be declared a traitor. From what she said, it seemed reasonable. Mark knew what that meant. The Brotherhood has been told to watch out for me. Rather more than that, I'm afraid. They've been told to kill you. I'm surprised you've wandered the streets of London for days without injury. Damnation. His position in the Crimson Band was over after all. I will rescind the order immediately, of course, Waite said. But that may not reach everyone. I take comfort that few know me on sight. As for that, Tregovan produced a sketch. Waite opened a drawer and took out a print. Quite a good likeness. Mark took it. A damnably good likeness of a bristled-chinned man in a low-crowned hat. Apart from the style of hat, it was himself at the moment. He applied himself to the task with enthusiasm. But then he would have his reasons. Could Tregovan truly be in league with Solange against me, and still dine at my table? There is no limit to the depth, sir. Waite was losing his noble demeanour and looking more a confused old man. Mark folded the print and put it in his pocket. I must go, sir. I'll report to you on any progress. Please take care. You think I am in danger? Waite tried for disbelief, but fear shivered beneath the question. I have no one to stand by me. Stay here, Granger. You will be safe here. Be your new Boothroyd. I can't search for Mrs. Waite from here, sir. You can't search for her when in danger. Now I'm warned, I'll assume some disguise. A wig and moustache, or bosoms. But it was no longer humorous speculation. Waite unlocked a drawer and took out some banknotes. Take these to help you get by. Mark didn't want to take money from a man he meant to destroy, but to refuse would look odd. He put them in his pocket. Thank you, sir. God go with you. Find Solange and Isaac for me. Bring them home. The words were sincere and pathetic. Mark bowed and returned to the kitchens to leave by the back door. The thin footman still eyed him suspiciously, and now Mark wondered whether he was a member of the Brotherhood. Had he already sent word that the traitor had been found? He left the house and walked down the back lane, feeling as if he had a bullseye painted on his back. Devil take Solange. Well, he was sure Lucifer would in the end, but not perhaps before she got him killed. He needed a safe haven and a transformation. Chapter 27. He hired a hackney cab at the first stand and travelled in its concealment to Braden's rooms. He was relieved to be inside. A damnable situation, Braden said when he'd heard the tale. But insane of you to think of trying to keep up Ned Granger. What disguise will you assume now? It's time for Lord Farringay to return from Mauritius. That won't change your appearance sufficiently. What if you come face to face with the Frenchwoman, or anyone else from the Crimson Band? I'm hoping they'll remember that Granger was a nobleman's byblow, and come to a desirable conclusion. Jupiter, that you're a half-brother. Did you have this in mind when you devised your story? I'm not that far-sighted. I merely wanted an explanation for my manner. I didn't think I'd be able to hold to a lower style. You didn't think ahead to when the masquerade would end. That's not like you. True enough, Mark thought. Perhaps he'd avoided the subject. The end of the masquerade had always meant returning to Farringay Hall. Most of the Brotherhood don't know me, he said briskly. They'll never imagine an elegant lord is the man in that drawing. True, but an elegant lord? I don't remember you ever being a beau. Amazing, the effect a couple of years in the South Indian Ocean can have on a man. Desperate for civilization, I have returned via Paris, where I embraced good barbering and tailoring, all the latest styles. Braden let out a laugh. I'm to achieve this miracle, if you will, kind sir. The barbering will be easy enough, and I'll be glad to see the end of your shaggy hair and bristles, but clothes? Clothes take time, especially the finest. Time I don't have. Second hand? A rag shop? Don't faint. Then is there anyone of my size who will sacrifice in the cause? Better, Braden said. Let me consider. As I do, Johns? An impeccably neat grey-haired valet entered. Yes, sir. You'll be pleased to know that this disreputable gentleman is no more. He needs a bath, a shave, and a short but stylish haircut to begin the transformation into Viscount Farringay. The valet accepted this with enthusiasm. Yes, sir. I assume you have answers to my other quibbles, Braden said to Mark. I hope so. Then I'll quibble later. Mark had no objection to baths, but wasn't sure how he felt about short hair. As Braden said, he'd never been interested in his appearance, and in the army he'd done without the fuss of shaving and barbering as much as possible. Braden's bath was large, and the filling of it efficient, so he was soon lounging in it, going over his plan, seeking weaknesses. There were dangers, to be sure, but he'd no mind to creep about London dressed as a beggar, never mind as a brawny woman. The valet shaved him and then snipped away at his hair with scissors. Do you cut Braden's hair? Mark asked, hiding nervousness. Definitely not, my lord, but I'm quite competent. I assumed you would not want a gossipy barber to engage in the primary transformation. True enough. There was a knock at the door, and the valet went to it. After a murmured conversation, he returned with a small bottle. What's that? Mark asked. Venable's hair tonic, sir. It can change the colour somewhat. My hair is black, Mark said warily. What can you change about that? Not quite black, my lord. This will enrich it. Mark surrendered. When the valet was satisfied with the haircut, he massaged the contents of the bottle into it. Before coming to work for Mr. Braden, I was employed by a gentleman who favoured Venables. He was not so dark as you, but the tonic gave an interesting hue to his rather undistinguished hair. It did no harm, I assure you. As long as you don't turn me orange. The valet gave a polite chuckle and rinsed. If you will rinse from the bath, my lord. Mark did so and was rinsed again, and then swathed in an enormous towel. He'd have a few of those for his own, he decided. A glance at the mirror showed his hair to be alarmingly short, but still normally dark. Once he was dry, he put on one of Braden's banyans, an excellent garment of soft brown wool lined with silk. He might get a taste for some aspects of dandyism. The valet steered him to the chair in front of the dressing table and combed his short hair this way and that. To have it dry just so, sir. It is the fashion. Now, if you will oblige, your nails. Mark surrendered to having his nails and cuticles pared and lotion applied. When Braden came in, Mark said, I've been right all along. Dandyism is a dead bore. It might yet keep you alive. I've thought of the very person, right build, and just back from Paris with a new wardrobe. I need to go in person to persuade him to surrender some to the cause. I can't imagine why he should. He's a kind-hearted fellow. Your plight, returned from pagan lands in such a state, will touch him. And my story of having acquired my clothing myself in Paris. I'll persuade him to support that, even mention encountering you there, if that seems necessary. You must be very persuasive. He yearns for my approval. Don't tell me, you're the new Brummel. Guards, no, that would require hobnobbing with the regent. Adieu. Adieu, said Mark with a laugh as the door closed. How did you come to be employed by Braden, Johns? He employed a gentleman in the army, my lord, where I assume there were not quite such demands. That individual wished to return to his home area, so Mr. Braden persuaded me to take his place. Persuaded? Was your previous employer much put out? I believe there were words, my lord, but I am not a slave, and the change suited me. Mr. Braden wears his clothing in a most exemplary manner, and he does not seek a rural life. You prefer town? Mark asked. Infinitely. I'll need a valet. Can you find me one who comes close to your excellence? Probably not, my lord, but I will do my best. One who won't object to rural life. I have an estate to take care of. Very well, my lord. Mark noted the silent commiseration with amusement. The valet and Braden were lucky to have found each other. There wouldn't be many rich dandies without estates of any kind. He had an estate, but he needn't spend much time there. Farringay Hall had survived without his presence. After his father's death, and then his disastrous visit, he'd never returned. But he'd appointed good people to manage the place and correct the decades of neglect. There was no need to return there at all. He could serve his country from bachelor rooms such as this, if he didn't love and desire Hermione Merryhew. They could be a town couple, but he knew that wouldn't work over time. There would be children, and children should be raised in the countryside. As well, he suspected that was the life she'd prefer. She certainly wouldn't want him to continue his dangerous work. But could he abandon it when the threat continued? What would she think of Viscount Farringay? He assessed his appearance in the mirror, rubbing a hand over his remarkably smooth chin. It would take at least 2 skilled barberings a day to keep it that way, but it did alter his appearance, especially with his short, red-tinged hair. It was even curling a bit as it dried. A handsomer fellow than poor old Ned, but Ned was the man she knew. He glanced to where John's was sweeping up a remarkable amount of hair, and thought of some men he knew who even at his age bemoaned the way their hair was abandoning them and called for the return of wigs. A fashion for wigs would certainly help with disguises. The valet persuaded Mark into the parlour and provided coffee and the day's newspaper before returning to clear up the bath. The newspaper made interesting reading, for he'd been out of touch with events for a while. His eye was caught on an item on lunatic asylums. If not for his father's care and sacrifice, his mother could have been in one. Perhaps he should take an interest in such places. A peer of the realm was supposed to have his benevolent interests. He'd definitely do what he could for wounded soldiers. The neglect of their needs was scandalous. Perhaps he'd be able to employ some, or even give them small pieces of land on his estates. Lord, was he turning into a Spencean? Why not? The man had had some sound ideas among the nonsense. Then he noticed something. The conscientious Chester coroner was making inquiries in London. A small notice sought assistance in identifying the body of a man found foully murdered, a man wearing clothing purchased in London. The description was clearly of Nathan Boothroyd. When Braden returned, Mark showed him the item. "I suppose the man wrote to you for information?" "He did. Of course, I had nothing to add, but it gave me the opportunity to drop in my grandmother's name again. And put you above suspicion. All the same, it's a pity we couldn't have left him naked. Would have undermined the footpad thievery somewhat. The clothing could have led to identification, which could have been useful, but it turns out to have been purchased second-hand. The jacket had been skillfully altered, but who's likely to find one particular tailor in London?" "Useful?" Mark asked. "We need to flush out Seth Boothroyd, hence the item in the paper. We've had no luck with the woman or the chemist, but if Seth goes north to identify his brother's body, we'll have him." Mark rose to his feet. "You and Hawkinville sent him north?" Braden raised a hand. Calmly. "If Seth Boothroyd goes to Chester, he'll be arrested. He'll be no danger to your lady." "No. If he goes to Solange with the news, she might suspect a trap. She'll certainly stoke Seth's fury. Toward whom? Me, but also Hermione. Remember, Solange might know Hermione's precise location." "And you have left guard duty," Braden said, inhaling. "We'll send someone post-haste." "Fortunately, that's not necessary," Mark said, not one whit less angry. "Unless anything's gone seriously amiss, Lady Hermione is on her way to London." "To London? Where, she explained to me, she'll be safer than anywhere else. She's deranged." "As it happens, she's not." Mark laid out Hermione's arguments. "She's right," Braden said, but shook his head. "I apologize for the lack of foresight. We couldn't let the opportunity go, but we should have taken additional steps to make sure Lady Hermione came to no harm. It's the government and military way, isn't it? Always the broader picture, with no consideration for individuals trampled underfoot." Would you let the revolutionaries have their way in order to keep Lady Hermione safe? Yes. No. Devil take it. I pray God it never come to that. Amen. The main thing is to find Solange Waite and her chemist and make an end of her. Braden broke off as his footman entered with a small trunk. He dismissed him and opened it to extract 2 complete outfits. I could have persuaded Troughton to part with more, but these are the only 2 he hasn't already worn. Good God. Don't tremble on the brink. The 2 of them had trembled on the brink of an argument and even a fracture, and though Mark still simmered with fury at the careless risk, continuing it would serve no purpose. He accepted the lighter tone, but he'd remember from now on that his purposes and the government's might not always be in accord. That jacket is pea green, he objected. Not quite, and it's the latest thing. Not, I grant, what I would have chosen with your colouring, but a vast change from Granger. Short, your hair seems a different colour. Venable's tonic. Mark went to a mirror to inspect it. Less ebony, more dark mahogany. A nice touch. I'll congratulate Johns. And you're ready in good time. I dropped by Hawkinville's, and there's been an exploding letter. That turned sharply. Where? The Home Office. Addressed to Lord Sidmouth? No. To a sub-department to do with criminal transportation. It came into the hands of a minor clerk. Too lowly to have been warned. Damned devious Solange. Was he hurt? No, thank God. It was damp, so he put it aside to dry. A few hours later, there was a popping noise, and it burned up, leaving a scar on his desk. People are alarmed, but if that's the worst of it, it was a test, and I hope it was a disappointing one. Mark considered it, but not without purpose. Solange will need to know the results. There'll be a Brotherhood member in that sub-department. So there will. Mark sat and wrote a letter to Hawkinville, and Braden sent his footman to deliver it. See how you're needed? That hadn't leapt to my mind. Hawkinville may have realised, but best to be sure. If she's testing the explosives and our reactions, she's nearly ready to act. How do we find her? Braden asked. Hawkinville's people have made inquiries at every place favoured by the French, especially those with any taint of revolution. For God's sake, she'd never go there. We're more likely to find her knitting mittens for the poor in a Methodist church society. Knitting? Don't leap at that. It was only an indication. By inclination, she's more likely to be honing blades and checking pistols. She goes armed. Mark reined in his frustration. Even in the throes of war, he'd been able to take a cool eye to pressing problems, but it was eluding him now. Crisis was imminent, but it was the danger to Hermione that had his nerves on edge. That, and an awareness of how little Braden and the others understood about Solange. If he'd come to London sooner. There was no point to what-ifs. She probably does carry weapons, he said. But I was sketching her personality. She's determined, ruthless, clever, and well able to present any appearance to the world in pursuit of her aim, including dull and respectable. However she appears now, it will have no connection to her true nature. No idea what disguise she might have assumed. It could be anything, including male. The searchers are alert for a woman with a French accent. Will she be able to disguise her speech? Mark considered. I don't think so. Good work. There can't be that many French people here, and French accents are generally noted, with suspicion. It can't be long then, and you need to be able to move around London. Let's complete your transformation. Into your bedroom. My bedroom? Where else is Lord Farringay to stay? You have a townhouse? I do, as it happens, but it's been leased for years. Thank you. Reparation, perhaps, and gratitude for enlivening my life. It was a peace offering, and Mark accepted it with a nod. Johns, Braden called. We are to dress Viscount Farringay. Soon, Mark was in fawn pantaloons, a fawn and cream-striped waistcoat, and the green coat, which was a very snug fit, as well as being puffed up at the shoulders and pinched in at the waist. What happened to Brummell's style of black, 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 and perfectly white linen? Man craves variety. You'd never wear this. I don't have to deceive the eye. Sober colours and style would be too close to Granger. Mark rolled his confined shoulders. I'd rather be back in the Crimson Band. You've become too accustomed to that low milieu. It was never your destiny. Poor Ned. It's as if I'm killing him off. Requiescat in pace. Do I truly have to wear a starched shirt collar that comes up to my ears? Yes, because Granger never would. John's, a neckcloth. This was also starched, but less rigorously, and cream rather than white. It was soon arranged in a crisp set of folds and secured with a green jade pin. Mark had to admit that the frame of white collar and cream neckcloth altered the look of his smoothly barbered face even more. He wondered again what Hermione would think of this new man. She should approve. But what did a person fall in love with? Appearance, character, or something less tangible? What part of her did he adore? All of her. You see a problem? Braden asked. Mark snapped out of daydreams. No. Where are my boots? Those boots would destroy your transformation. They've been discarded, along with the rest of your rags. I go about in stockinged feet. My footwear, alas, is the same size as yours. Hessian's, John's. The valet presented a pair of glossy black boots, complete with golden tassel at the front. They did indeed fit, but in the slightly uncomfortable way of another man's footwear. I'll ruin these for you, Mark said. They're my third best pair. I'll survive. You have 3 pairs of Hessians. Don't be provincial. The hat, John's. My 4th best, note. The high beaver hat also fit, but a pair of Braden's tan gloves was too tight. We'll have to buy you some ready-made, Braden said, circling Mark. John's, you have Lord Farringay's size? Yes, sir. Off to purchase them then. The valet went, and Mark considered himself again in the mirror. Even members of the Crimson Band wouldn't easily see Ned Granger in this. So some random member of the Brotherhood with Tregovern's picture in his pocket won't even consider me. Good. We can get to work. Mark turned away from his reflection. Tempting though it is, there's no point to my prowling the streets. Isaac prefers to stay indoors, as long as he has peace to think and his chemical toys to play with. And Solange won't want to show herself, no matter how she's disguised. She'll also need to keep Isaac's mind on her purpose, and make sure he doesn't blow up their lodging in an experiment. What then? We find Solange's contact in that department of the Home Office. The valet returned with a pair of ready-made leather gloves, though it clearly pained him to offer such inferior items. Mark thanked him and put them on. Excellent. Viscount Farringay is about to visit his old military acquaintance, Sir George Hawkinville. All I need is my money. He looked around for his clothing, but then remembered it had been discarded. Foolish to pine for Ned and comfort. The banknotes and coins had been preserved and were being offered by the valet on a silver tray. Mark was in the carriage with Braden on his way to Peel Street when he remembered the silk rose. He thought of turning back for it, but it would still be there when he returned. He had urgent business, and in truth, he wouldn't like to have to explain his devotion to a frayed silken scrap from his past. Solange read the report of the explosion. Satisfactory. She told Isaac not to create a grand effect this time, because she didn't want to alarm the government too much at this point. He'd accepted that with surprising indifference, and also the limits she'd put on his experiments. His mind was clearly on their grand plan, which was as well. She had no intention of disturbing the residents of Great Peter Street, yet. Here, she was Mrs. Truman, a sad case. She was a widow who'd come to London from Essex to seek help for a painful disease of the mouth that meant she could only mumble. Thus, so easily, her accent disappeared. She was further burdened by a simple son. The curious neighbours had easily believed that, for Isaac was presently content to lurk indoors with his gin, his favourite foods, and some books. He'd probably want a whore soon, but that should present no difficulty. She acquired Isaac's necessities with the assistance of the sisterhood. There weren't many female members of the 3-banded brotherhood, and most were complacent wives, but over time she'd identified some who were true believers and formed them into a secret society of her own. Women embraced revolution less readily than men, but when they did, they were wholehearted. No wonder, given the cruel way the unreformed world treated them. Her revolution offered them true equality, so she could trust the members of the sisterhood more than any man. One, Betty Logan, was acting as her maidservant, going out to the shops and gossiping with neighbours, collecting news and reinforcing Mrs. Truman's sad story. Two others, Sarah Laurie and Maria Hadstock, acted the part of friends. They visited, bringing along anything unusual that Isaac wanted. Maria also served as intermediary with Cheyenne, back in Waite's house. Maria had brought the news that Granger had visited Waite and left alive. More signs of Waite's weak folly. Hadn't she sent proof that Granger was the spy in their midst and knew too much? Hadn't she suggested the picture and that he should be killed? She paced the room furiously, skirts swishing against the furniture in this confined, shabby room. She would not have chosen to rent this small house, if not for its particular advantages. She'd had this plan in mind for some time, waiting for a property like this to become available. It had, not long before she'd had to go north for the Ardwick meeting, and so it had been ready for her on her return. Granger had outwitted her in the most unbearable way, and probably killed Nathan Boothroyd. However, his theft of the papers had spurred her to this, which was coming to fruition at just the right moment. She would be victorious, but she wouldn't thank him. When she'd heard he'd visited Waite, she'd sent Seth Boothroyd to his lodgings to kill him, but he was too cunning to be there. How had he escaped the London Brotherhood? Waite would have warned him now, so he'd be in hiding, in fear for his life. The satisfaction of that would have to do for now. He could do nothing to thwart the plan. No one could. And then she'd arrange the death he deserved. Chapter 28. Hermione arrived in London after a journey that had been both better and worse than expected. On the day after she'd parted from Thayne, a handsome travelling coach had arrived at Riverview House, as ordered, drawn by 2 pairs of horses, each with a postilion. It had carried a clerk bearing the money and an armed man to escort the clerk. Hermione had had a few hours' warning, and so everything had been ready. A trunk had been packed for Edgar, along with blankets, pillows and nostrums to go with him in the coach. Hermione's valise and the luggage of the servants had joined the trunk in the boot, and they'd all settled into the smart and well-upholstered vehicle, with a hamper of food and drink for the journey. Nolly Forshaw had always seemed level-headed, but she'd perched on the edge of her seat, vibrating with excitement as they left. She'd remained excited during the journey, for she'd never gone farther from home than Liverpool, but she'd proved practical and useful at the same time. Peter was stoically anxious. He'd visited London, but only once, in service to another gentleman, and he emanated forebodings about Edgar. Hermione could only hope his instincts were awry. She'd visited London 3 times, but always with her father, and restricted to the fashionable West End, which seemed unlikely to house Dr. Grammaticus or the curious creatures. Where were they to stay, and how would they search for the cure? She had put that aside to be dealt with when they arrived, just as she'd tried not to think of Thayne and any danger he might be facing. She managed that during the day, but fears disturbed her nights. At least the weather had been pleasant, and Edgar had enjoyed the varied countryside and places they'd passed, as well as marvelling at the excellent condition of the toll roads. Their slow speed seemed astonishingly fast to him. All the same, the journey had proved a strain on him, and they'd had to increase the opium for the pain in his joints. In the afternoon of the second day, he'd begun a fever. Hermione had been alarmed by his heat and shivering, and ordered a stop at the first inn they came to. Then she'd had to plead with the innkeeper to let them stay. She'd managed to persuade the woman that it was a tertian ague and not infectious, but as the fever continued through the night, she'd been terrified that the old man would die. "Don't fret so, my lady," Peter had said. "He has these fevers now and then, and the bark deals with them. I have some here." It had helped, but if she'd realised how frightening the fevers could be, she'd never have supported this journey. By morning, Edgar's fever was down, but he ate little breakfast and seemed weaker as he was carried out to the carriage for the third day's journey. Hermione had chosen a slow pace thus far, allowing for frequent rests, but now she ordered the postilions to greatest speed. Once they were in London, Edgar could start the antimony again, and there would be excellent doctors. It was evening by the time they left open countryside behind and drove through the market gardens that provided food for the city. "Where are we staying?" Edgar asked weakly. "I told the postilions to stop at the first good-quality inn." Edgar shook his head. "Peter, call out to them to take us to the Cross Keys Inn, near Cheapside." That would be some distance, but Hermione didn't want to distress the old man more than she must. Peter opened the window and called the instruction. "Why the Cross Keys, Edgar?" Hermione asked. "Stayed there when I came to London back in 1770, ready to make my fortune." Nearly 50 years ago. As they travelled into the City of London, an area she didn't know, Hermione prayed the inn was still there, and still respectable. Streets became narrow, but many were lit by gas. Edgar revived enough to marvel at that, and at the brilliant shop windows, full of tempting items. They had ample time to study the scene. The press of vehicles and pedestrians kept them to a snail's pace. Edgar said, "Last time I was here, people kept to their homes after dark, or went about in groups, well armed. What a sight! What a sight!" It was, but Hermione exhaled with relief when they turned into the inn yard of the Cross Keys. It was respectable, but busier than she liked. Coaches of all sorts were coming and going, and messengers dashed in and out with letters and packages, even at this late hour. It might have suited a young, healthy adventurer, but it was no place for an old, sick one. Tomorrow she'd find somewhere quieter, but it would have to do for now. Edgar looked grey and haggard enough to be a corpse, and again she had to persuade an innkeeper that he didn't carry a pestilence. She wielded her title ruthlessly, and the grand manner she could assume when she wished. Eventually they had a fine suite of upstairs rooms, with 2 bedrooms and a parlour between. Fires were already lit there, and were quickly built up by willing servants. The beds seemed clean and free of damp. As soon as Edgar was settled in his bed, Hermione said, "You must start Dr. Onslow's medicine again." "Left it in Tranmere," he muttered, clutching the covers to his chest. "What? Why did you do that? We'll have to find a doctor here." "James's powder. Can buy it anywhere, but we won't need it." "Yes, we do. Please, Edgar. How else are you to get about and enjoy London?" "Brought my antimony cup." "Your what?" "Common enough with travellers. Show her, Peter." The servant brought over a small square box and opened it to take out a metal cup. "Antimony and tin," Edgar said. "Steep wine in it for a few hours and drink. Most travellers have one. Good for all kinds of tropical ailments. Probably kept me alive." "Then why were you taking Dr. Onslow's James's powder?" "Seemed you'd prefer it that way." "Oh, Edgar, I only want you to be as well as possible, so that when we find Dr. Grammaticus, he can cure you." "Mare's nest. But I'll take the antimony and the opium. I do want to see some sights now I'm here." Peter poured wine into the cup and put it aside. "What would you like to eat?" Hermione asked. "I'm sure now we're in London, you can have anything." "I'm not hungry. My bones are torture, and I have a headache. Give me some laudanum and let me sleep." There was no arguing with him in this mood. Hermione nodded to Peter and went into the parlour. Nolly was in Hermione's bedroom, putting away their clothes. So for the moment, she was alone with her anxieties, fears and doubts. Edgar was worse. The inn was too noisy, and she hadn't been prepared for the bedlam all around her here. She remembered the mob. The London mob was notoriously violent and could form in an instant over nothing. She sat by the fire, rubbing her chilled hands. Peter soon came into the parlour. "He's settled, milady. I'll give him the antimony when he wakes." "I hope that form of antimony will help." I'm sure it will, milady. He told me that he started taking it on board ship as soon as he realised he was ill, and he took it for weeks after he landed, but it's never cured him. He took Dr. James's powder in the hope that it'd do better, but it was the same. Some improvement at cost of great discomfort, but no true progress. And the opium, it just eases him. There was criticism behind the words. Peter was fond of the irascible old man, and had not liked the hardships of the journey. He wanted to come, Hermione pointed out. And once he's stronger, he'll enjoy seeing London. As you say, milady. Peter returned to his charge, leaving Hermione even more dismayed. If only she had someone to advise her. She doubted Edgar knew any more about today's London than she did, and he was in no state to advise her on anything at the moment. She sat up straighter. She'd have to cope alone. Tomorrow she'd find a quieter inn and set about finding Dr. Grammaticus. She knew that lawyers congregated around the Inns of Court and merchants around the Bank of England. Did doctors have their own area? How could she find out? A tap on the door brought the innkeeper. I beg your pardon, milady, but what are we to do with your coach? Do? Hermione asked. Do you wish us to house it for you, or is it to be sent to some establishment? Another decision seemed too much, but she had no choice. Yes, of course I wish you to house it, she said with a grand air. I suspect we will sell it shortly. He bowed. Very well, milady. How on earth did one sell a coach? She knew gentlemen bought and sold horses at Tattersall's, but not how and when. And did Tats also deal with vehicles? How much did it cost per day to house a large coach? She was going to have to broach the subject of finances as soon as Edgar improved. She'd constantly put off asking how much money he had, but if they couldn't pay their bills here, they could be dragged off to debtor's prison. She sat down on a hard sofa and shocked herself by crying. The trickling tears came from weariness as much as worry, but she hated feeling so weak. Nolly came in and clucked her tongue. Tired out, that's what you are, milady. You need some food and a good cup of tea. She whisked off, not seeming intimidated by bustling London and a grand inn. Hermione started to laugh, and it bubbled away her doldrums. Nolly was soon back with an inn servant bearing supper dishes and another carrying the tea tray. She supervised the spread of food on the table as if born to command, with much play of her ladyship. There was plenty of food, but only one setting. Bring another setting, Hermione told one inn servant. My maid eats with me. Nolly almost protested, but kept it back until the inn servants had left. That isn't right, milady. It is if I request it, and I need company. The maid bobbed a curtsy and said, Very well, milady. But she still seemed dubious. Hermione had become fond of Nolly on the journey. She was a cheerful soul with excellent good sense. She'd coped with every necessity and clearly relished new experiences. She was rather plain, with a sallow complexion, a snub nose, and mousy hair, but a good companion. Hermione remembered Peter and went into Edgar's room to tell him to order whatever he wanted. Then she returned to sit on one side of the table and waved Nolly to the other. The inn servant returned to set the second place, his face rather pinched. Of course, Nolly's clothing marked her as a lowly servant, but it was no business of his how Hermione chose to eat. Once he'd left, Hermione served herself from a dish of pork cutlets and another of cabbage and potatoes. She urged Nolly to do the same. Pouring tea for them both, she asked, What do you think of London so far, Nolly? It's very big, isn't it, milady? A person could get lost here right easily. They could, so please don't wander. But you'll be wanting me to run errands and such. Clearly this was already a worry for the maid. No, I won't, Hermione assured her. I'll use an inn servant. I will want you to accompany me, but then we can get lost together. Seeing that her joke had alarmed, she added, My first purchase will be a guidebook, and we'll take hackney carriages if we go any distance. If you say so, milady, Nolly said, but she was picking at her food. Eat up. We'll need our strength. Nolly did settle to eating with increasing relish, and then drank 2 cups of tea.
My, that's a grand brew, my lady.
She drank some more and then asked,
Begging your pardon, my lady, but you seem out of sorts. Has something gone amiss?
When Hermione thought of her recent life, she could laugh, but she said,
Nothing in particular, Nolly. But I worry that even if we find Dr. Grammaticus, his cure won't work. Then I'll put Mr. Peake through more suffering for no purpose. Doctors do like to dose a person, don't they?
Nolly said.
'Cause that's how they get their fee.
How true. My father suffered that way. I doubt any of the potions did him any good.
Happen things would be better if doctors were only paid for stuff what worked.
Hermione stared. That's very true. We'd never achieve it, though.
It'd be a right revolution, wouldn't it?
Nolly said with a chuckle.
Never you mind, milady. You'll find this doctor, and he'll have a true cure.
I do hope so. And in the meantime, we'll explore London. Have some of this pear tart. Nolly took a big slice and then poured cream from the jug onto it.
This cream's a bit thin.
City cows rarely see grass.
Well, I never.
Nolly tucked in all the same. Hermione ate some, but her own words unsettled her. Wealthy Londoners ate wholesome food brought in from the countryside, but the poor must often make do with poultry stuff, or even no food at all. The London rich spent thousands on gewgaws, while the poor scraped for pennies. Bread was their staple food, but the Corn Laws were keeping the price of wheat high in order to support the living of people in the countryside. No wonder London smouldered with resentments, and the poor en masse so easily formed a violent mob. When she remembered how a minor event had caused such chaos in Ardwick, she shuddered at what might happen here. The Ardwick event had been called the Spencean Crusade. The man in the inn had been stirring trouble with talk of Magna Carta and crusades. His waistcoat had been striped in black, red and green, the colours of Thayne's neckcloth. No, she would never think Thayne a revolutionary. Thief, sadly, yes, but nothing worse. Where was he now? How was he? He must be safe, or surely she would sense something amiss. If all had gone to plan, he was here in London. So tempting to seek him out. He'd warned her not to, but the address on that letter was clear in her mind. Sir George Hawkinville, 32 Peel Street. That was in the West End of London, but only a few miles away. Sir George, a knight or a baronet at a fashionable address. It was odd, but for all she knew, there could be a gang of gentlemen thieves. She'd read scandals of criminals in high places. Whoever Sir George was, she could write to Thayne care of that address in order to tell him she was safe and had arrived in London. She'd treasure such a message from him. He'd been serious about her not trying to meet him here, however, and she couldn't be sure Sir George was a person to be trusted. She'd only just arrived in London. In a day or two, perhaps everything would be clearer. She drank the rest of her tea, concentrating on Edgar. As soon as they'd begun to plan this journey, she'd glimpsed the vigorous man who'd travelled the world and survived adventures. Even unwell, when they'd entered the noisy bustle of London, he'd sparked again. She touched the kriss in her pocket. She didn't expect to have to use it, but it had become a talisman. It would guide her safely to the cure. She touched the brass button that lay beside the hilt. Thayne had arrived in London, and he was safe. Perhaps believing that would make it so. Chapter 29. The next day, Hermione found Edgar improved, so she felt able to set off with Nolly to find a bookshop. A nearby one provided an excellent guide to London, and she also purchased 2 newspapers. One's printed that very day. What a luxury! She couldn't help looking for Thayne in each passing man, but she also kept alert for the brute's brother. He'd never seen her, but if she saw him, she'd have a valid excuse to use Sir George Hawkinville's address. Alas, she saw no one with even the slightest resemblance. When they returned to the inn, she described their little outing to Edgar, who was drinking some spiced ale that the innkeeper had recommended. He seemed to be enjoying it, which was a good sign. He enjoyed her account, too, and later a spicy stew. She read one of the newspapers aloud as he ate, relating matters of national interest. In a few minutes, he growled, "Duties on rice, naval stores and pursers. Twaddle. Isn't there anything interesting going on?"
Lunatic asylums?
No.
Window tax?
Rubbish. She reminded herself that he still could be in pain and looked ahead.
An elephant is dead in France.
What? Why?
It doesn't say. It was 40 years old.
No age for an elephant, poor thing. She skipped over the list of performances at theatres, as he wasn't well enough to attend, and spotted a long piece about American shipping and trade. Edgar seemed interested in that, but eventually he dozed off. She took the papers with her into the parlour and ate lunch there with Nolly. Afterward, she set to searching the paper for advertisements or items to do with medicine. It would be miraculous to find mention of Dr. Grammaticus, but perhaps there were associations of physicians. She also looked for mention of the curious creatures. They might know Grammaticus's whereabouts. There were many nostrums on offer. Ching's worm lozenges, Dr. Fothergill's nervous drops, Nelson's mixture for diseases of the lungs. Nothing about Dr. Grammaticus's cure for the black disease. As she continued to scan down the column, her eye was caught by Dr. James's powder. It was among a long list of products available from F. Newbury and Sons, who warned the public to be wary of imitation products. Lawrence's powder, Dr. Steer's convulsion oil. What on earth was cephalic snuff? Never mind that. Newbury and Sons sounded just the place to find Dr. Grammaticus's cure. It was located to the east side of St. Paul's, which wasn't far away. She summoned Nolly, and they set off to walk the few streets. The tall brick building must be the warehouse, but the public could enter only a small shop. The glass-fronted shelves were full of bottles and boxes, and the counter spread with more of the same, some open. They must provide the odd mix of smells. A grey-haired clerk stood eager to assist. Hermione went straight to the point.
Do you carry Dr. Grammaticus's cure?
The man blinked. I don't recall it, ma'am. If you will allow me a moment. He went to consult a thick ledger, but Hermione was prepared for the result. He returned to say that they didn't. I must admit, ma'am, that I've never heard of it. What ailment does it assist? Perhaps we have something else. It's for Kala Azar, a tropical disease. From the look on his face, she feared the man would be offering her a cure for insanity, so she came up with an explanation.
A friend living in India has written to ask me to procure Dr. Grammaticus's cure for her. Can you suggest where I might find it?
His nose went up. If Newbury's doesn't carry it, ma'am, I doubt any other establishment will. Hermione was very tempted to wield her title, which would bring down those hairy nostrils. Instead, she spoke mildly.
Pray, sir, do you know an association called the Curious Creatures?
She expected another flat denial, but the man responded with a smirk. Is that where you heard of the so-called cure, ma'am? Just the sort to rattle on about nonsense. Irritation building, Hermione said.
You may be correct, but where will I find out more about them?
You will be best advised to avoid them, ma'am. Under her stare, he wilted. I believe they meet at the Green Man in New Bond Street.
Thank you.
As Hermione left, he called after her, There'll be nothing to anything coming from there, ma'am. You mark my words.
Infuriating man,
Hermione exploded once they were outside again.
They do sound an odd lot, milady. Don't be impertinent.
Hermione immediately apologised.
Please continue to question my actions, Nolly. I truly don't know what I'm doing. You're doing fine, milady. You've learned a lot in one day.
Hermione smiled.
I have, haven't I? And New Bond Street is in the fashionable part of town. We'll need a hackney to go there, but I'm familiar with the area. We'll go there now. Are you sure, milady?
Nolly's nervous question made her hesitate. She'd never taken a hackney carriage without a gentleman as escort, but if she stuck to that, she'd go nowhere.
A hackney is perfectly safe, she said, and New Bond Street is a safe part of town.
It took some time to cover the distance, but the journey took them through interesting older parts of London and then into Mayfair. Nolly was agog, particularly at the way streets of buildings went on and on and on in all directions. When they climbed down, Hermione paid the fare, but looked dubiously at the Green Man. It seemed little more than a tavern, but the area was as respectable as she'd thought. Just up the street she saw the Blenheim Hotel, which she and Polly had visited once with their mother to take tea with an old friend. Surely it was safe. But there was one hazard she'd not foreseen. It was gone midday, and the tonish sort were out and about. She might encounter someone she knew, and she wasn't dressed for fashionable society. They'd think the poor Merryhews had fallen into even deeper poverty. She hurried inside the low-ceilinged building. The small entrance hall reminded her a little of the Lamb in Warrington, but it wasn't used as a tap room, and the prevailing smell was of tasty food. Through a door she glimpsed a common dining room with long tables, but some of the diners were well-dressed gentlemen. Respectable, then, but she saw no women. A sturdy man came forward in polite curiosity. He was neatly dressed in a dark suit, so she assumed he was the innkeeper.
"I've come to inquire about a group called the Curious Creatures," she said, in as tonish a manner as she could. Alas, that her clothing didn't suit.
"The Curious Creatures?" he echoed, oddly guarded. Heavens! It had never occurred to her that it might be some sort of secret organisation. She was here now, though, so she'd plough on.
"I was told they meet here, sir, and I wish to speak to someone from that group. It is a matter of some importance."
Well, they have met here, yes, ma'am, but there's no one here right now."
"I didn't suppose there was,"
she said, letting her irritation show.
"You must know the address of someone."
"Well, as to that, tell you what, ma'am, why don't you write a letter about your business, and I'll see if I can think where to send it." Hermione gave him her haughtiest stare, but it didn't move him, so she sat at the table he indicated and drew off her gloves as she waited for pen and paper.
"Appany don't want you to know, milady,"
Nolly whispered. Hermione echoed the northern term.
"Appin, but they do meet here, and I will make contact."
When the materials came, she wrote her note, keeping her request vague. After a moment's hesitation, she signed it with her title, Lady Hermione Merryhew. If the innkeeper opened it to see what it said, that might give him pause. If he sent it on, it might spur the recipient to a rapid response. She sealed it with a wafer and gave it to the innkeeper.
"Thank you. If I don't receive a reply in the next day, I will return."
"I may not be able to get it to anyone in that time, ma'am. Not everyone's in town." Hermione had to accept the justice of that. She could only say,
"I'm sure you'll do your best,"
and hope it was true. They left the inn, and she looked around for a hackney to take them back to the Cross Keys. None was passing, so they'd have to find a hackney stand. She thought there was one at Oxford Street that she and her mother had used. She was still uncomfortable in the fashionable throng, and would have gone there briskly. But Nolly paused to stare in wonder at a window full of fruit of all varieties. Well, why not? The beau monde would assume she and Polly were poorer now their father was dead, whether she dressed in silk or fustian, and they'd be correct. So she ambled along at Nolly's pace, enjoying all the shop windows and introducing the maid to the pleasure of imaginary purchases. Over 3 days as the dandified Lord Farringay, Mark had joined in the hunt for Solange, without success. Though he resented the waste of time, he'd also had to take his place in the beau monde, and even attend a couple of manly evenings with Braden, where old friends had teased him about his transformation. None, however, had seemed to doubt his Mauritius story. When not wasting time on such matters, he'd sought new ways to find Solange. At his suggestion, the notice in the papers about Nathan's body had been made into posters that were nailed up all around London, in hope Seth Boothroyd would see one. He was barely literate, but someone might catch the resemblance to Seth and report that. The posters urged people to go to Bow Street with information and to claim their reward. Still nothing, and every day increased the danger. They'd failed to find Solange's contact in the Home Office. The inquiries had been discreet but thorough, but they'd uncovered no suspicious person, and certainly no one with a taste for black, red and green in even the most subtle form. Hawkinville had been inclined to dismiss the idea, but Mark had looked at it from all angles and decided they were looking for an innocent gossip. A flapping tongue, he'd said. It has to be. A man in that department gossips with someone who reports back to Solange. A woman. Yes, of course. And the man himself will be innocent of anything, but gossiping about his work with a beguiling lady. But guilty as hell anyway, Hawkinville said. If the connection's illicit, he'll not easily admit it, but people in the department will know who fits the mould, and we can apply force if necessary. What female friends does Solange Waite have? That question stumped Mark. I'd have said none, but it's clear she's been playing a deep game. I blame myself for not realizing that sooner. I remember a few times when she paid attention to some of the wives of the Ardent Brotherhood members, but I saw that as her playing the good wife to Waite. Now I believe she'd watch him drown without raising a finger unless it suited her needs. Hawkinville had demanded names, and Mark had supplied them, but he hadn't believed that the wives who came to mind would be complicit in explosions. However, Solange might have detected a few women who thought as she did. In this case, it would need only one. He wasn't surprised that the inquiries thus far had achieved nothing, but the need to play the returned Viscount Farringay was an irritating waste of time. He had to do the minimum, however, and today he was travelling by hackney to the city to visit his bank. He could have summoned his banker to Braden's rooms, but the journey gave another chance to watch for a glimpse of his targets and to assess the mood of the people sporting black, red and green. As always, London was raucous and chaotic, but the mood was no more fractious than usual. When he saw people sporting the colours, he wondered whether they'd seen Tregovern's picture and were ready to stab or shoot Ned Granger on sight. When he stepped out of the carriage, a nearby shopkeeper wore the colours, but paid no attention to him other than to hope for a customer. At his bank, he found he was more comfortably off than he expected, or deserved, for he'd not paid close attention to the people chosen to oversee his property and investments. As he left, he decided they should have a bonus, perhaps at Christmas. A fleeting image of a jolly Christmas at Farringay evaporated in face of reality. The place held too many dark memories. A letter would do. He was pulled out of his thoughts when a man said, "Thayne? Gads, man, you're buffed to a fine polish." It was Hal Beaumont, an excellent fellow who'd lost an arm in the war. "Comes with being Viscount Farringay now," Mark said, shaking hands. At least it had been Beaumont's left arm. "Surprised even that led to a green coat. Passed through Paris on the way home and thought I'd try dandy ways for a while." Beaumont laughed. "Rather you than me. Are you fixed in town now? Be pleased to have you round to dine. But it can only be certain nights. Mrs. Beaumont's engaged in the theatre 4 nights a week at the moment." A deft way of revealing that he'd married an actress. The world was full of surprises. "I'd be pleased to," Mark said, "though I'm heavily engaged in gathering up the pieces. Went from the army to some business in Mauritius. I'm staying with Beau Braden at the moment, 23 Parsifal Street." They exchanged cards and went their ways. Mark had grown used to such encounters, but at the moment, the fashionable world was like a cheery gathering seen through a window, while he stood out in the cold, because he was aware of the darkness threatening them all. Having fought in the war, having been maimed in the war, wouldn't save Beaumont and his wife from being seen as enemies by people like Solange. He remembered the story of Nell Gwyn's carriage being attacked by a London mob, angry at many things, including Charles II's French mistress. She'd let down the window and called out that she was the English whore, and the mob had cheered her, the ever-unpredictable London mob. He returned to the West End to visit a coffee house in Brook Street, which he'd set up to receive correspondence. There were some letters there, sent on, he saw, by his London solicitor, whom he'd neglected to visit, because old Delafield would lecture him on his duties to the estate. He shoved the letters in his pocket and went on to the glove-maker who had Braden's patronage, where his first pair of new gloves might be ready. He'd thought such fine details ridiculous, but he'd seen how those who cared about such matters had noticed the quality of his ready-made pair, and a man couldn't wear York tan for every occasion. Then, as he walked down Bond Street, he saw Hermione across the road. He turned away in case she recognized his face, but his heart was pounding, and not from alarm. The need to turn, to cross, to speak to her was almost too much for his willpower. He won the battle, but he did eventually turn to look to be sure it was her. No doubt about it, for she was in the same brown spencer she'd worn in Warrington, though the bonnet was different. Of course, the straw one had been ruined. He turned away again, relieved to see with his own eyes that she was alive and safe and lodged in an excellent part of town. It was highly unlikely that she'd stumble across Solange or Seth Boothroyd in the West End. He chanced another look and found that she was walking away, which meant he could indulge in watching her. She was light on her feet, but straight-backed, and held her head high. She might be the victim of pity as the daughter of the moneyless Marquis, but there was nothing meek about her. She and her maid paused at a milliner's shop, but didn't go in. Then again at a perfumer's. Wistful? With his newfound prosperity in mind, he longed to dash over there and purchase whatever she desired. One day he might have the right. Then he saw black, red and green stripes on the neckerchief of a messenger of some sort, whistling as he wove through the beau monde, doubtless anticipating gory deaths for all the swells around him. The man might not think of plainly dressed Hermione that way, but if revolution exploded, her title alone would condemn her. Nolly said,
"A fine gentleman gave you the eye, milady."
"What? Who?" Hermione looked around. Not someone she knew, she hoped.
"Walking away, over there, in the green coat. Handsome young fellow."
Such an odd shade for a coat. And the cut. I very much doubt such a frippery dandy was interested in me, dressed so dully. Hermione turned forward again and almost bumped into a man. He stepped back and apologized, but his neckerchief startled her. Black, red and green stripes. The man in the inn had been attempting to stir revolution, no doubt about that. However, the woman in Ardwick wearing the gaudy knot of ribbons had been fleeing a riot, not inciting one, and Thayne would have nothing to do with revolutionaries, not with his mother's sad story. All the same, she'd seen no sign of a new fashion for black, red and green stripes. None of the Tonish shoppers wore them. She went back to the beginning. Thayne had stolen papers from someone in Ardwick, and that someone had tried to kill both him and her to get them back. A woman, he'd told her, a French woman called Mrs. Solange Waite, who dressed soberly. Had she been the woman wearing the gaudy ribbons? Pieces wriggled into some sort of pattern, but still made no sense. Thayne would never be a revolutionary, but he'd worn the colours. Colours?
"Milady?"
Nolly's query made Hermione realise she'd stopped dead. She quickly walked on, but her head was buzzing with a tangle of ideas. Roger had been so excited when Grandfather Havers had purchased a pair of colours for him, a commission in the army. Could Thayne still be in the army, but working secretly? There'd been stories in the papers of government agents pretending to be revolutionaries in order to discover the villains' plans and bring them to trial. One who'd given evidence against Arthur Thistlewood last year had seemed an unpleasant character, simply out for gain. But there had to be more noble examples. But, Lord, that would mean that Thayne had fallen into danger by stealing from people who plotted riot and revolt. And Sir George Hawkinville fit better into that picture. The air seemed a little thin. This was danger of a whole new dimension, especially when she saw how important it would be to him, and how he'd take any risks to bring revolutionaries to justice. Peel Street must be nearby. She could go there and demand answers, find out whether he was safe. No, she knew nothing for sure, and must do nothing that might put Thayne in greater danger. But it was hardly bearable when his danger might be so much more acute. Chapter 30. Mark returned to Braden's and found Hawkinville there. "Glad to see you're still safe, Farringay." I wish someone would recognize me and shoot me. Chances are they'd miss anything vital, and if he was caught, he might have something useful to say. Unlikely, and even a minor wound can kill if it festers. Keep a level head, man. A just rebuke. Mark knew the mere glimpse of Hermione had rattled him. Look, if I became Ned Granger again, I might learn more. Waite will have spread the word by now that I'm true to the cause. How would you explain your hair? Braden asked. I'll shave it, and talk of having been confined by a fever. Hawkinville said, You're becoming unbalanced, Farringay. Where's the balance in any of this? Parts of London could blow up at any moment. The mob could ignite. Mark expected to again be told to calm, but Hawkinville said, As it happens, there is a new urgency. 4 days from now, the Regent plans to attend a special performance of the surrender of Calais, which is expected to be particularly splendid now Drury Lane Theatre is entirely lit by gas. Gas? Dear God. The theatre has been thoroughly inspected, normal concern about any gas installation you see, and we've placed people among the workforce there. The chemists don't see how it could be done. All the same, I would prefer to have the woman and her chemist secured before the event. The Criminal Transportation Department is being mined as desperately as you could want. Nothing from the posters about Nathan's death. Not a nibble. Extend your mind to other leads. Marconi just stopped himself from saluting. He now outranked Hawkinville by a considerable margin, but it never felt that way. Gas in Drury Lane, he said to Braden when Hawkinville had left. What the devil can Isaac do with that? Gas flames could cause a fire, but a fire's been a danger in theatres forever. If confined, gas becomes explosive, Braden said. But how could it be confined in the vastness of a theatre without poisoning the audience first? No point in mangling your neckcloth over it. Mark had been trying to free himself of his. Damn all neckcloths and those who tie them, he said, wrenching it off and opening his collar. It crunched slightly as he rolled his head against it. Braden chuckled. And men who laugh in dire times. It's the only way. Sit, and we'll drink claret and seek wisdom from it. He poured some, but Mark paced the elegant study. Poison the Regent with accumulated gas? Can't see it. Audiences are already complaining of the smell and how it stings the eyes. If the density increased, no one would linger. Mark took the wine and sipped. But blowing up the Regent would be exactly the sort of drama Solange would love. Where's Nathan? Seth Boothroyd asked, as he did with increasing frequency. I should go north to find him. He could be in trouble. He's dead, you numbskull. Solange couldn't say that. Thick-skulled though he was, she needed the remaining Boothroyd close. She did regret Nathan's death, for he had been the sharper of the two. She'd never expected Granger to be the one to survive a confrontation. She had to say something to Seth. I'll send someone to make inquiries. Who? He persisted. When? It could be useful to know exactly what had happened, and she could afford to send Sarah north. I'll send Miss Laurie. She can be searching for her missing brother. I'll go with her. She very much wanted to shoot him in his pea-sized brain. A dangerous man like you would ruin her story. I promise you, if anything has happened to Nathan, the villains will suffer for it. He nodded, but his spatulate fingers were working. I'll scrag 'em slowly, he said. Very slowly. A torture chamber. Why hadn't she thought of it before? As is your right, Seth. As is your right. Seth Boothroyd, Mark said, as he and Braden sat for dinner. They'd spent the past few hours at a meeting convened to discuss the Drury Lane situation, but he couldn't feel any progress had been made. The best lead, Braden agreed. If he's like his brother, his appearance is distinctive. A bit heftier, a bit lower in the brow, and significantly more stupid, but close enough, and I can't imagine him staying indoors or assuming a disguise. This soup is excellent. You have the art of living well. Why not, when I can afford it? You can, too. I'm wriggling slowly into my new skin. It's not new, it's reality. Braden kept making that point. He couldn't seem to understand how ill-fitting Viscount Farringay was to Mark. Someone should have seen a resemblance to the description, he said. Perhaps it isn't as clear as we think, or he's not in London. None of them are here. In that case, we're looking for a needle in a haystack. But I doubt it. If Solange is planning to blow up Drury Lane, she has to be nearby. There's no real evidence. But I see it can't be ignored. And the royal family can't be locked up, more's the pity. Braden gave him a look. Now you're sounding like a revolting specimen. I don't have to admire the Regent to work for stability. I'm aware of the many flaws in society and may work to amend them in time, but not by blood and fire. Braden raised his hand in a Pax gesture, and they settled to finishing their soup. As Braden put down his spoon, he said, "We could take a leaf from the Crimson Bands book and produce a likeness." Mark smiled. "A brilliant idea. You could draw it." "I'm afraid not. My talents are limited to memory and description. And excellent ideas. How do we get a recognizable likeness? And where do we post the picture for greatest effect?" Braden rang for the next course. "The description's been nailed up in post offices, inns and such. Where else might Seth Boothroyd visit? Taverns? Shooting galleries? Think lower. Cockpits, dogfights, and cheap brothels. I wonder if we could recruit Tregovan. I've always suspected he'd sell his mother for money. True or not, he's gone." "Gone?" "Hawkinville mentioned it before you arrived. He's slipped away, perhaps sensing a sinking ship. A rat to the end." The footman came in with beefsteaks and roast potatoes. When the man had left, Braden poured claret. "Who else has had a good look at a Boothroyd and has artistic ability?" "No one I know of. Someone in Waite's household? Whom we could trust. If Solange learns of the picture, she'll get rid of Seth one way or another. Charming lady." They both settled to eating, but delicious food didn't bring inspiration. Until Braden put down his knife and fork. "Most young ladies learn to draw, don't they? Do they? They generally seem to have a small collection of sketches and watercolours for gentlemen to admire." It seemed a diversion, until Mark saw where Braden was going. "No," he said. Braden sipped. "It wouldn't endanger Lady Hermione, and it could be the key to victory. Any contact with me could endanger her. Then I'll approach her. Is she in London yet?" Mark thought of lying, but if a drawing by Hermione could avert the death of hundreds or more, he couldn't. "I saw her today, in Bond Street." "Did you speak?" "That would endanger her. So you don't know where she's lodged?" "No." "What part of Bond Street?" "Near Oxford Street." "You feel qualms," Braden said, "but you have no choice. You had a good look at Boothroyd, and he must be imprinted in your magical memory. Can't you at least attempt the drawing?" "I would if I could, I assure you. There was an officer who'd do rapid sketches of the men and catch their essence. Van Damon, that was his name. He made it look so easy that I tried it myself. The best that could be said was that the eyes, nose, and mouth were in approximately the right places for a human being. No one would recognize one from the other. The same could be true of Hermione. But we must try. She shouldn't be hard to find if she's using her own name." Braden was right. Mark wanted to shield Hermione in every way, but he could think of no one else who'd seen one of the Boothroyds and might be able to draw a likeness. "She'll be in the party of Mr. Edgar Peake," he said. "Excellent. Hawkinville can alert the magistrates, and even recruit the military to locate her." "Damn it, no! We don't know where members of the Brotherhood lurk. It could sign her death warrant." He saw Braden fight the urge to argue. He was probably right, but Mark couldn't permit such dangerous drama. "Then we'll check the inns and hotels around Bond Street ourselves," Braden said. "I'm willing to trust Baker and Johns to help, if you are." "Of course. It's Hawkinville and those he'd recruit that I don't trust. They're all fine fellows, but any or all of them might decide a sacrifice is necessary for the greater good." Braden didn't protest that. They both had long experience of war, where no general could succeed if he worried about individuals. He rose. "If it's just the four of us, we should start immediately." Chapter 31. Hermione tried to act normally for Edgar's sake, but by the next morning she felt caged. Her night had been troubled by wild notions of all the dangers Thayne might be in, even now. She could never forget the brute who'd abducted her. He was dead, but he had a brother. Thayne was much stronger than she was, but she wasn't convinced he could win in a fight against such a man. She longed for a word, a glimpse, to reassure her that Thayne was at least alive. The address in Peel Street begged to be used. She couldn't bear to do nothing, so she went out with Nolly for a brisk walk. It would be the wildest chance to see Thayne, but she looked anyway. She had no success there, but she did see a few more people wearing the suspicious colours. The sightings confused her rather than clarifying her thoughts. The man cleaning gas lamps had a surly look to him, but the young mother carrying a toddler didn't, nor did the ballad singer, selling the words and music of a patriotic song about Princess Charlotte's coming baby as a new hope for Britain. Perhaps she'd let her imagination run wild, and the colours were a fashion, but one restricted to the lower class. In that case, Thayne was a common thief who'd stolen money from someone angry enough to pursue him over it. She couldn't believe he enjoyed that way of life. So as soon as she inherited Edgar's money, all would be well. No, that didn't help. She wanted Edgar to live for decades.
Oh, milady, look at those blue boots.
They were outside a shoemaker's shop, where the window displayed a pair of half boots in a dashing sky-blue cloth with cream silk ribbons. A sign offered to make the same in a day in a lady's choice of colour.
They wouldn't be suited to wet days,
Hermione said.
But grand for dry ones. I don't have a gown to suit them. Perhaps it's time you had new gowns, milady.
I don't have the money for them, Nolly.
Mr. Peake's your great-uncle, milady. Surely one day you'll have what's his.
I hope that will be a long time away.
But he wouldn't begrudge you new boots. They're very pretty.
They were, but she wouldn't be tempted. She still didn't know how much money Edgar had, but regardless, it was his money, and not to be spent on indulgences for herself, or in providing for a rascally husband, or even a noble one, serving his country in the most dangerous way. She walked on, having to accept that the latter was more likely. She couldn't truly say she knew Thayne's nature from evidence, except that he'd once been an enthusiastic and idealistic military officer. But her sense of him was so powerful that it made base thievery impossible. Money wouldn't turn him from such a cause, but in that vulnerable moment she passed a shop where lottery tickets were sold. She had 3 shillings in her purse that were her own. She went in and purchased a share of a ticket. People won large sums in the lottery, and surely with money of her own she could do something. However, she left feeling ashamed of the waste of the shillings and weighed down by lack of hope. Perhaps they would find Dr. Grammaticus, and perhaps his cure would work. But Thayne would still be in danger and out of reach. Grammaticus would probably turn out to be exactly the sort of quack they suspected, and Edgar could be dead within months. Which would mean... Horrified by the direction of her thoughts, Hermione hurried back to the inn, doubly determined to do everything possible to make him well. As if to emphasize her wickedness, it started to rain. Her hat and shoulders were soaked, and her hem was muddy by the time she dashed in. She had to change before going to Edgar.
I was hoping to take you around London, but the rain spoiled that plan.
She noticed that he'd put the newspapers aside.
Shall I read to you?
No. No news from the Green Man?
Not yet.
He hunched down. I've a headache from all this racket. Go away. It was particularly noisy at the moment, and his room showed nothing but the wall opposite. Very well, that was something she could do. She sat in the parlour to consult her guide to London. Nolly sat nearby, stitching a shift. Rain splattered against the window, and clouds had gathered to such an extent that they both needed candles. Alas, the inn didn't have the ingenious reflector Hermione had used in Riverview House. The book was little use. It listed all the principal hotels and inns, but with no indication of their nature. Was she going to have to inspect them all? Moreover, she still hadn't done anything about selling the coach, and had no idea how to go about it. She felt a headache of her own coming on, and could easily become as blue-devilled as Edgar. Someone knocked at the door, and Nolly hurried to open it.
A gentleman for Lady Hermione,
a maid said, and handed a card.
Nolly brought it over. The Honourable Nicholas Delaney. The name seemed slightly familiar, but Hermione couldn't pin down the connection. She turned the card, and on the back was written, "The Curious Creatures." Thank heavens, something was turning out right. "Send him up," she told the inn servant, and went to the mirror to be sure she was neat. Prepared, she turned to greet the visitor, and had a moment of surprise. This was no eccentric natural philosopher. Of course not. He was an honourable. He must be the son of an aristocratic family. But he wasn't typical of that sort either. There was an easy, relaxed grace to him, and his jacket, breeches and boots looked comfortably well worn. His blonde hair was a little long, and his complexion accustomed to the outdoors. With a pang, she realised he reminded her a little of Ned Granger, but he'd come about the curious creatures. "Mr. Delaney, thank you for coming. Won't you be seated?" She took her chair near the fire, and he sat in the one opposite.
"I could hardly resist," he said with a smile, "being a curious creature."
His manner unsettled her. It seemed overly familiar. She wasn't accustomed to being nervous in men's company, but she was glad Nolly was present as chaperone. "You're a member, sir?" she asked.
"Founding member. I happened to be in town, so Tenby of the Green Man sent to me to deal with what he saw as a troubling inquiry."
"Troubling?"
"We do have women in the Curious Creatures, but not many, so he thinks of it as a gentleman's club. An inquiry from a lady, in both meanings of the word, alarmed him. No matter. How may I help you?"
He seemed to have settled to a more normal manner, so she relaxed. "I read a reference to a meeting of the Curious Creatures, sir, where a Dr. Grammaticus spoke on the subject of antimony in the treatment of a disease called Kala Azar." His brows rose a little.
"Intriguing. What's Kala Azar?"
"You don't know?"
"I must have missed that meeting."
"It's a tropical disease caused by miasma, but it's not malaria, so doesn't respond to the bark. A relative of mine is afflicted."
"When did Grammaticus address the Curious Creatures?"
"January 1815.
"I wasn't in town then, but we do keep records, if that's what you seek."
"I seek Dr. Grammaticus himself, sir. He claimed to have made the antimonal treatment more effective by addition of a fungus, but he refused to reveal which one."
"I see. Have you inquired at Newbury's for it?"
"You know of them?"
"They're quite famous."
"So if it existed, they'd have it?"
"Yes."
The directness of it made her sigh. "You hold out no hope?"
He smiled. "There's always hope. Grammaticus might not have made his cure available for purchase, but he could have set up a hospital to provide the treatment at a high price. Whoever you spoke to at Newbury's might not have known that, or might even have been unwilling to share the information."
Rivalry. The clerk there had a very low opinion of the Curious Creatures.
"There you are, then." Hermione considered his suggestion.
"I doubt he set up a hospital in Britain. The disease is contracted in the tropics, and sufferers don't generally live long enough to travel home."
"Ah. Then I suspect he hoped to interest the government for use in India. If he's set up a hospital, it will be there."
"India? A letter would take months. That will be too late. I think my great-uncle has only been kept alive this long by taking antimony alone."
Delaney lit with sparkling curiosity. "Intriguing. Perhaps you'd allow me to make inquiries for you, being a curious creature of some expertise. If Grammaticus has interested the government, someone at the Foreign Office might know more, or someone with the East India Company." His light manner made her uncertain, but she needed help, especially from one who knew London.
"Thank you, sir. That's very generous."
"On the contrary, it's obligatory. You don't recognize my name, do you?" Clearly she should. Hampshire? Yorkshire?
"My apologies, sir."
"I was at school with your brother Roger."
"Oh, that was some time ago. And Roger is dead."
"Yes, I know. I wrote to your parents, though it was delayed, as I was abroad in 1810. He remembered the date.
"You were good friends. I was 5 years younger than he, so I don't know much about his school days."
"We were good friends," he agreed. "We were part of a group who called themselves the Company of Rogues."
"I remember that,"
she said, spun back to a moment in the past.
"We were in the garden, And Roger was talking about some jape the rogues had been involved in, and Mother said he was keeping disreputable company. He fell into a tiff, declaring the company of rogues the best of good fellows, and wouldn't stand down from that. He and our parents were at odds for days.
Tears escaped at the memory, and she pulled out a handkerchief to dab at them. "That sounds like Roger," Delaney said with a wry smile. "Once he embraced a cause, it was his—" She knew he'd been about to say, "to the death," but had collected himself in time. "The rogues still exist," he continued, "though down from 12 to 10, and we assist one another as necessary. You've inherited Roger's right to aid, which is why I said my assistance is obligatory."
"Not on me, I hope," she said, suddenly prickly.
She remembered all those condolence letters that had seemed inappropriately phrased, coming as they did from strangers. All from rogues. "No obligation to receive," he said equably. "But if your need is as serious and urgent as you claim, you'd be unwise to refuse assistance. Despite the dire predictions of our masters at Harrow, who often said we'd all end on the gallows, today the rogues command a wide range of expertise and considerable social power."
Hermione felt as if she'd been swept up into something without any say. But she must remember Edgar. If there was any chance of a cure, he must have it. "Very well, Mr. Delaney. I'm happy to accept your assistance, and I thank you for it."
He rose. "Excellent. I'm about to go even further beyond the line, but are you quite satisfied by this location for an invalid?" She'd risen too.
"I'll accept help there gladly. I do want to move, but I don't know where will be best."
"I'll see to it." He bowed. "Good day, Lady Hermione. I'm pleased to have made your acquaintance."
He left, and Hermione sat down feeling surprisingly shaky. "Are you all right, milady?"
Nolly asked.
"Yes, but it's unsettling to discover that a stranger feels he has the right to intervene." "Intervene to a good purpose, milady. Seems just the tap to get things done."
"Whether I want them done or not," Hermione thought, rankled by that "I'll see to it," as if he would pick the place and move them willy-nilly. She kept such ungracious thoughts to herself and went to tell Edgar the good news, omitting the speculation that Grammaticus might have travelled to India. He did brighten, but then said, "Should have brought this Delaney in to talk to me."
"I thought you had a headache."
"It's gone. Would have enjoyed talking to a gentleman. You probably chattered nonsense to him." Hermione left before her temper escaped and ate lunch on her own, brooding on men and the way they treated women. Oddly, despite Thayne's overturning of her life and occasional attempts to order her around, he never treated her as a feeble idiot. He'd been annoyed with her decisions, but he'd listened to reason. No other man had ever done that. But would she ever see him again? He could be dead, and she'd not know it. The rain had stopped. Before she fell into a complete fit of the blue devils, she'd go out to buy one of the day's newspapers. The air was still cool and damp, and she had to be careful of puddles, but fresh air did raise her spirits. She purchased the newspaper. Then on the way back to the Cross Keys, she came across a lad tempting purchasers on a street corner to buy one of the broadsheets draped over his arm.
"Family poisoned in Shoreditch. Honest damsel snatched off the streets. Gentleman found murdered in the Thames,"
Nolly said.
"Ooh,"
which made Hermione think Edgar might be amused by such lurid tales, so she bought a copy of the roughly printed paper. There was even an illustration on the front, presumably of the honest damsel being snatched, already half out of her clothes. Hermione entered the Cross Keys, looking forward to sharing the treat with Edgar, but she heard the innkeeper say, "Ah, here's Lady Hermione now, m'lady." A woman turned to her. She was only a little older than herself, and quite plainly dressed, but Hermione recognised the finest quality from the curl of the brim of her black bonnet to her gleaming kid half-boots. The quality was underlined by the liveried footman attending her. She had even features and fine eyes that Hermione thought suggested a good brain, but people probably described her as handsome rather than beautiful. The woman came forward, smiling.
"Good day, Lady Hermione. I'm Lady Arden, sent to assist by Nicholas Delaney."
Hermione must have reacted because Lady Arden chuckled.
"I know. He can sweep along, can't he? but with the best intentions. The road to hell,
Hermione murmured, but then grimaced.
I do apologize, Lady Arden. Won't you come up? Would you like tea or some other refreshment? No refreshments, thank you,
Lady Arden said, and they went up the stairs to Hermione's parlour. Once they were there, she said,
I can see why the cross keys is not quite suitable for an invalid. It's not just the noise,
Hermione said as they sat.
There's nothing for Edgar to see but the wall opposite. He likes people to call him Edgar, but he's my great-uncle, Edgar Peake. And suffering from an oriental disease, I gather. Is it infectious? It seems not,
Hermione said.
Edgar knows the disease from the east, and he assures me it's caught from tropical air, like malaria, not from people. Also, no one he's been in contact with has caught it. Then, can I persuade you to come to stay with us at Belcraven House while the Grammaticus cure is sought? We have an absurd amount of space, especially as only I and my husband and child are there at the moment.
Belcraven House. Hermione recognised then that this woman was the wife of the Marquis of Arden, the heir to the Duke of Belcraven. She wasn't awestruck by a ducal family, but she was feeling swept up again and by greater power.
It's very kind of you, Lady Arden, but we are strangers. It must seem so,
Lady Arden said, showing no offence.
But you're part of the rogues. You won't escape their cloak, even if you refuse my hospitality. Don't worry, I understand your reticence. Completely.
The completely made Hermione wonder about Lady Arden's introduction to that world, but she had other concerns.
I'm not sure a ducal mansion would be suitable. You're a marquis's daughter. But my great-uncle is a simple man. No, not simple, but he's been an adventurer all his life. And I'm the daughter of the moneyless Marquis. We never lived in grand style, and I was a schoolteacher, so neither of us need weigh our precedents.
With a charming smile, Lady Arden said,
Do please come. I'll enjoy your company. Your great-uncle can have the best care and a room that looks out over Marlborough Square. And our servants will enjoy having more to do.
Despite the apparent sincerity, Hermione had to object to that.
Coming it too brown there, I think. I promise you it's true. The duchy has great wealth. We dispense huge amounts to charity, but we also employ as many as we can squeeze in, both in town and in the country. Honest, healthy people prefer employment to alms, but they also prefer to feel useful, not in a sinecure. We entertain as much as possible for the same reason.
Hermione had been about to agree to the plan, but the last sentence made it impossible.
I haven't any clothes. I mean, I only took essentials to Tranmere, without any expectation of travelling to London. I've nothing fancy or fashionable with me.
Out of pride, she didn't say that she didn't own anything fancy or fashionable enough for Lady Arden's world. Lady Arden eyed her.
I think we're close in size. You can't lend me your gowns, my lady. I believe I can, and don't fear that others will know. To provide employment, I order new garments generously. All British materials, of course. No French silk or lace. However, when I particularly like a gown or outfit, I prefer to wear it again and again, despite what fashion commands. The result is that I've any number that I've only worn once, or even never. You'll be preventing a shameful waste.
Hermione couldn't help but laugh.
I assure you, Lady Arden, I'm not quibbling out of a Puritan inclination. Excellent. If any small alterations are necessary, we employ seamstresses for such work. Will you come?
Hermione's pride wanted to resist, but that would be idiotic.
Yes, and thank you. Excellent. How many are in your party? Only myself, Edgar, Edgar's man, and my maid. I'll send a carriage.
She rose.
I'll leave and put everything in hand.
Mention of a carriage reminded Hermione.
We have a carriage. Edgar bought it for our journey here. The plan was to sell it, but I've no idea how. Nor have I, but I'll make the arrangements. It's probably too large for town use, so use mine.
She took a paper out of her reticule.
I've prepared this for you. Knowledge is power.
With that, Lady Arden made her goodbyes and departed, showing herself out. Hermione unfolded the sheet of paper.
The Company of Rogues. Nicholas Delaney, brother to the Earl of Stainsbridge. Lucien de Vaux, Marquis of Arden, heir to Belcraven. Leander Knollys, Earl of Charrington, ex-diplomat. Lord Darius Debenham, younger son of the Duke of Yeovil. Francis Hale, Viscount Middlethorpe, gentleman. Con Somerford, Viscount Amley, ex-military. Simon St. Bride, Viscount Ostray, heir to the Earl of Marlow. Lord Roger Merryhew, army, deceased. Hermione paused there, surprised and touched to find her brother listed, but then sad because he seemed like a ghost in the midst of life. What would he be now if he'd survived? Marquis of Carsheld, of course, and much higher on the list, for Lady Arden had listed the men by their official precedence. There were 4 more names. Sir Stephen Ball, Baronet, reforming politician and lawyer. Was he the sort to incite people to violent rebellion? Alan Ingram, Royal Navy, deceased. Did he have family? Had they been swept under the rogues' protection, whether they wanted to be or not? How prickly she was becoming. Miles Kavanagh, heir to the Earl of Kilgorran, Irish horse breeder. Major Hal Beaumont, ex-military. The list did present a range of power and influence to draw on, though she'd have liked to see a physician among them. Then she noticed something else. The list was in order of precedence, except that Nicholas Delaney was at the top, even though the younger son of an earl should have been somewhere in the middle. She refolded the paper and put it in her writing case. Lady Arden had said knowledge is power. Perhaps that detail had been a discreet warning. Nicholas Delaney commanded all these powerful men. That might be the case, but he didn't command her. Neither she nor Edgar would be a rogue's plaything. But then she remembered that Delaney had implied that his rogues would feel an obligation to help Roger's sister. Could that list of powerful men be used to keep Thayne safe? If he were a common thief, very likely, but she felt sure he wasn't. All the same, she wouldn't lose sight of the fact that she might have influence at her command. Perhaps tomorrow she would contact Sir George Hawkinville in hopes of letting Thayne know. Chapter 32. Lady Arden was efficient. Within 2 hours, Hermione and her party were travelling westward to Mayfair in a very fine carriage. The seats were upholstered for comfort, and the springs dealt excellently with the cobbled streets. Hermione had noted the escutcheon on the door and small coronets at each corner of the roof. The coachman and 2 powdered footmen were in livery. Ducal, but this was the state expected of a marquisate, and she had never experienced it before. Edgar had cackled when he was carried out into it. "If only some of my rascally friends could see me now." Whatever came of all this, Edgar was better for the new adventure. He watched London passing by, commenting in a sprightly manner on the vast change in 50 years. Nolly too was taking everything in, like someone at a play or pantomime. When the carriage travelled into Marlborough Square, Hermione herself couldn't help being impressed. It was a particularly large square with a handsome garden in the centre, surrounded by railings. The houses on all 4 sides varied from terraced townhouses to some mansions set apart from their neighbours. Some even had railed-off courtyards in the front in the style of a century ago. From terrace to mansion, all were grand. They stopped in front of a mansion, though one without a courtyard. The gleaming black front door opened directly onto the street with a flight of steps. An army of liveried men-servants and well-dressed maids emerged to sweep them into the house, as a tide might sweep loose boats into harbour. Lady Arden waited there to greet them, and soon Hermione saw Edgar settled into a handsome room, which contained a comfortable chair and a chaise, as well as a bed. Both chair and chaise were set to give a view of the square through long windows. Everything was ideal, including the adjoining dressing room, which held a bed for Peter and stairs down to the servants' quarters in the basement. Edgar chose the chaise, so the journey hadn't tired him too much. Hermione could leave him to go with Lady Arden to her own room, which was equally grand. "You have a view of the garden," Lady Arden said. "I hope that suits."
Hermione looked down at the trees, paths and flowers and realised she'd missed greenery the past few days.
Perfectly. There are ways into the garden from a ground-floor anteroom and the morning room nearby. I'm sure you'll find them. But if not, there are servants to guide you. You too have a dressing room with a bed for your maid. There should be everything you need, but if not, don't hesitate to request it. There are bell pulls. I'll let you get settled, and then we'll inspect my wardrobes.
Hermione had taken off her bonnet and gloves.
I could come now. I'll admit to anticipation.
Lady Arden's smile could almost be a grin.
No matter how practical or high-minded we are, there's something about new gowns that thrills, isn't there? I don't think I'm high-minded at all, Hermione said, and I'm practical only by necessity. And honest, which I value above all. Come then.
Hermione followed, indicating that Nolly should come too.
I'm a blue-stocking,
Lady Arden said as they went along a corridor.
And a believer in the rights of women, which Arden finds damnably high-minded. Fitting into this world has required adjustment, but I've come to accept the pleasures involved.
Hermione heard Nolly gasp at the curse. Belcraven House would add to the young maid's education in all sorts of ways. How had a blue-stocking of that sort ended up married to the heir to a dukedom? She feared it couldn't be a comfortable match, but that was none of her business. She'd visited grand houses, and occasionally the more personal apartments of wealthy people, but the Marchioness of Arden's suite of rooms caught her breath. The proportions were perfect, the art valuable, and the ceiling of her boudoir was painted with the trompe-l'oeil of Olympus.
To remind us that we're mere mortals?
Lady Arden suggested.
But one becomes accustomed. No gods or goddesses looking down as I bathe,
she added, leading Hermione and Nolly into a dressing room that was lined with armoires and chests of drawers and held a number of mirrors. True, the ceiling here was without deities, but it was beautifully painted with a night sky. 3 additional maids were summoned, and soon Hermione was out of her plain gown and then out of her light corset.
Very comfortable, I'm sure, Lady Arden said. But for these gowns, you'll need a better form. I'm larger there than you, especially since having a baby. Do we have any of my old corsets? She demanded of the room at large.
A low drawer was plundered, and 3 were produced, all beautifully made and one without shoulder straps.
The style is for exposed shoulders,
Lady Arden explained. Hermione knew that, but she'd never actually worn such a style, as she'd not had a new evening gown for years. She remembered that bare shoulders had been in vogue back in 1811, when she'd attended that magical ball, but her mother had absolutely refused to allow her to display herself. Now she was laced into the strapless corset, and then a gown of pale yellow silk was eased on over her head and fastened at the back.
"Just a little taken in at the sides, milady,"
said a servant, already busy with pins.
"The length's good, which is a mercy, for we'd have to raise the whole lot. We'd not want to harm that embroidery."
True. The gown was quite plain, but the lower part of the skirt consisted of rich embroidery of delicate white flowers set off by seed pearls. Hermione had never worn anything as lovely.
"It's exquisite,"
she said.
"Yes, but not a perfect colour for you, nor for me either, which is why I haven't worn it, despite its beauty. You'll wear it, but we need a stronger shade for you to look your best."
It was a general command, and the maids set to, producing a deeper green, a bronze stripe, a riot of flowers, and a pink. Hermione couldn't resist touching that one.
"I had a gown of just that shade for my first ball." "Which brings pleasant memories, I see. Try it. I remember Madame d'Estiville persuading me to order it, but I've never cared for pink."
"Oh, yes," she added as it was being fastened.
"The colour's perfect on you."
Hermione looked at herself in the mirror. In 1811, her gown had been demure, with a square neckline, puffed sleeves, and white rosebuds on the bodice, perhaps to remind the gentleman that she was young and innocent. This gown only just covered her corset, and that rose only just above her nipples, and the sleeves were mere ruffles around her upper arms. The trimming was a complex arrangement of beads designed to draw the eye to her bosom.
Perhaps a little bold for an unmarried lady, Lady Arden said. We could add some gauze or lace.
She was probably right, but a wicked spirit had Hermione saying,
I'm hardly a miss in her first season. I like this, especially if I indulge in dreams of encountering Thayne when wearing it.
It didn't seem likely, for even when freed from shady duties, he'd never attend a ton event. But a lady may dream. She was soon in possession of gowns for all occasions, along with Spencers and pelisses, and 2 fine shawls. Hermione could just fit into Lady Arden's slippers, so appropriate ones were added. For outdoor wear, her sturdy half-boots would have to do. If only she'd ordered those cambric ones.
Now,
Lady Arden said,
I think we deserve some tea in my boudoir.
She sent a maid off with that order. Hermione realised that Nolly had been standing by, in awe and silence, not knowing what to do. Her simple dress, plain apron and mob cap and well-worn boots were no match for the clothes of the other maids. What to do?
Nolly, please return to my room and be ready to assist with putting these clothes away. You know the way?
Nelly bobbed a curtsy.
Yes, milady.
And escaped. Hermione thought she heard a titter. She dressed the maids.
Nolly Forshaw was a housemaid in a small house before I asked her to accompany me on my journey to London. I needed a maid for propriety's sake, so she obliged, and she's proved to be hard-working, honest, and clever. But no, she's not trained to be a lady's maid or accustomed to a grand house. I'm sure I can rely on you all to be kind to her and help her enjoy her time here.
One maid blushed. They all bobbed curtsies.
Yes, milady.
When they were in the boudoir, Lady Arden said,
That was well done. I hope so. I don't want her to be miserable here. She's been enjoying this adventure so far.
The tea tray arrived, and Lady Arden unlocked her tea caddy and mixed leaves.
Now, can you satisfy my curiosity and tell me more about your quest for a cure?
Hermione did, breaking off only to take her cup of tea when it was ready. However, she left out all the incidents involving Thayne. She'd love to share them, but they would raise other complex questions. She'd simply love to talk about him, as lovers always do.
Lovers? Is something the matter?
Lady Arden asked. Hermione realised she'd fallen silent. She couldn't resist.
Something reminded me of a gentleman I know. A pink dress, perhaps,
Lady Arden said with a twinkle in her eye.
If we're to talk gentlemen, we should be less formal. My name is Beth. Will you use it? With pleasure,
Hermione said.
It's a delight to have another woman to talk to. I've had my sister, of course, but she's so busy with her children and her home, and she flies into alt at the slightest thing. I won't do that, I promise. So, the gentleman?
A part of Hermione was shrieking a warning that she should keep everything to do with Mark Thayne locked away. But perhaps it was already too late. The longer she went without seeing him, the worse the yearning seemed to be.
I met him at my first ball,
she said, aware of blushing.
Wearing a gown of that shade of pink, but much more demure. We danced twice, and he tried to steal a kiss on the terrace. I fell in love a little. Only a little.
She could chuckle at that.
I was 17. 17 falls in love so easily, and out of it as well. He was going off to war, and I was plunging into an abundance of assemblies, balls, and parties. I remembered him, but I didn't burn candles at an altar for him over 5 years. The lie came so easily. It was what any sensible lady would say. So you're not a romantic? I don't think so, but my sister accused me of being one because I enjoy novels and stories of adventures. We'll ignore your sister for now. What of the gentleman? I assume you've met him again.
Hermione sipped her tea, knowing she should lie again, but she could tell part of the truth.
On the journey, in Warrington, briefly. Then again a few times.
Another sip of tea.
That was when I realised I still felt warmly toward him. That you're still in love with him,
Beth Arden said.
You're blunt. It's often best, but don't answer if you don't want to. Perhaps, then.
Beth raised her brows.
How does one know?
Hermione protested.
Do you know how he feels about you?
Hermione felt positively red-faced and laughed a little.
He's not indifferent, but there wasn't time.
Not true. In the drawing room in Riverview House, they'd stolen forbidden time to lie in each other's arms and talk, as they so easily talked of all manner of things. They'd stolen time to do all kinds of things they shouldn't, and even more if their consciences and good sense had allowed. Time enough to confess their love, and to accept that it was impossible. Then, at least, she pulled herself together and tried to find truth to share.
He's in no position to wed. He has no money, and my portion is very small. I don't even know where he is now. He was travelling to London, but I have no address for him.
Did he know you were to travel to London?
Yes. Then he should find you. If he cares, he will.
Isn't that romantical? Hermione said.
It sounds like one of those ancient challenges. To win the fair lady, find the magic chalice and slay the dragon. And then, of course, the stable boy is revealed to be a prince.
Beth chuckled.
Which is too romantical by far. And if you met your gentleman at a ball, he's no stable lad.
She topped up their teacups.
There might have been something to those traditional tales, you know. It's good for men to be put on their mettle. Otherwise they don't always value the prize. Life presents challenges enough,
Hermione said.
So it does,
Beth said, sobering.
Sometimes in this gilded palace, I forget. But you must enjoy the glitter while you're here. We have a dance party planned for tomorrow, which will be an excellent beginning. Now, if you've finished your tea, may I take you to see my son? In my eyes, of course, he is the handsomest child in creation.
Hermione was introduced to little Long Longridge, who was certainly a handsome toddler, with bright blonde curls and big blue eyes, who ran to his mother with delighted,
"Mama, Mama!"
sounds. She swept him up into a hug.
"Good afternoon to you too, my darling. Here's a new friend, Hermione."
The blue eyes studied Hermione for a moment. Then the lad turned behind with most of his body, almost twisting out of Beth's hold. When she put him down, he ran over to a pile of small leather balls and grabbed 2 to shake them. They seemed to have bells inside, each with a different tone. It was clearly a favourite toy, and mother and son sat on the floor to roll and throw the balls, making music. Hermione slipped away and returned to her room, indulging in dreams of a dark-haired child running to her with such joy. Perhaps that was more than a dream now. On top of the company of rogues, she had Beth Arden as a friend and was ensconced in a centre of power. In the grandeur of Belcraven House, anything within the human sphere seemed possible. She was still afraid of doing something that would trigger disaster, so she wouldn't take the risk of writing to Sir George Hawkinville, about whom she knew nothing. She considered telling the whole story to Nicholas Delaney and taking his advice. He'd irritated her, but he'd been efficient, and Beth's attitude to him and his company of rogues had been unspoken endorsement. Her instinct said she could trust Beth Arden's judgment. She wasn't carrying her burdens alone anymore. The relief was so great she had to sit down. She'd keep up her guard, but she didn't have to handle all the problems alone. Chapter 33. That evening, Hermione dined with Edgar, despite his protests that he didn't need her playing nursemaid. She wanted to be sure he was eating properly, but also she was somewhat overwhelmed by the large house and the number of servants hovering to fill her every need. All very well to feel grateful for powerful support, but that didn't mean it was comfortable. She hadn't dared to venture down into the kitchens, so she'd sent a note to the cook asking for spicy dishes, but not curries. The result was a rather fierce soup that she put aside, but Edgar seemed to enjoy, and a dish of lamb with spices that she found delicious.
"I taste cinnamon and nutmeg," she said, "and who knows what else."
"Aye, they're lavish with spices in some parts. Could use more hot pepper. Often used to get a hot sauce to dip food into."
"I'll suggest it to the cook."
He looked at her, chewing some of the tender lamb. You're good to me, Hermione. Why?
Why not?
I'm a sick, cantankerous old man.
Yes, but I like you anyway. It's also my duty as the representative of your family.
In the hope of my money.
She didn't know what had set him off in this mood, but honesty seemed best. In part, but only when you're dead. If you spend it all during your life, I'll have no complaint.
Your sister will, and her husband.
Not William, but Polly, yes. Why does it bother you now?
Because you belong in a place like this, a marquis's daughter. Really here, dining with the others, not with me.
An impoverished marquis's daughter. The truth is, I feel like a fish flapping on the beach. But if you think I've found my place, remember, I wouldn't be here if not for you. I'd have missed so many lovely things if not for you. The inn, Warrington, that night in your house.
Humph, he said. Then he added, I've quite a bit of money. She seized the moment.
How much? I need to know, Edgar. I don't want to overspend.
He laughed. You won't do that. I've more than I'm likely to use, so there'll be an inheritance when I'm gone. She put aside all thought of how long that might be.
Thank you, but I don't like to think of your death. I'm not lying, Edgar. I like you, and I want you restored to health and enjoying yourself for years to come, decades even.
Think I'll live to be 100?
He scoffed, but his eyes looked a little damp. People do.
So rarely, the newspapers make note of it.
Even so. Speaking of papers, shall I read to you?
No, he said. I'm going to give you and your sister some of the money now. No point my sitting on it like a broody hen. I'll get my banker to sort it out.
From Liverpool? She asked, startled.
My main bank's in London. Sent money to London when I started thinking of coming back. Invested in this and that through an old friend who came back before me. He died last year, but it's in good hands. The Liverpool man was just a secondary when I decided to go back there. Bad decision.
You wouldn't have fallen ill if you'd come directly to London?
I was ill when I landed, but there was nothing in the Wirral for me. The past is past, remember that. Dead and gone, and should be buried with the corpses.
I don't agree. There's value to remembrance.
Not if it leads to wasted time and folly. Do you pine for your old home?
She was bewildered by the change of subject, and wished he'd said more about the money. But he would give them some now, even a little. A few hundred or 1,000 would make a significant difference. My old home? I'm not even sure what that means. I was born in Carsheld Castle, but I left there when I was 11. It was damp, gloomy and crumbling down. We moved to Leyden Hall in Hampshire, but though it was part of my father's property, it didn't feel like a home. Then I moved to Selby Hall to live with Polly.
Hope to see you in a home of your own then. Dance at your wedding even.
She smiled. I hope for that too, Edgar.
Choose a good man, note. One who'll love you for who you are. Should have your pick with 10,000 in hand.
10,000 pounds? Stupid thing to say, but she could hardly take it in.
Pounds, guineas, I don't care. There'll be plenty left for me, so don't fret about that.
Hermione put down her knife and fork before she dropped them with a clatter. You're going to give us 10,000 pounds?
Each.
Now?
As soon as it can be arranged. It's well invested, and you'd be wise to leave it so, and use the income, unless there's great need. But I'll put no ties on it. And of course, there'll be the remainder of what's mine one day.
There was wine with the meal, but she'd only sipped it. Now she took a long drink as she let his words settle. Edgar, are you sure you can afford to be so generous? He rolled his eyes.
Only you would question a man at a time like this. I'm not a fool, girl. I know what I'm doing. Say thank you and have done with it.
She had to laugh. Thank you. Thank you. Such a sum will make all the difference, especially to Polly.
You fuss too much about that sister of yours. Think of yourself for once. You'll be a well-dowered heiress, so keep your wits about you and wear the kriss."
Oh dear. She'd taken it out of her pocket and put it in a drawer when she'd learned she was to try on gowns. She smiled, thanked him again, and chatted about some boots she'd seen that she could indulge in now. Of course he berated her for not buying them, which carried his mind far from the weapon. She left before he recollected it. She hurried to the privacy of her room and was able to try to absorb the size of the bounty. £10,000, well invested. She flopped flat on her back on the bed to contemplate it. £10,000. It felt like the wealth of Croesus, but she made herself be more realistic. She should spend only the interest, which wouldn't be enough for Belcraven-like luxury, but it would provide a comfortable life. She sat up to hug her knees. A decent, happy life for her and Thayne and their children, even if he never earned a penny. The next day, Hermione hoped for a visit from Delaney and even thought of summoning him, but over breakfast Edgar asked when he could see more of London. The antimony was definitely helping him, and the unpleasant effects were moderating, which he took as proof that it wasn't working, so he wanted to see the sights now. Very well, and it would be a thank you for his generosity. The weather was clear, so perhaps they could use an open carriage. She sought out Beth for advice, and found her in the entrance hall directing the placement of flowers for the evening party. A barouche? Yes, of course. An excellent idea. Ah, Arden, you've not yet met Lady Hermione.
A man had entered the hall from the back of the house. Hermione didn't know what she'd expected of Beth's husband, but it wasn't this startlingly handsome Greek god. He came over, smiling pleasantly enough, but she still felt tongue-tied. "Roger's sister," he said, inclining his head. "He was a good man." Of course, he was a member of the Company of Rogues. His simple accolade startled a hint of tears.
Thank you.
"It seems a shame that the Rogues didn't keep in touch with your family, in case there was any need." There it was again. Pity for the moneyless Marquis's family.
There was no reason why you should, my lord.
"I'm sure Nicholas doesn't agree. A sad lapse."
"Cease sparring with Nicholas, Arden," Beth said, but with good humour. "Hermione's to take her great-uncle out in the barouche to see London. You could escape the chaos here by being their guide."
Hermione didn't know who was more taken aback, herself or the Marquis. "I have pressing business elsewhere," he said with a look at his wife. Beth had told him to stop sparring with Mr. Delaney, but had been unable to resist challenging her husband herself. Hermione was surprised not to see more annoyance in him. "In truth, I do," he said to Hermione. "And I wouldn't be the best of guides, as I pay little attention to details outside my sphere. I'm sure there's someone employed here who'll suit." He gave them both good day, and took his hat, gloves and cane from a servant standing quietly by, then left. Outside a carriage awaited him, so his excuse had not been a polite fabrication. "He's right, of course," Beth said, looking around and fixing her gaze on one footman. "Find Kingsley for me, if you please." Soon the butler appeared, and was instructed to arrange for the barouche to be brought round, and to find someone who could act as guide to London. Then Beth returned to the preparations for her party, and Hermione hurried upstairs to announce the outing to Edgar. He was delighted at the prospect, and so was she. She returned to her room to put on bonnet and gloves, but then changed her mind. "I'll wear one of the new morning gowns," she told Nolly. She'd be travelling in a grand carriage, and had no desire to look like a poor relation, but there was always the possibility of a chance encounter. "Which one, milady?" "The sprigged muslin and the straw bonnet, the one with the flowers. I feel like spring, even though it's nearly autumn." Nolly giggled, and Hermione resolved not to act like an idiot in love. Once she was dressed, she considered footwear. Her well-worn half-boots wouldn't do at all, and it was a shame she'd not indulged in the blue half-boots, which she could now afford to buy with hardly a thought. Her giddiness over £10,000 had not completely dissipated. Last night she'd written to Polly, so soon she'd feel the same relief and excitement. Footwear. As she wasn't going to be walking far, she chose a pair of Beth's white kid slippers.
"You look lovely, milady,"
Nolly said. Hermione regarded herself in the mirror and had to agree. The bright colours and flowers in the bonnet made her look lighter and brighter. Had she become somewhat gloomy over the past few years? She smiled at the maid.
"You're looking very well too."
Someone had found Nolly a blue striped gown and a fancy apron and cap, and she grinned.
"Not so shabby, am I, milady?"
"Go and find your bonnet, Nolly, for you're coming out for this exploration."
"Thank you, milady."
Once the maid had gone, Hermione considered a problem. Where could she put the kris? The fashionable gown wasn't made for pockets. Instead, she had a pretty matching reticule, but it was far too small. Feeling guilty, she tucked the dagger in a drawer under her shifts and prayed Edgar wouldn't ask. She was going for a drive in the Marchioness of Arden's barouche, after all. She'd be in no danger from suitors or enemies. Thayne's button would fit in the reticule. She was about to put it there when she had a better idea. Smiling, she tucked it behind the busk of her corset, between her breasts. Nolly returned, bright with excitement, to say the carriage was waiting for them. They went to the stairs to find Edgar being carried down in a chair with poles, managed by 2 footmen. Beth was waiting in the hall, supervising.
"Isn't it ingenious?"
she said.
"Arden anticipated the problem and had the idea of cutting the top off one of the old sedan chairs. One of the carpenters made an excellent job of it."
"That was very thoughtful of him," Hermione said, trying not to show surprise that the mighty Marquis had busied himself over such a minor matter. "Much better, this is," Edgar said as she walked beside the chair to the door.
"Isn't it? Living in Belcraven House is rather like being in a fairy palace. Every wish and need magically fulfilled."
She paused before crossing the threshold to make a specific wish of her own.
"Let me see Thayne today."
Perhaps she'd already been too far out of the fairy realm, for she returned 3 hours later with her wish unfulfilled. Apart from that lag, it had been an excellent outing. A lanky footman called Jeremy had presented himself out of livery to accompany her and Edgar in the carriage. He'd given Nolly a saucy look as he sat beside her in the backward-facing seats. Nolly had turned up her nose, but Hermione could see she was enjoying the attention. "London born and bred, milady, sir," the footman announced proudly in a strong accent. "And I've always had an interest, if you see what I mean. My grandfather was a rare one for stories, and he'd take us walking around on a Sunday." They'd driven past St. James's Palace and around the old parks and halted outside Westminster Abbey as Jeremy spoke of the history and curiosities. Hermione had resolved to return one day with a bath chair for Edgar so they could go inside. Westminster Hall followed, and then Whitehall. They'd been following the river, but they'd only glimpsed it through the buildings built all along the banks. "Best way to see them's by boat, milady, sir," Jeremy told them. "Shame I can't take you to see Waterloo Bridge, as opened only a few months ago on the 2nd anniversary of Waterloo, with the Duke of Wellington in attendance, as well as the Regent and all the great men." By the time they returned to Belcraven House, Edgar was tired, but he seemed to have enjoyed their adventure. He settled in his bed for a rest, and Hermione went to her room to take off her bonnet and the slightly tight slippers. For the dance party, she'd wear her own, even though they were the worse for wear. She took out the button, warm from resting against her skin, and buffed it with her handkerchief, but then replaced it. Keeping it close felt like a talisman that would protect Thayne. If only she knew he was safe. But that was silly. He'd survived a war without her hovering over him, and he still had the rose. Her mind swooped back to that moment when he'd told her he'd kept it, that he'd felt the same impossible connection that she had through the years. The firelit room, his soft voice, the closeness that made it impossible that they be apart for so long, that she not know where he was at this very moment. She wished Nicholas Delaney would come so she could start her search for Thayne. Why only wish? She could summon him. She didn't know his address, but surely Beth would. She quickly wrote the note, not explaining the reason, but phrasing it as politely as she could, while expressing some urgency. Then she consulted Beth, who dispatched it by a footman without comment. That done, Hermione was left with nothing to distract her as she waited. She could offer to help with the arrangements for the party, but the abundance of servants was obvious. She'd only be in the way. She went to her room and attempted a letter to another Hampshire friend, but her account of arriving at Belcraven House seemed too much like boasting. She pecked at a light lunch by the window of her bedroom, trying to read Guy Mannering. But fantastical adventures no longer amused her. It was more interesting to watch Beth's son as he toddled into the garden below, accompanied by a maid. Hermione watched him trot around the paths, exploring every little thing, as Polly's boys liked to do. As hers would one day. Thayne's children. She smiled with delight at the thought. Would they be black-haired or brown? What sort of garden would they have to play in? She liked the countryside, and it would be reasonable to spend some of the capital on a modest estate. But Thayne might not want rural life. He came from an aristocratic family, but had clearly been cast off by them, and his life had been in the army and London. She didn't care where they lived, as long as they were together, but if they had a townhouse, she'd like a garden. She sat watching the child, dreaming, until the chiming clock told her an hour had passed. She was turning into a lovesick fool. She'd bring her mind into the moment by reading the newspaper, but when she picked it up, she found the broadsheet beneath it, with promises of poisoning and murder most foul. The story of the poisoned family was heartbreaking, with 10 people dead, including 6 children, because someone had used rat poison instead of salt in the stew. There was no suspicion of it being anything other than a tragic mistake. The public was warned yet again about the handling of poisons. The flaming warehouse was reported as a case of arson. An employee was sought to answer questions, and a full description was included. Jack Patcham had been caught pilfering and dismissed. He'd left cursing his employer, and the next night the place had burned. What if it wasn't him, she wondered. He'd probably be convicted and hanged anyway. The world wasn't always fair. She read the sad case of a small child killed by a runaway cow that had been fleeing its own slaughter, and about a chicken that was said to be able to count by pecking with its beak. Friends or family were urgently sought to claim the body of a gentleman found drowned in the river, with evidence of foul play upon him. He was identified by cards in his pocket as Edward Granger. Chapter 34. Hermione looked at the words, blinking to make them change to something else. The words still said Edward Granger. Something about an inquest, any information, coroner, Sterling. Her hands began to shake, but she couldn't put down the paper because her fingers were clenched on it as if the force of her grip could change reality. Edward Granger, found in the river with evidence of foul play. Did that mean a slit throat? Had Thayne's enemies found him in the end? Her grip turned limp and the paper slithered away. She gripped herself instead, as if that might stop the shaking. It couldn't be true. Surely she'd know if he was dead. She'd know in her heart. She rose to pace the room. Of course it was a mistake. The dead man had one of Thayne's Granger cards. That was all. Yes, that was it. He'd given the man a card. That explained everything. She must go and correct the error. Yes, that was the thing to do. She found her bonnet and tied it on. Money for a hackney. She grabbed her knitted purse and headed for the door. As she reached for the knob, the door opened, and Nolly came in.
A visitor? Are you going out, milady?
Hermione tried for a calm, commonplace manner.
Yes, an urgent errand. Then you'll need me, milady. Do you want a carriage?
From Nolly's expression, the calm, commonplace manner wasn't working.
You do have a visitor, milady,
Nolly said.
A Mr. Delaney.
Delaney. Hermione almost laughed. No point to that anymore. But Thayne wasn't dead.
Take him to Mr. Peake, she said. Mr. Peake wished to speak to him. I must go out. Don't try to stop me, Nolly.
The maid backed away.
Of course not, milady. I'll do just as you say, milady.
She almost ran away. Shame to frighten her, but Hermione couldn't think of that now. She hurried downstairs, pulling on her gloves.
Coroner, Mr. Sterling, carriage.
She was aware of servants going this way and that, preparing for a dance party. How could there be a dance party when... But Thayne wasn't dead. It was all a mistake. She hurried across the hall to the front door. Hermione? She glanced to the side. Nicholas Delaney.
My apologies, sir. I must go out.
Of course, he said, and opened the door for her.
Thank you.
She hurried out, but became aware that he was still by her side.
Sir?
I'll accompany you. Where do we go?
There's no need.
But there was. She didn't know where to go.
I need to speak to Mr. Sterling. He's the coroner.
I know where he lives. If we walk in this direction, we'll come to a hackney stand. His calm tone seemed most peculiar.
Don't you wonder why I need to go to the coroner?
Of course, but you'll tell me or not, as you wish. She stopped to look him in the eye.
It's not true, you see. I have to tell them that.
What's not true?
That Ned Granger is dead. I mean, Mark Thayne. But it said Ned Granger, of course.
Of course. We should certainly find out the truth. Come along. Everything seemed suddenly calmer. Nicholas Delaney would take her to the coroner. She'd establish the truth. All would be well.
It was in a news sheet,
Hermione explained as she hurried along.
Not a proper newspaper. The rough sort boys sell on the street. I'm sure they print nonsense.
Very likely. What did it say about the death?
Drowned. Throat slit. No, foul play. They only knew him by a card in his pocket. Isn't that ridiculous? He could have given a card to anyone.
It does seem flimsy evidence. There'll be an inquest, of course, so the truth will come out.
Will there? I suppose so. But I must tell them now.
Of course. They could have already seen their error.
That's true. The paper was 2 days old.
We'll soon find out. Here we are. He ushered her into the hackney carriage, gave the driver an address, and then sat beside her.
Thank you. You're being very kind.
I would assist anyone in such distress. He offered her his handkerchief, and she realized she was leaking tears. She dabbed at them and then blew her nose.
It was a shock, you see.
Yes.
My mother's death was unexpected, she said. Because after the carriage accident, it seemed she was recovering. But when she died, we weren't completely unprepared. My father took some weeks to die, and he was an old man. Thayne's no older than you. But then Roger was only 20. Young men die in wars.
Yes. She was rattling on, but she couldn't help it.
That was war, though. We're at peace now. Why do people try to disturb the peace?
That's too deep a question for now. We're arriving.
So soon,
she said, suddenly panicked. The truth lay in this ordinary-seeming house before her, a brick house in a terrace of them. Mr. Delaney eased her out of the carriage. Come along. You need to know the truth.
Do I?
Yes.
Lady Arden said knowledge is power. She gave me a list of the company of rogues. Your name was at the top, but it shouldn't have been.
I'm sure you're right. He rapped the brass knocker. A serving man opened the door. Delaney gave him a card. Mr. Delaney and Lady Hermione Merryhew to see Mr. Sterling, if he's available. They were ushered in and placed in a small, chilly reception room. The house had a musty smell, and though it was handsomely furnished, everything was in an old style. Sterling's an elderly man, Delaney said, but shrewd and honest. The servant returned and led them to another room. Hermione's legs began to weaken, and she clung to Delaney's arms. She would not faint. There was no need. She was here to sort out a mistake. It was a study of sorts, the walls lined with books, and a brisk fire in the grate, but again a little musty. The man standing to greet them had thin grey hair, but a spare, vigorous body and keen eyes behind spectacles. Lady Hermione, Mr. Delaney, how may I serve you? He spoke with a slight Scottish accent. She was urged toward a sofa and settled there. Delaney spoke for her. Lady Hermione is under some distress, sir. Would it be possible for her to have some sweet tea? Yes, of course. Of course. The order was given, and then the coroner sat opposite them. Can you explain your mission here as we wait, sir? Lady Hermione read a report in a paper of a body being identified as a Mr. Edward Granger. As she knows the gentleman, she is affected by it. She doesn't believe it can be true. She has reason to doubt it. Not that she's shared with me thus far, sir. Hermione? She jerked out of a daze.
Yes?
Can you explain to the coroner why you're sure the body can't be that of Edward Granger? The tea came in then, however, and was dispensed. Delaney put a cup and saucer in her hands and commanded, "Drink." She did. It was heavily sugared, which was not to her taste, but it did begin to clear her head. She drank some more, then put the tea down.
"It's the card, you see, sir," she said to the coroner. "He could have given a card to anyone. It's no proof of anything."
I agree, Lady Hermione, but there was more than one card. The eyes were sympathetic, but the tone was firm. We are scrupulous in these matters. After some days in the water, the contents of the pockets were in a sorry state. But there were a number of cards, and they all seemed to have the same name on them.
Oh.
She turned that in her mind. She knew Thayne couldn't be dead, so there had to be some other explanation.
Was there any other means of identification?
I'm sorry, but yes. After the notice was circulated, a friend came forward to identify the remains. Mr. Granger was interred yesterday, under the supervision of this friend.
Interred? Buried already?
The friend's name? Delaney asked. I do not quite recall. Let me think. Mitchell, I believe. Yes, Mitchell. I do not have his address to hand, but it will be recorded, if you wish to have it.
Mitchell? She'd never heard the name. He lied, she said.
Collect yourself, please, Lady Hermione. With what motive?
Thayne's enemies. But they would have murdered him, not identified him. But he wasn't dead.
Sterling had said something.
I beg your pardon, sir.
No matter, my dear. I fear this young gentleman meant a great deal to you. Naturally, you are reluctant to accept that he has gone. I would normally say it was a pity you didn't have the opportunity to see his remains and make peace with the truth. But in the circumstances, that would have been no consolation.
His throat was slit.
Good heavens, no. Whatever gave you that idea? A severe blow to the head. Lady Hermione, please pay attention to this one thing. His tone was a warning.
Yes.
The inquest concluded that he was the victim of a felonious assault, for there was nothing of value in his pockets, only the waterlogged cards, a handkerchief, and a tangle of white silk which could once have been formed into a rose. Suddenly she couldn't breathe.
No.
He didn't contradict her, for there was no need. There was no hope. The corpse had had the rose. Thayne was dead. She broke into sobs and was gathered into Nicholas Delaney's arms. In time, after more sweet tea, this time with brandy in it, she had the strength to stand, to leave, supported by Nicholas Delaney's arm. In the carriage, she sat in numb silence until she said,
"How do I go on? How does anyone go on?"
One day at a time. 1 hour at a time. 1 minute even. Do you want to tell me about him? She longed to, but she couldn't think yet what Thayne would want people to know about him. She couldn't think at all. She began to weep again. Chapter 35.
"We've given her some laudanum,"
Beth Arden said, entering the drawing room where Nicholas waited.
"Poor woman. I suspected she was in love. And not quite smoothly. But I didn't expect a tragedy. Who was this Granger?"
Also known as Thayne or Fane, Nicholas said. A false name implies a great lack of smoothness in their affairs, doesn't it? But which is true, which false? I asked Peake about Granger and Fane or Thayne, but none of the names means anything to him. He didn't believe Hermione had any meaningful encounter on their journey to London.
Perhaps it was earlier, on her way to the Wirral with her family. Warrington. She said she'd encountered the man in Warrington. That must have been when she was travelling with her family, though.
You're imagining a clandestine affair, he said. But he could have been known to her family under one name or the other. They could all have shared a jolly dinner.
Whatever the truth, it's a sorry tale. She spoke of him with such brightness in her eyes, but all the time he was dead. I feel I should put on mourning.
Instead, you have a party to host. Beth put her hand to her head.
Lord above, should I cancel? I can't, not within hours. If I attempted it, half the guests wouldn't receive the news in time.
Beth, I'm shocked. Succumbing to hollow convention. You don't have a corpse in the house, and your connection to the deceased, and even to the bereaved, is tenuous.
Might she be upset to hear dance music and laughter nearby?
Not if she has a rational heart.
Does anyone?
No, he admitted. But she's suffered the deaths of both parents and 2 brothers. She must know that neither earth nor heaven weeps for our losses.
No matter how much we wish they did.
Because we believe we should be the centre of the universe, not mere ants scurrying busily beneath the surface.
Don't tell Lucian he's a mere ant.
I try. The lessons in humility never stick. Might he recognise the names Granger, Thayne or Fane? As families of importance, I mean.
He might. He was trained to this life from the cradle, and they all seem to know each other, at least by the repute. Oh, that must be one of the Herefordshire Thanes, she said in a fashionable drawl. I believe my second cousin married a Pulteney Thane Frobisher.
He chuckled. You have the manner, Pat, but the detail's wrong. Perhaps the second cousin married the Earl of Westmoreland. Thane's that family's name.
You remember that sort of thing, she said with surprise.
Eventually, I too was trained to it from the cradle.
It's so easy to forget.
I take that as a compliment. I wish Arabella Hurstman was here. She'd be able to rattle off genealogies on the instant, though I'm not sure how much use it would be. There will be hundreds of Grangers, Fanes and Thanes who once attended a ball.
What about Westmoreland? If he's a Thane, could he have been Edward Granger?
He smiled. The Earl of Westmoreland, found dead in the river. It wouldn't go unnoticed. He's the Lord Privy Seal. You see, knowing about him and that he's a Thane is hardly obscure knowledge. I shall try to sort this out. She went with him to the door.
Will you return this evening?
Of course. Eleanor's looking forward to it. By the way, I have news of Dr. Grammaticus. I assumed Hermione's summons was impatience over that, and was anticipating her admiration and joy. Last heard of, he was in Tunbridge Wells, dosing invalids of all sorts, and in particular those with gout. I've sent someone there to find him, and bring him here to treat Mr. Peake.
Will he nill he?
I've offered him a handsome sum. He seems the type to respond to that.
Not hopeful, she said.
No, best not to tell Peake yet. Grammaticus might have moved on, or he might flee at the sign of serious interest. We don't want to raise false hopes. He kissed her hand. Be of lighter heart, Beth. Gloom won't bring Hermione's beloved back to life. Hermione woke in a room lit only by firelight, with a muddle-headed feeling that told her she'd been dosed with laudanum. She didn't remember taking it. She didn't remember much after the coroner had convinced her that Thayne was dead. He was dead. Her heart didn't believe, but her head knew the truth. The silken rose. There could be no doubt. Thayne was dead and buried. She was in her shift. She'd been undressed, but not to nakedness. What time was it? It was dark outside. She pushed up to sit against the pillows, trying to accept the truth. Thayne was dead and buried as Edward Granger. That wasn't right. Had she told the coroner that Edward Granger was Mark Thayne? She didn't think so. She really should. Or was it a secret she should take to the grave? She remembered thinking that and bursting into tears. But she seemed to be drained of tears now and left only with the leaden ache. The door opened and Beth looked in. When she saw Hermione was awake, she came over to the bed in a rustle of silk. She was in a dark red evening gown, and the firelight shone on rubies around her neck.
How are you? Is there anything you need?
She asked. Hermione took the question at the ordinary level.
No, thank you. You look lovely. The party. I hope you don't mind it going on. Of course not. What time is it? Nearly 7. The dinner guests will be arriving soon.
Beth took Hermione's hand.
I'm so very sorry that you've lost someone dear to you. Thank you. It doesn't seem quite so terrible now, but that's the opium.
Yes.
The pain will come back.
Yes. Hermione dragged out a sensible thought.
Will Mr. Delaney be here tonight? Indeed, I expect him. Please thank him for me. He was very kind, very understanding. Of course.
Beth went to the mantelpiece and then brought something over.
The coroner sent these, and Nicholas thought you should have them.
Puzzled, Hermione took a white handkerchief that had seen rough wear. When she unfolded it, something fell out. A tangle of stained silk.
Oh!
She started crying again, but in a softer way, with sadness, but with memories as well.
His handkerchief, too, both from the river. Are you all right?
Beth asked again.
I wasn't sure you should have them. I'll treasure them. They help. But the talisman didn't protect him in the end, did it? Would you like anything else? There's water by your bed.
Hermione saw that was true and reached for the carafe. Beth poured the water for her. It tasted strange, but she knew why.
Opium affects the taste of things.
Yes.
It's a blessing,
Beth agreed.
But it blunts our emotions and plays games with our minds. Try to rest. You'll feel better.
She halted.
No, not better, but clearer later. Nicholas has some good news. Dr. Grammaticus is said to be in Tunbridge Wells. Nicholas is arranging for him to come here to treat your great-uncle. That is good news.
It was, but Hermione couldn't feel it yet through the cotton wool of her mind.
Has Edgar been told? We decided to wait until we're sure he's more than a charlatan.
Hermione nodded. Beth squeezed her hand.
I must go. It's a weak platitude, but time does heal.
Alone again, Hermione fingered the handkerchief and the rose, grateful to have something of Thayne's, even if they made her cry again. Perhaps crying washed away grief. She doubted that. She conquered tears and focused on the good news about Dr. Grammaticus. That had once been so important, but now it fell flat. She slid back down into the bed, holding the handkerchief and the rose, and eventually drifted back to sleep. She woke again and had to get out of bed to use the chamber pot. Once up, she didn't want to return. Her head was clearing, bringing back the pain, but she preferred piercing truth to fuzzy blankness. She found the handkerchief and the rose in the bed and put them in her trinket box for safety. Better to think about Grammaticus. He might be here tomorrow, and his cure might be true. Edgar could enjoy life again. What of her? She supposed she'd return to Selby. Even with £10,000, where else did she have to go? She could stay with Edgar. Yes, that would be better. Perhaps he'd want to travel again. Foreign shores would distract her. Perhaps in time she'd forget. She went to the window and found she could see the moon floating in and out of clouds. Below, the garden had been turned magical by coloured lamps. She remembered earlier watching Beth's son playing there, and having been so sure she could make a future with Thayne and children of her own. It had already been too late. Thayne had died days ago. She hadn't known it, which seemed unbelievable, but he'd been dead for days. He must have been killed almost as soon as he arrived in London, killed by his vile revolutionary enemies. Perhaps she could help find them, the Frenchwoman and the brute's brother. The idea of a goal strengthened her. She drank the remaining water and then rang the bell. When Lolly came in, all anxiety, Hermione said, "I'm much better.
I'd like something to eat and drink. Oh, that's good, milady. You need your strength. What do you fancy? There's all sorts, what with the party going on. Choose a few items for me, please, and I'll have some port. It's supposed to be strengthening. Very well, milady. I won't be a tick.
Hermione put on her brown woolen robe, the robe she'd lent Thayne in the King's Head. That memory brought tears, but she conquered them and lit more candles. In memory of that night, she put more coal on the fire, so it burned brightly. No need to ration it here. She sat nearby, recalling all their encounters. The button. Where was it? She saw her pockets draped over a chair back and searched them. She looked at every surface and even in some drawers. What had she done with it? How could it be lost? She sat back by the fire to weep. How could she have been so careless? The door opened and she quickly wiped away her tears. Nolly came with a tray and set out delicacies on a table to Hermione's hand, along with a small carafe of port and a glass.
Anything else, milady? No, thank you. Have you been able to see anything of the party? I have, milady. One of the others showed me a spot where we're allowed to watch the guests arrive if we don't have duties then. As my duties to you, milady, I watched for quite a bit. Such fine gowns. I'd love to have a fine gown one day, and jewels. One lady wore diamonds that were like stars around her neck.
Hermione was pleased Nolly was enjoying herself, but she worried about these new ambitions. In a fair universe, there was no reason Nolly shouldn't wear silk and diamonds, but with the world as it was, the only way for her to get them would be through wicked ways.
Such fine gentlemen, too,
Nolly said.
Some of them right handsome, milady, like the Marquis. But I shouldn't be going on so, milady, not with your loss. I welcome the distraction.
Hermione took a bite of a savoury tart. It was more like dust than delicacy, but she forced it down and drank some of the rich port.
There's something fierce about his lordship,
Nolly said.
Now that Mr. Delaney, who brought you back today, he's a good-looking man, and kind.
Yes, he is, and kindness is important. She probably should give a lecture on the folly of wickedness and the importance of kindness. But perhaps people should take their pleasures when they could. She'd avoided wickedness in Riverview, and see what had come of it. Nothingness. She'd been frightened of conceiving a child, but now she'd welcome one, no matter how scandalous that would be. She'd have something of Thayne to remember.
Oh, here, milady.
Nolly was holding out the brass button.
Fell out of your clothes when we undressed you. Don't know where it came from.
Hermione grabbed it and held it in both hands.
I do. Thank you.
After a moment, Nolly said,
Right then. Is there anything else you need, milady?
No. You go and enjoy the performance.
It is like a play, isn't it, milady? There's a place where we can watch the dancing.
Nolly left, and Hermione held the button as she nibbled a salmon patty. She needed her strength, but could hardly swallow it. She put that aside and tried a jam tart. It was too sweet, so she simply drank more port. The pain was a part of her, and she supposed it always would be. But she was more than the pain now. She had purpose, a number of purposes. His body shouldn't be interred under a false name. Even though his parents were dead and he seemed to have no close family, she was sure he'd had friends. There'd been Mitchell, for example. She'd never heard of him, but she knew there were parts of Thayne's life they'd not had time to share, just as she'd not had time to tell him of her pleasant time in Hampshire. She paused in raising the glass to her lips. Mitchell had identified the body as Ned Granger. If he knew him only as Ned Granger, mustn't he be in league with the villains? He could even be the murderer. She rose, wanting to run out and tell someone, but it was night time. It could wait, but she had an even stronger purpose now. Through Mitchell, she'd find Thayne's murderer, the one who did it and those who ordered it, all of them. She drained the glass of port. She would avenge him. How violent that sounded, but she wanted whoever had killed him to be hanged, and yes, Though she'd never attended an execution, she might go to watch that. For a moment, her furious purpose had burned through her grief, but it seeped back. No matter what, Thayne was still dead. She'd never see him again. She poured the last of the port into her glass and took it to the window. There was no one out there amid the pretty lanterns, and she saw why. Rain glimmered on leaves and paths. The heavens had wept but some time ago, for now the moon was shining through scattering clouds. She put aside her glass and opened the window, welcoming the dampness on the air. But then she heard merriment. There must be windows open in the house, letting fresh air into crowded rooms and letting out music and chatter. She was glad people were happy. It was proof that happiness existed, despite the deadness inside that said it didn't. She'd mourned her parents and Jermyn, though not deeply. She'd grieved more for Roger, but not like this. Nothing at all like this. Roger had been too young to die and too full of life, but the company of rogues had known him better than she. She and Roger hadn't shared childhood games or secrets. She'd been in her schoolroom world with Polly and Miss Chandler, and he'd been in his with his tutor until going away to school. Jermyn had been an even more distant figure, 8 years older, and off to school almost before she knew him. Then in another sphere when at home. His death 2 years ago had stung only because it meant the title would go elsewhere, along with their home. She'd encountered Thayne so few times, but each meeting had been intimate and left a deep impression on her mind and heart, like the mark pounded into silver or gold to prove it true. The garden below was not a terrace, but it took her back to that first encounter. The moon was almost as bright tonight. How sad that no one was out there to talk and flirt, and perhaps to sow the seeds of love. She supposed that even the most amorous lady wouldn't risk silken dancing slippers for a kiss. She could go out there. She could wear her leather half-boots. Yes, out there, under the moon, remembering. Where were her own clothes, the ones she could get into and out of easily? Chapter 36. She found them in a bottom drawer, but realized that if she was seen in the house so simply dressed, someone might take her for an intruder. She wanted no fuss, which meant she must dress for the party. She rang the bell again. Nolly took a long time in coming.
I'm sorry, milady. I was watching the dancing. They were waltzing.
Waltzing. She'd dreamed of waltzing with Thayne.
I want to walk in the garden. I need an evening gown, so I won't look out of place.
Nolly stared at her.
Are you sure, milady? I'm not out of my wits, I promise. Though I may be a little drunk. But it doesn't matter. I need to do this. I need fresh air, she said, trying to sound rational. But if I leave this room in an ordinary dress, one of the guests might think me an intruder. Oh, I see, Nolly said, though clearly she didn't. Right then. Which one? The pink? That's the prettiest, milady. No. It came out too sharply. Not pink tonight. The bronze stripe. It has a frill around the hem that can be unpicked for cleaning, if soiled. As Hermione endured the process of corseting, she knew she wasn't thinking quite as she should. She was tipsy with port, and perhaps still affected by opium, but the greatest disorder was grief. Even so, it would do no harm to escape into a deserted garden, and she wanted it. Perhaps among the simplicity of plants she could mend her mind. The gown slithered into place, and as Nolly fastened the back, Hermione looked in the mirror. The unfamiliar gown that exposed her shoulders made her seem almost a stranger. That was good. She didn't want to be Hermione Merryhew, not tonight. The slippers, milady. Nolly was offering delicious confections of silk and lace. They'll be ruined in the wet garden. I'll wear my half-boots. Brown leather? With that gown, milady? Nolly was reacting as if Hermione had suggested showing her breasts. I hope no one will see me. But if they do, they won't notice my footwear in a moment.
Once she was shod, Hermione sat before the dressing-table mirror to deal with her hair, impatient with the necessity. If she met anyone in the house, she couldn't look dishevelled. She gathered her hair into a knot on top, skewering it with pins.
My trinket box, Nolly.
She fixed 2 pinchbeck sprays of flowers in her hair. She needed something around her neck as well. She owned a few good pieces of jewellery, including a string of pearls, the ones she'd worn to her first ball, but she'd left such valuables at Selby. She chose a necklace of quartz beads. At a glance, they might even look like pearls. Matching earrings, and she should pass muster. Nolly was offering long white gloves. Hermione almost rebelled, but she pulled them on. Then she surveyed herself in the mirror.
That will do. Thank you, Nolly. You may return to your diversions now. Wouldn't it be best if I come with you, milady? Into the garden? I'll have no use for you there.
She saw the maid was still concerned about her.
Am I mad? Perhaps the deranged don't know. At least take a shawl, milady,
Nolly said, offering a rectangular shawl in a bronze paisley pattern and with a deep fringe. Another gift from Beth.
You don't want to catch your death.
Hermione didn't care if she did, and the shawl would be in the way. But she couldn't bear any more fussing. She draped it around herself and sent the maid off, saying only,
Do not tell anyone where I am, Nolly. On your honour. If you say so, milady.
Once she was sure Nolly had gone, she opened the door and checked the corridor. The coast was clear. The ballroom, the drawing room, and the other more public apartments were on the opposite side of the central hall, but she'd have to go down by the grand central staircase. She knew no other way. She went to the top of the stairs, but then stepped back. Late guests were still arriving. She remembered that some had been invited to dine before the event, but others would arrive throughout the evening for the dancing. She peered around a pillar and saw 2 groups of people, 4 in one and 5 in the other. A bevy of servants, footmen and maids were taking cloaks and coats. One group of 2 couples began to climb the stairs. One of the men had a patch over one eye, but the patch didn't conceal a scar on his cheek. Wounded in the war, and not neatly, but he was alive. The lady on his arm hadn't lost him to the grave. The 2 couples turned toward the other side of the house, leaving the coast clear, but the other guests lingered in the hall. Where were the servants' staircases? There would be some all over this mansion, but she didn't know them, and in any case, with such an entertainment in progress, they'd be busy with people going up and down. Perhaps she had gone mad, but now getting outside into the garden seemed the most important thing in the world, as if then everything would change, as if then everything would be right. She headed down the main staircase, attempting a vaguely distracted air, as if on an urgent mission, but feeling like an exposed malefactor. She was braced for someone to call, "Stop, thief!" The party of 5 began to climb the stairs, still talking. They merely inclined their heads in passing. Once in the hall, Hermione turned quickly toward the back. Beth had said there were doors to the garden somewhere down here. This part of the house was quiet, but when she arrived at a room with glass doors into the garden, she found it lit by lamps and with a fire in the grate. It was set up as a possible retiring room for anyone wanting a peaceful spot. It was unoccupied now, however, and when she tried it, the door to the garden was unlocked. She was soon outside and could breathe at last. She inhaled cool, damp air full of greenery and the delicate perfume of night-scented flowers that glimmered pale in the lamplight, like flowers on a grave. She wept then, and had no handkerchief. She stemmed her tears with a shawl, crying even more over ruining it.
Stop this! Stop this! It does no good.
She inhaled again and became aware of the cold. She pulled the shawl close around herself, grateful for Nolly's common sense. Nolly was a treasure who should have everything she dreamed of, but not wickedly. But as she'd thought before, why not? No one should go to the grave with dreams unfulfilled, with desires unfulfilled, and death could come in a moment. She remembered Edgar saying that the greatest danger came without warning. How wise he was. And she wasn't wearing the kriss. She wouldn't burst into tears again, but the music and light-heartedness spilling out of the house grated on her. Lamplight and moonlight showed the paths quite well, so she followed one toward the back of the garden, farther from merriment. The paving stones were merely damp, but rain lingered between them and here and there on leaves and stones. She was glad of her leather boots and held up her gown so it wouldn't be too much soiled. The path wove around, creating small private areas walled with shrubs and bushes, thick and high enough to create an illusion of being alone. Some held benches, inviting one to linger, but they were too damp to sit on in silk. One area held a statue of a woman in classical robes, sitting on a rock. Hermione wondered whether it was a memorial of some kind, because the woman looked sad and she was surrounded by rosemary. She pinched off a little and drew in the aroma. Rosemary for remembrance. She tucked the sprig down the front of her gown. Perhaps rosemary was also for truth, for acceptance settled in her mind. Thayne was dead and cold in his grave. She'd never see his lopsided smile again, never argue with him, never talk throughout a stolen night. She'd never kiss him again, and she'd thrown away their one chance to do more. Truth sat leaden in her heart, but she was sane again. Sane enough to know she should go back inside before she caught a chill. She retraced her steps, and then a turn gave her a view of the lit windows of Belcraven House. It looked like the fairy palace she'd once thought it. In the brilliance of an extravagance of candles, men in dark elegance and women in a rainbow of colours were talking, laughing, and dancing to the music she could faintly hear. Part of her still wanted to protest, but she pushed that aside. Let them take pleasure in the moment. Let everyone take pleasure in every precious moment, for who knew what might happen in the next? Some of those cheerful men would have fought in the war. Many of the revellers would have suffered the death of a dear one, as she had. She remembered the wounded man she'd seen mounting the stairs. Another of the men entering the house had had an empty sleeve. Their friends and relatives would have suffered over their maiming, but they'd count themselves blessed because their loved one was still alive. Behind the windows, the smiling dancers wove up and down a line to a tune she knew. It was one of the 2 dances she'd enjoyed with Thayne so many years ago. She wouldn't resent the dancers. She'd rejoice that there was still dancing in the world. One day she would dance again, week by week, day by day, minute by minute. She began to find some balm in the dancer's pleasure. But then she frowned to focus. A man had faced her briefly, but then turned, so his back was to her. Still, her heart had flashed with recognition. Now she saw only broad shoulders in a dark evening suit and dark hair that was rather short for fashion. This was indeed madness. The hair was nothing like Thayne's, and Thayne would certainly not be here. Despite a pounding heart, she refused that mad path of grief. Seeing him in every passing dark-haired gentleman in London, there must be 1,000. "Turn again," she willed at him. "Show me you're not Thayne. Give me back my sanity." He stayed in position for a maddening length of time, but then went to the middle to dance with a lady, turning this way and that, smiling at his partner. A lopsided smile? "Stop it. You can't possibly see that detail at this distance. It isn't him. It can't be him. He's dead and buried." Her head was buzzing, however, and she had to clutch onto a nearby lamppost to stay upright. Mad with grief. Like his mother, she'd gone out of her mind because she couldn't accept the truth. But knowing she was mad didn't cure it. Her mind saw Thayne moving on along the dance line, and madness conquered sense. Her heart screamed, "He's alive!" She picked up her skirts and ran toward the house, then tripped on a stone and almost fell. Heaving for breaths, she made herself slow, and some sanity returned. It wasn't him. It couldn't be him. Still, she needed to find that man so she could prove that to herself. Otherwise, she'd never be sane again. She hurried into the breakfast room and froze, fixed by the stares of 2 older ladies. Was one truly wearing the wide skirts of the past century, Or did her insanity extend to everything? Both looked down at her shoes. The strangely dressed lady raised a quizzing glass, at her boots and at muddy marks on the carpet. "Are you quite all right?" asked one, the rather gaunt one who was dressed normally.
"Yes, completely,"
Hermione said, and fled. Once out of the room, she heard low conversation behind her. She was muddying Beth's house. Resenting every moment it took, she untied the ribbons of her boots and took them off. She dropped the shawl on top of them and abandoned them there to hurry toward the front of the house and the stairs up to the ballroom. Her rational mind knew that the man, whoever he was, wouldn't be leaving at this moment, but the rest screamed to hurry, hurry, or she'd never know. Some servants were still in the hall. A footman said, "Milady?" She ignored him and ran upstairs, aware of passing some people on the staircase, but no longer caring. She raced along the corridor in her stockinged feet, weaving past startled couples and into the ballroom. The dance had ended. People were standing, strolling. Where was he? Where was he? Dark hair. No, that was the man who'd lost an arm. That other one was too short. "Hermione?" She heard Beth's voice somewhere nearby, but she'd seen him now, across the room, laughing at something a blonde lady had said to him, the one in diamonds. He was at ease here, and so exquisitely well-dressed, with such pristine white linen at neck and wrist, and touches of gold and jewels. Even his hair was different. There was a red to it. It wasn't Thayne. But her heart wouldn't believe what her mind told her, and when he turned, perhaps alerted by a mood in the room, her heart ruled. "Thayne!" she cried, and ran to him. Chapter 37. Mark caught Hermione, bewildered by her being at this party and alarmed by her demented, shoeless wildness. She was all too like his mother, though she was laughing and crying as well as babbling nonsense. "Hermione, has someone hurt you?" In response, she fainted. He caught her up into his arms, stunned, and with no idea of what to do. "This way." That was his host, the Marquis of Arden, telling him to take Hermione away from here. "Good idea." They escaped the ballroom, but faced a gauntlet of people in the corridor, all staring and speculating. "This way." Now it was the Marchioness, the hostess, steering him past the stairs. "Arden will devise a story," she said quietly. "Let's get her to her room." Her room? Here? He'd been searching London for her, and she'd been in Belcraven House. He followed her down a corridor, around a corner, and into a room with a rumpled bed. Lady Arden pulled back the covers. He put Hermione down, smoothing her silken skirts, touching her stockinged toes. She was dressed for the party, except for slippers. But she hadn't been there. He'd have known. She was beginning to come around, blinking and grimacing in confusion. But then she saw him and clutched at his arm.
"It is you."
"It is me, but why that turns you mad, I can't imagine."
"Because you're dead."
"Because you're supposed to be dead," Lady Arden corrected. He looked at her. Dead? But Hermione had knelt up to turn his head so she could stare desperately into his eyes.
"It is you? You look different."
Though still perplexed, he smiled for her. "It is me. I needed to change my appearance a little." She was still frowning, doubting.
"Tell me about Tranmere," she demanded. "The last night at Tranmere."
Before a witness. Then she smiled. He'd never seen such brilliance light someone's face. She pulled his head down for a kiss, shocking him with raw passion, then broke apart to stare at him again, but smiling. Smiling.
"It is you."
"It is. But why think me dead?" He looked to the side, to the more rational person here, but the Marchioness had gone. She'd closed the door behind her. He should open it again and ring for a servant or demand a chaperone. Hermione pulled him back to face her again, touching his hair, sending shivers down his spine.
"So short."
"The only unfashionable thing about me." He captured her wandering hands and tried to make sense of all of this. "Hermione, how are you here? I've been searching the inns of London for you and your relative."
"The curious creatures. They brought Nicholas Delaney to the Cross Keys, and he sent Beth Arden to bring us to the Fairy Palace. And now you're alive.
Dear God, she'd run mad, like his mother.
You were searching for me,
she asked, seeming pleased. Desperately.
Come on the bed,
she said, moving over. Not wise. The chaise in Tranmere had been perilous enough.
I need you to hold me.
He couldn't resist the intensity in her voice. He took off his shoes, then joined her on the bed, and took her into his arms to soothe her back into her wits. But she kissed him again. Soon he was entangled in her perfumed silks, with her hair sliding beguilingly free. He found the strength to stop the kisses, but stroked her lovely cheek. I'm alive, love. I'm not going to disappear. He took her hand and held it over his deeply beating heart.
I know,
she said, looking at him as if she thought he was insane.
I need to touch you, though.
She began to work off one of her long silk gloves. It was stained with mud or dirt. Where had she been? He helped her, gently asking, Curious creatures? Fairy palace? Suddenly she laughed.
Did I sound demented? Poor love. I'm not like your mother, I promise you.
Only she could grasp that so instantly. She tossed the gloves to the floor and touched his cheek with a bare hand.
The Curious Creatures are a philosophical society, and I've come to think of Belcraven House as a fairy palace. That's all.
He covered her hand with his own. Nicholas Delaney? He remembered meeting a Delaney at the party, a dangerously charming fellow.
He's the leader of a group called the Company of Rogues. My brother Roger was a member, which means they think they can take charge of my life.
He chuckled. Foolish men.
They brought me here, though I shouldn't complain about that.
Except that it hid you. I've been searching inns. When we couldn't find you, I began to fear you'd come to harm. She brought his hand to her lips and kissed it.
I thought you were dead. You are. Dead and buried.
She frowned in thought.
If you're not, then who's in your grave?
No one, love.
I mean, Edward Granger's grave.
Ned Granger has a grave.
I didn't believe it until the Silk Rose.
Suddenly he understood. The Silk Rose he'd forgotten until too late, until his old clothes had gone to a ragman. With so many urgent matters, he hadn't felt he could hunt down a shabby coat for a tattered scrap of silk. But he saw how this dreadful mistake might have been made. He cradled her hands in his. Love, love. The dead man must have bought my cast-off clothes, with the bit of silk still in a pocket. I shouldn't have let it slip out of my mind for a moment.
No matter about that. You're alive. You forgot more than the rose, though. He had your cards, too, though they could hardly be read.
Now he began to suspect the truth. Ned Granger had never carried calling cards. Then how was the body identified?
Someone came forward to do so. It must have been one of your revolutionaries. But then, why claim it was Granger when it wasn't?
An excellent question. Name?
Mitchell.
He saw it all now, and he'd have someone's guts. I know no one called Mitchell. This is the Home Office people pursuing their course without thought for the pawns. If Ned Granger is dead, Solange Waite might lower her guard. A pity that she rarely reads English newspapers.
So you work for the government. I thought as much.
Of course she'd worked it out, his clever lady, the woman he'd held in his heart through the long years. He kissed her again, letting free all his passion and need, and felt it ignite in her. She kissed him back as she'd never kissed him before.
When I thought you dead.
When I couldn't find you, he murmured, trailing kisses down her warm silken neck, past cool beads, and onward. I thought I'd lost you. His lips found her plump breasts and the hollow between them, where he inhaled her delightful scent. This is a wonderful gown.
One of Beth's,
she breathed.
I own nothing so fine.
You will. Beth's.
Lady Arden.
She's an old friend of yours.
No.
She raised his head so she could kiss his lips.
It doesn't matter. Kiss me more and more.
He remembered the kiss at the King's Head, the passion that had flared, and in Riverview House. She wasn't mad from grief anymore, but she was close to it from relief. He fought free of her. "We can't do this, love. You'll regret it."
"I won't."
Her lips were red and moist from kisses, and her gown in wanton disarray. A slight nudge, and her nipples would rise free. "Hermione, you're not in your right mind."
"I've never been righter."
There was something steely amid the seductive lusciousness.
"I've thought about this."
He groaned.
"I thought you were dead,"
she said.
"I believed you were dead, and I knew then it had been wrong to be sensible in Tranmere. The future is always uncertain, and I want to know you. I want to know all this with you. Show me, teach me. If you love me, Thayne, pleasure me, please."
She drew his head back down toward her breasts, and he couldn't resist. Soon her nipples were free, and he teased gently at them so that she stretched like an ecstatic cat. Then he turned rougher, and she clutched his hair in a way that told him the measure of her excitement. She was made for passion, and she soon shattered into the gasps of pleasure she'd so boldly demanded. The intensity of her response consumed him. Vaguely, he knew he should be surprised by it, but he wasn't. From her bright eyes at that ball to the kiss in Ardwick, passion had crackled in her from the first, only waiting to be released. He gripped a handful of skirt and drew it up so he could stroke a silk-stockinged leg. He found the cotton frill of her drawers, maddened by the little noises she was making, by the way her body still moved with desire. "Stop me now, Hermione," he said, but she laughed.
"Why? This is wonderful."
"Yes, but we can't. Not yet." He tried to pull her skirts down, but she dragged them higher, up to her waist.
"We can. We must. You could die. I could die."
"No one's going to die."
"Everyone dies."
"Eventually." He caught her grasping hands. "Have sense, woman."
"You could die tomorrow."
How anyone in such glorious disarray could be so purposeful, he didn't know.
"You still have enemies."
"Yes, but—"
"And they'll kill you if they can."
"Yes, but—"
"So love me now, here, tonight. If you die, I want your baby."
"No." She pushed him back down and crawled onto him.
"Please."
But then she hesitated.
"Unless you don't want to."
Her sudden uncertainty broke him. He clutched her to him. "Oh, I want to, more than life. But only if you promise to marry me." She shocked him by pulling back, frowning.
"That's a very shoddy proposal."
He burst out laughing. "I'll never understand you." He rolled off the bed and went to one knee. "My dear Lady Hermione." But she grabbed for him, laughing.
"I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Of course I'll marry you, Mark Thayne. I wish it could be now."
She looked up at the bed hangings.
"I remember a story about someone getting married with a curtain ring. No clergyman. There's probably one at the party."
"You propose we go down there to demand an instant wedding?" She was grinning.
"I would if I could."
"Alas, no license." She waved a hand.
"Such fiddling legalities. At Gretna, we'd only have to say we were man and wife."
"That's Scottish law, not English."
"Does God mark borders? I claim you, Mark Thayne. You are truly Mark Thayne, aren't you?"
"Truly. Though I have to confess that I'm also Viscount Farringay."
"You're suddenly a peer."
"I've had the title for years." Her frown worried him. "You mind?"
"You could have told me."
"Would you have believed me?"
"Perhaps not, but I fretted so about how we were to live."
"You have."
"Don't look so pleased."
"I can't help it."
"You're not a poor Viscount, are you?"
"Will you not marry me if I am?"
"I'm too far gone for that, but as it happens, I have money now. My great-uncle's giving me a dowry of £10,000.
She eyed him mischievously.
"So perhaps, you're a fortune hunter?"
He laughed again. "You do like to win, don't you?"
"I do. And I've won you. I claim you, Mark Thayne, Viscount Farringay, as my prize."
He kissed her hand. "And I claim you, Lady Hermione Merryhew, as mine. We are man and wife." Strictly speaking, we need witnesses. But no, we are not going to the ballroom to recruit any.
I could have a ring, though, she said, scrambling off the bed, opening a drawer and taking out a trinket box. He noticed again how gracefully she moved, but not with languid grace, with strength and poise. He delighted in how she showed no embarrassment at the way her bodice exposed her, and her hair was tumbling loose. Its thickness pleased him. He would brush it for her at times, when they were married. Such a deeply satisfying thought. She closed the lid and returned to him with a ring in her fingers. It was a slender golden band holding 3 small dark stones, probably garnets.
It was my mother's, when she was young.
He'd give her rubies, but this would always be precious. He slid it onto her ring finger. My wife. She climbed back onto the bed.
And wife means wedding night.
He'd never wanted anything more, but he said, better to wait.
I thought we'd dealt with that.
She grabbed his coat and began to push it off his shoulders.
I need you now. In case you die, I must.
Her hands stilled, and she rested her head against his shoulder.
I never expected this, to feel like this. In my heart, yes, but in my body, I fear I might explode.
Oh, God, yes. He kissed her, but then fought free again. Let us do this right, my love. He left the bed, shed his half-off coat, and then locked both doors, the one to the corridor and the one into a dressing room, knowing he should fling them open and even call for help. What the devil were they all doing? The Ardens, this company of rogues, the whole damn party, not stopping this. There was only him to stop it. But when he turned back, his Hermione sat expectantly on an unruly bed in a nest of striped silk, nipples full and rosy, looking at him as if he were her moon and stars. Explode, definitely. But this was their wedding night. He couldn't just toss her down and plunge into her. He shed his waistcoat and cravat. Care to join me in disrobing, wife? That came out more brusquely than he'd intended, but she obliged, blushing, eyes bright.
You'll have to play maid, husband.
She turned her back. He hadn't noticed before how low the back of her gown was. Never had the hollow of a spine been so alluring. It demanded to be kissed, then licked, and so he did. She inhaled, stretching her neck back, rising up on tiptoe so that his fingers turned clumsy and almost lost their strength. Thank God there were only 4 hooks. He slid the gown down her arms. She wriggled to help it slither off onto the carpet, which did nothing for his control. He set to work on her corset laces. He'd heard of men cutting them and had thought it barbaric. Now he cursed the lack of a sharp enough knife. He was only half done when she said,
It's loose enough.
And it worked up and over her head.
There,
she said, turning to him in only her shift. She'd pulled it up in taking off the corset, but nipples jutting beneath plain cotton were as potent as when exposed. Her breasts needed little help from whalebone to stand full and high. She saw where he was looking and blushed, but then laughed.
I'm glad this isn't our real wedding night.
What mad thoughts in your head now? He asked, dragging off his waistcoat.
I'd have been undressed by my maid. I wouldn't be watching you undress.
He laughed. Laughing came easily now, as with a maniac. But who the hell cared? Waistcoat gone, pantaloons unfastened and off, drawers and stockings off, only the shirt left. She was still watching, bright with pleasure. He picked her up and put her in the bed in her shift, then lay beside her in his shirt and pulled the covers over them. I thought of this once, he said, pulling a remaining pin out of her hair.
About us together in a bed.
That. Frequently. He fingered her hair around her, finding a few more pins. In Riverview House, I went first to your bedroom. Your nightgown was over a rack by the fire. I wanted you naked in a bed with me. But I liked the idea of nightgown and nightshirt. It said marriage to me, and permanence, and even growing old together.
I like that,
she said, stroking his cheek.
I also like the look of you clean-shaven.
Only managed by being shaved just before coming here.
I must grow accustomed to whiskers.
If you object, I'll razor myself by the hour. She chuckled.
I liked your hair longer.
It'll grow. He took off his shirt then and helped her with her shift, adoring her for the blush she couldn't help and for the smile she meant. He cradled her full, firm breasts. So beautiful.
Am I?
Everything about you is beautiful, Hermione. And you are mine. He kissed her then, doing his best to go slowly. As before, the passion flared, even more fiercely now, for being stirred, then banked again and again. He fought, but lost. No matter, she was as wild for it as he, and wetly ready for him. She flinched when he broke through, and he stilled for as long as he could to let her adjust.
Perfect,
she breathed, and he felt her inner muscles clench around him. That set him free. Chapter 38. She'd unleashed a storm, but she'd always loved storms. Hermione could only match his rhythm, aware of gasping in time to his thrusts and of wanting more and more, until thought burned away in sensation, and sensation exploded everything for a blinding moment that rippled on, and then gently down into wonderful heat and sweat.
No wonder people in hot countries go naked,
she murmured, flexing her fingers on luscious flesh. Does that make sense? He mumbled.
Skin to skin. Delicious.
He licked her shoulder. The most convenient part of him was his ear, so she sucked the lobe. His legs stirred against her, and she smiled.
If I were a cat, I'd purr.
If you were a cat, I wouldn't be here.
Idiot.
He chuckled.
This is lovely too,
she said.
Being here like this, so relaxed, at ease. No wonder people get married.
We're not married.
Yes, we are, in all ways that matter.
We should marry as soon as possible.
In case there's a child, yes.
You wouldn't marry me otherwise. She smiled at the tease, but said,
If we couldn't, it wouldn't bother me, as long as we could be like this.
Are you always so cool-headed? It was her turn to chuckle.
Most people wouldn't think this cool-headed.
And earlier, not at all.
Should I have been calm?
He leaned up to kiss her. Never. You were wonderful in every way, and I am happier than I've ever been. To have you, to have found you again.
And again, and again.
She sniffed.
I'm going to cry.
He kissed her lashes. Don't, please. I know women talk of tears of joy, but don't. She sniffed again, deliciously touched by his distress.
I'll try. But they are tears of joy. I do want us married, child or not. How soon? A license is quick, isn't it? We could marry tomorrow.
You wouldn't mind not having your family with you?
Not as much as I'd mind waiting. But you're right. We should marry at Selby.
He sat up against the pillows, taking her with him in his arms. I want to marry you tomorrow, love, but I can't leave London yet. She sighed.
The Frenchwoman and the rest. It's time you told me exactly what's going on.
When he stayed silent, she added,
I'm your wife, Thayne.
She looked up at him.
Should I still call you Thayne?
You can call me anything you want, including Nodcock when justified. She wouldn't be beguiled away from her questions.
You're working for the Home Office, and it has something to do with the black, red and green some people wear. One man I saw wearing those colours was trying to stir sympathy for rebellion, and I suspect a woman I saw in Ardwick was your vile Frenchwoman. Then there's your urgency about that letter. It was addressed to Sir George Hawkinville, who doesn't sound like the leader of a band of thieves.
Too clever for your own good.
Better that than stupid. I need to know. I have the right to know.
He sighed. You do. And I've never found it easy to keep secrets from you. Impossible now. So here's the truth. I've vowed to prevent bloody revolution coming to Britain, and I work to that end. Her heart clenched with fear, but she did her best to hide it.
I suspected as much. But revolution, as in France.
I know it can seem unlikely, but unrest seethes everywhere, and the London mob explodes at every spark. The situation here is too like the Paris mob a generation ago, ready instantly for mindless violence.
Mindless? There's true hardship and injustice.
The mob isn't agitating for reformed laws or a lower price of bread. They thirst for violence and destruction, as if blood would wash away their pain.
There is pain.
But that will be eased by reform, not violence.
So work for reform in safe ways, in Parliament.
He wouldn't say yes. She saw that, not until the task was finished. She settled back into his arms, carried into deeper waters than she'd expected. She'd known his enemies were ruthless and violent, but from what she knew of the French revolutionaries, they had been far worse. There was a reason the bloodiest time had been called the Terror that had slaughtered his mother's family, which was why this fight was his crusade.
But hasn't the mob always been the same way? She asked. Wasn't it the Gordon riots, when Parliament was attacked back in the last century? Nothing came of that in the end.
He pulled the covers farther up over them. Touch and go. Carriages and houses were attacked as well, and prisons broken open, releasing the inmates to do their worst. The army had to be called in, but they killed hundreds of people, many of them innocent bystanders. No one should ever rouse a mob. Someone said that there are 3 ungovernable forces: torrential flood, wildfire, and a human mob. All 3 destroy, and indiscriminately.
Yet people do rouse them, she said, like Orator Hunt and Arthur Thistlewood.
And Julius Waite.
Isn't he a moderate?
He kissed her hair. Such a butterfly touch to create havoc inside. Only more subtle in how he stokes the fire. He frames action in terms of Magna Carta and the Crusades.
Ah, the man I mentioned, who was wearing the black, red and green. I encountered him at an inn, where he was talking about righteous rebellion. He cited Magna Carta and glorious revolution and such, and made rising up against an unjust king seem a virtuous crusade.
He'll have been a member of the 3-banded Brotherhood.
What's that?
Julius Waite's secret organization that works for revolution. A flag with 3 bands of colour has become popular with those in favour of revolution, hence 3-banded.
Like the French tricolour, she said, but black, red and green.
She touched his face.
You've had to live within them to oppose them. That must have been hard on your conscience when you planned to destroy them.
My conscience wasn't comfortable about killing people in the war. It had to be done.
We who stay at home don't think enough of what we ask soldiers to do.
He turned his head to kiss the palm of her comforting hand. It's better so.
Perhaps. But if we thought on it more, there might be fewer wars.
Not as long as war serves some people's purposes, and if evil rises, it must be fought.
Your spying days are over now.
My adventure in Warrington exposed me. I had no choice.
She didn't like the tone of that. You'd rather have carried on?
He took her hand in his, then kissed her knuckles, then held it against his naked chest. I was achieving something. I passed on information that helped prevent gatherings from developing into riots, and riots into worse. Once I gained membership of the ruling committee, the Crimson Band, I had access to secret information.
If that information leaked, didn't they suspect you?
They suspected someone, but I was careful. I only let out the most important details. My main purpose was to find a way to bring them all to court and gallows. The letter that endangered you should have done that if Solange Waite hadn't slipped out of sight. She'd thought it was over, but he was still involved. Not as Ned Granger, but still involved, still in danger. It was hard to stay clear-headed when so afraid, but if he was locked to his task, It must be completed quickly.
The middle-aged Frenchwoman. She's disappeared.
Yes, and we don't know what she's up to. There's always a chance that she'll make contact with her husband, or one of the others, and so they remain free and watched.
Could she not have grown disgusted with her husband's plans and left him?
She probably has, but not in the sense you mean. Waite is too slow and cautious for her. She pretends to be a sober matron, but she's a fanatical revolutionary. As a young woman, she was an ardent Jacobin. God knows what atrocities she was involved in during the Terror, but I've seen evidence enough of her heartless resolve. I gained my place in the Crimson Band because she had another man tortured and killed. She thought him a traitor on very skimpy evidence, though she was right.
And you still took his place?
Danger has never deterred me, Hermione. You should know that.
But do you like it too much to stop?
She'd envisioned an ordinary life, and when he'd told her about the title, she'd been sure of it. They'd be Lord and Lady Farringay, with an estate in the country and a house in town, plagued only by the regular challenges of life. But when had he ever known such a life? He'd had a difficult childhood with an unbalanced mother, then gone into the army. From there he'd gone to his dangerous secret work. If he noticed her silence and read it correctly, he didn't mention it. Solange has sent the Boothroyd brothers to threaten men's families if they showed signs of wavering in allegiance. She's clever enough not to apply pressure to the target, but to those he cares for. All sensible villains do the same. Or heroes. I've seen the army use the same measures. She pressed her head to his shoulder.
I wish no one was duty-bound to see and do such things.
So do I.
I still can't believe there's real danger. Not here in Britain. It could never work.
The French Revolution didn't work. But think of the destruction and suffering it caused as it careened toward its end. Many of the early leaders had noble aims, but the wildfire consumed them. Most of the royalty and aristocracy who died were no more vile than others, and many were too young to have done anything to deserve death. Perhaps the greatest suffering landed on the weak and powerless, who were trampled, pillaged, and left in the dust, unnamed and unremembered, and all because of careless trouble-mongering. Hermione held him close, tears stinging at his passion for his cause. She felt that foreign suffering and dreaded it coming here, but she shuddered at how Thayne's resolve had entangled him in dark and dangerous ways. "I was wrong to tell you," he said. "I've upset you. I never wanted to do that." He tried to pull away, but she wouldn't allow it.
I see that you can't abandon the cause, but you must believe that nothing like the French Revolution could happen here. That man talking of Magna Carta and such didn't get much support, and that only mild. And then a trenchant widow poured water all over his ideas. She tangled him up in details of warming pans and the place of the common people in great events, so that he ended up befuddled and obliged to toast to the health of Princess Charlotte.
She won the chuckle she'd hoped for. I wish I'd been there.
So do I. You'd have seen that most people have too much sense.
I can't trust to that. She recognized defeat.
So what are you doing now?
Trying to find Solange Waite before she blows up some part of London. Quite possibly Drury Lane while the Regent is attending a play. That startled her into sitting up.
Can you be serious?
Completely. I know her plans involve gas, and the theatre has been recently renovated to use it in all areas. To blow it up and take royalty and any number of other important people with it is exactly the sort of grand gesture she'd aim for. She'd never expected such a precise and perilous plot. Of course he'd risk anything to prevent it. She should feel the same way, but she'd rather see the Regent blown up than him. As if he could read her mind, he laid his head against hers. "Don't try to weaken me, love. You might succeed."
"I've suffered your death once. I can't bear to do it again."
"I can only be careful. I can't draw back."
Why couldn't she have fallen in love with a comfortable hearth-cat of a man?
She loved Thayne, however, and she knew what she must do.
Then tell me everything. Perhaps I can help.
Jupiter, I'd forgotten. Perhaps you can. Can you draw? She was bemused to be plunged into the mundane.
Anyone can draw.
I can't. I was never taught, but perhaps it wouldn't have helped. Some people can make a sketch of a person recognizable. My attempts look like nothing human. Can you better that?
I suppose so, but I'm no gifted artist. What do you need me to do?
You're one of the few people we can trust who've seen Nathan Boothroyd. Can you attempt his likeness? She couldn't help but shiver.
I remember him all too clearly, but whether I can capture that from memory, it's not like attempting a portrait of a sitter.
Will you try? We're trying to draw out Seth Boothroyd by posting requests for help in identifying his brother's body, which is in Chester. They're alike, remember. We've had no luck so far, but if we could display a picture, Seth Boothroyd might come forward. If not, somebody might report seeing such a man in London. Either way, we'll have found Seth and can follow him to Solange and Isaac.
That's ingenious.
We had the idea because the Three-Banded Brotherhood have a sketch of me, or rather, of Granger.
They're hunting you. Dear heaven, that's why you had your hair cut short. It's not much of a disguise.
He kissed her forehead. The disguise is mostly my being fashionable Lord Farringay. Who would assume that transformation?
All the same, you're in danger at every moment. I can't bear it.
You have to. His tone caught her up. She was definitely not made to be a warrior's wife, but she'd do her best to be strong.
I'll attempt a sketch now, she said. Where can I find pencil and paper?
He held her back. A few hours won't make any difference. I'm sorry, love. I was too blunt.
But right. Now that I know you're hunted, I want that mad woman found as much as you, or more. I don't care about the regent or the whole government, but you will be safe. I intend to be a respectable married woman into a happy old age.
And I very much want to be a respectable married man. His kiss was tender, but no less passionate for that, and she was willingly sliding into more delights when he put her apart. Desist, you wanton woman. We have to decide how to face the world.
What world? Who cares?
She tickled and teased up his side. He captured her hand. The world cannot be denied, love. She became aware again of music. It was faint as fairy harps, but it told her the dance party continued. The world was there, and everyone there must wonder at her frantic appearance and subsequent disappearance, and Thayne's. Scandal. All very well to brush aside thoughts of scandalous intimacy, but this was real and close.
What do you think people assume?
She whispered. He grinned and whispered back, the worst. Then he spoke normally. We can hope not. Arden was supposed to devise a story. I assume no one but he and Lady Arden know I brought you to your bedroom and stayed. People might wonder, but if I never reappear at the party, I can plausibly have left the house at that point. Time for me to dress. She held on to him.
Doesn't that depend on the story Lord Arden devised? If we were long-parted lovers, reunited in dramatic circumstances.
Which seems the only likely explanation.
Would you leave?
I am noble and restrained, but was so overcome by joy that I chose not to face others.
Then how are you going to summon a carriage now, without the servants knowing?
I love a sharp-witted woman. I'll walk.
When there are people intent on killing you.
He grinned. Cosseting. She remembered their conversation in Tranmere.
I'd tie you to the hearth if I could.
I might like it, but not now. He pulled free, and she had to let him go. As he began to dress, he said, There could be cosy hearths in our future, love. Will you mind a country life? I've an estate to learn about and look after.
Not at all, and I know something of the business.
It's been somewhat neglected, by my father, and then by me.
We'll care for it together.
There are ghosts. Not real ones, if that makes sense, but my mother killed herself there. She left the bed, snatching her shift to pull on before taking his hands.
We'll deal with that together. We'll make it a happy home. Trust me to do that for you.
He raised their hands to his lips. You're astonishing. The look in his eyes made her blush with pride.
Note, sir, that this requires that I be your wife. You must stay safe. It will take at least a week to marry in Selby. In a week, the Frenchwoman could be captured, and the danger over.
But he said, a special license. That permits marriage in any church, at any time. Anywhere, in fact. But I think you'd like a church.
I suppose we could obtain one quickly.
She must be a better actress than she'd ever imagined. He didn't seem to hear her hollow dismay. I think so. Someone will know. He kissed her hand again. You could be my wife tomorrow.
I don't think so.
She found a sliver of hope.
Tomorrow's Sunday. I'm sure no one can obtain a marriage license on a Sunday.
She wished he didn't look disappointed, but when he said, I must wait, my dearest dear, and seemed to mean it, she melted.
Perhaps only until Monday.
Or Tuesday at the most. He drew her in for another deep kiss. It was hard to part, but they managed it, and he set to finish buttoning his waistcoat. She found the strength to keep up the carefree act and perched on the edge of the bed.
It's almost as delightful to watch you dress as undress.
And it's entrancing to see you in your shift. Do you want to dress again?
Only in my nightgown.
He smiled at it, spread over the frame near the fire. Nightgown and night shirt next time.
Husband and wife.
Wife and husband. They chuckled at their own nonsense. He completed his dressing and then went to the mirror to put on the neckcloth, grimacing. Braden's man tied it for me. I'm no hand at fancy knots. You?
I'm sorry, no.
He achieved something and stuck a gold pin in it, but it wasn't very elegant. She found that endearing. Despite his present appearance, she suspected he'd been more comfortable in Ned Granger's clothes. She didn't mind that.
Who's Braden?
She asked. An old acquaintance who's been helping me. He was with me on the road from Warrington, driving the curricle.
I hardly remember anything, except that man, Fear, and you.
He came to her to touch her cheek. I deeply regret putting you in danger. She covered his hand with hers.
Without that, would we be here? But who exactly is Sir George Hawkinville?
He sat with her on the edge of the bed, holding her hand. I served under him for a time on the peninsula. He's left the army, but holds a special commission from the regent to seek out the revolutionaries. When I took on that crusade, we came together again. He's here in Belcraven House tonight, as a guest.
So he's a friend?
A colleague, say. In large part, a superior officer. You're thinking me friendless.
How did you know?
The concern in your eyes. I had any number of friends in my youth, and in the army, but my recent work has cut me off from them. Those friendships can be revived, and Braden has become one. Since resuming my true identity, I've met a few other good fellows. You don't need to mother me.
Mothering wasn't quite what I had in mind,
she teased.
But I do hope we have children. Is it bold of me to say so?
Very practical, I'd say, given the way we explode. He kissed her slowly, and again. Odd that it's so hard to part. We've had practice.
But we must. Promise you'll return tomorrow.
On my honor. I'll help you work on the sketch. He rose, and she had to loose his hand. He put more coal on the fire, which had almost gone out. When it was burning well, he turned back to her. Tomorrow, my wife. He went toward the door, but she said,
Oh, wait.
She went to her trinket box.
It's in a sorry state, but perhaps it will still work.
She offered him the scrap of stained silk. He looked at it, then kissed it. With this, I'm invincible. He unlocked the door and left. Hermione hugged herself, amazed that she could be infused with delight, but riven through with dread. She must do everything possible to put an end to his enemies. She'd execute the drawing and help him find the brute's brother. That would lead to the Frenchwoman. All the danger could be over before they said their vows. Solange had received a report from Chester. Sarah Laurie must have played the grieving sister well. For after she'd identified the body, she'd obtained not only the name of one of the men who'd found it, but his London address, so she could write her thanks. Solange hadn't yet told Seth, for he was a man of rash action. But that wasn't her greatest concern. Rather, she had to wonder whether this Braden had found the corpse, or created it. Apparently, he'd found the body by the roadside, but then persuaded a carter to take it to Chester. Perhaps he was an innocent passer-by. But she'd like to know more about the man described by the coroner as a member of one of the finest families in the north. She sent Betty to Parsifal Street to learn what she could. Betty was clever at gossiping with servants and shopkeepers.
Fancy house, with rooms for 6 idle, worthless types,
Betty reported hours later.
Each set of rooms enough for a household. Braden goes by the name Beau Braden, so he's the sort to waste a fortune on fine clothes and drink. He'll be the first to embrace Lady Guillotine.
Betty was one of the fiercest for the revolution, but she secretly bought lottery tickets, so she was fueled by envy, not principle. Still, she was useful for now.
You found out nothing about Braden himself? Course I did. Went to the mews, where they keep their horses, and found a groom there willing to chat. He has horses for drawing his curricle, and another for riding around the parks. If he goes travelling, he's too fancy-dancy to take a common coach. He drives himself in his curricle.
Shocking, Solange said, holding on to her patience.
What of Granger? No sign of him. Braden's just another damned aristo.
Betty emphasised that by spitting on the floor.
Yet he discovered Nathan Boothroyd's body. Likely he just came across it, Solange. Like he said, if he had anything to do with the death, he'd not get involved, would he?
That made sense, but Solange had a feeling about Braden. Granger had disappeared. He'd visited Waite, then disappeared. Through Betty, she was in touch with the Brotherhood groups in London, so she knew no one had reported seeing a man resembling Tregovern's portrait. Could Granger be Braden?
Did you find out how long Braden has lived there? A few years, Betty said. But he's often away, travelling in his sodding curricle.
Could Granger have juggled the two identities? She wouldn't have thought so, but he hadn't always been in her presence. His appearance?
Dandy, like I said. Dark or blonde. How the hell would I find out that?
By asking, Solange thought. Why were all her tools so inadequate? She dismissed Betty and rolled everything in her mind. It was very unlikely that this Beau Braden was Granger's alter ego, but the great moment was too close to be careless. She went to the kitchen, where Seth sat moodily staring at the fire.
I have sad news. Nathan is dead.
She was braced for instant rage, and surprised when his lips wobbled and his eyes glistened with tears. He rubbed them like a child. No, he can't be. She sat and took his hand.
It's a shock to us both. He was killed, Seth. Struck from behind and killed.
The lie about the cowardly attack summoned the anger she wanted.
Who? Bloody Granger!
He rose to his feet, fists clenched.
Where is he? Where is he?
I'm sure Granger was involved, but the only name I have is Braden. A piece of nothing called Beau Braden. He lives at number 23, Parsifal Street.
Where's that?
A hackney will take you there. But we must think about this, about how to pay him for what he's done. You won't be able to gain access to his lodging.
I'll wait outside. Kill him when he comes out.
It's dark. You won't know him. We must think.
Boothroyd's didn't think. He glowered, his hands working in frustration, which was a bad sign. He'd once put his fist through a door when in this mood.
Go and watch, she said quickly. Watch who goes in and out. But don't do anything unless you're sure it's Braden. Come back and report to me, especially if you see whether his hair is blonde or dark. You might even see Granger there. If you do, kill him.
I'll bring him back, he said. Need to do him slow.
She wanted Granger dead, and all others who might stand in her way, but there was no reasoning with Seth at the moment.
If you can, but don't let him slip away.
When he'd left, she sighed with relief. Boothroyds were useful, but unpredictably dangerous, especially Seth without Nathan to keep him in hand.
Like an explosive, in fact.
She smiled as she watched Isaac across the room, so thoroughly enjoying his work.
Chapter 39. Mark considered the layout of the mansion. It was divided by the central hall and grand staircase. The public rooms on this floor, the ballroom and anterooms, were on the other side, so he'd stay over here. Where? He hesitated to enter a bedchamber. He hadn't mentioned it to Hermione, but his danger might not come only from the three-banded brotherhood. He suspected one or more gentlemen were keen to have words with him. True, Lady Arden had left him alone with Hermione, but that wouldn't have carried approval of what had happened. Arden could consider himself an outraged host, and these rogues seemed to see themselves as honorary brothers. He couldn't run from them. A manservant emerged from a concealed door and turned into the corridor, bearing a short pile of white linen. He paused, eyeing Mark uncertainly. Mark reminded himself that he wasn't an interloper, but a guest and a peer of the realm.
"I'm seeking the library," he said. "Is it on this floor?"
"Yes, sir, toward the back. May I take you there?"
"Thank you." Mark followed him and found himself in a small, elegant, and apparently well-stocked room of glass-fronted shelves. The only light came from a lamp, but the servant used that to light two others hanging from pedestals.
"Would you wish me to light the fire, sir?"
"Thank you, no. When you have time, please tell Lord Arden that I'm here. I'm Viscount Farringay."
"Yes, my lord."
The servant's expression had shifted to more respect, but revealed nothing more. Either the earlier drama hadn't spread, which seemed unlikely, or the servant was well trained. Mark couldn't imagine any way that servants or guests could know everything. He hoped not, for Hermione's sake. He'd not have her embroiled in a scandal.
"Should have thought of that earlier, shouldn't you?"
He wandered the room, glancing at shelves and seeing the occasional book he'd like to dip into, but his mind preferred to dwell on delights when not braced for trouble. At the time, in that room with Hermione, it had seemed the most natural thing in the world, and their fantasy wedding a true blessing. Any man responsible for her would see it otherwise, and he judged Arden to be a man of action. He hoped a degree of respect for books and fine furniture would restrain him. The door opened, and he turned. It wasn't Arden, but the man he'd met earlier as Delaney. He seemed calm enough. "I'm pleased to find Hermione's beloved alive and hearty," he said. Mark inclined his head, unable to read him. "I gather you're the leader of a group called the Company of Rogues, and something else called the Curious Creatures." Delaney smiled. "You must think me very odd. I was the leader of the rogues at school. As for the Curious Creatures, I helped found it to explore the more obscure crannies of knowledge, but I rarely attend the meetings these days, as I prefer country life." Both smile and tone were unthreatening, but Mark remained tense, waiting for the first blow. "I gather you've taken Hermione under your wing," he said, "because of her brother. After a fashion, I helped her find Dr. Grammaticus. That's where the Curious Creatures come in." "Damn the Curious Creatures. We're to marry." The smile seemed genuine. "I'm pleased. I'm sure everyone will be." "Everyone?" The smiling lips twitched. "Your summons to meet here reached Arden when I was nearby, and I persuaded him to let me come instead. He has a hasty temper. I don't." "But you're angry." "Not at all. He might be, depending." Mark tired of dancing around the subject. "He would have cause." "Ah, you conventional thinkers. It's clear Hermione loves you, and likely that you love her. Assuming you are to marry, no one will make difficulties. Of course, if you are ever less than kind and loving toward her, your life will become very difficult indeed." "That's blunt. That is simple truth," Delaney said in the same equable voice. "Are you likely to be less than kind and loving?" Yes, isn't everyone? Are you perfect? Is Arden? After a moment, Delaney winced. That's a far sharper blow than you can imagine. I apologize for indulging in drama, and even hyperbole. You understand the message, however. I've only known Hermione for a few days, and until she believed you dead, she gave the impression of enjoying a good enough life. But it can't have been that way. Both parents dead, and from things Roger said, neither was ideal. Both brothers dead, which led to the loss of her home. Mark hadn't thought of all that. Her only remaining family is a sister, with whom she's not entirely at harmony. If your message is that she deserves loving kindness, I intend to do my best. I can't know what she deserves, but it's what I'd wish for her brother Roger's sake. Mark chose to cut through this. Do you know how to get a special license? Archbishop of Canterbury, money, and oaths that all's above board. Omniscient, are you? Delaney smiled. Annoying, I know, but it's more of a magpie mind. I don't have time to go to Canterbury. There's an office in London, Knightrider Street. Thank you. Does the magpie know about my secret work? The smile turned wry. Hawkinville is a rogue by association, and I've been somewhat involved in his current work myself. That's why I'm in London. I gather you met Beaumont? Yes. Rogue. Arden, of course, Mark said. How many of you are there? Rogues? Like maggots in meat? No, in strict fact, we are 10. And, as long as you're on the side of the angels, all well disposed to a brother-in-law. Mark wasn't used to feeling out of his depth, and didn't like it. All I want is to marry Hermione as soon as possible, find Solange Waite, and put an end to her and her plans. And then settle on your estate, Delaney said. More magpie finds? My family home is Grattingley, in Berkshire. Farringay is close enough for talk to reach there. Mark deeply disliked talking about his intimate affairs, but it came with the situation. It's been neglected, yes, but I'll take it in hand. I'm sure you will. I was wondering whether you can settle at all. You've never had the opportunity to try. For Hermione, I will. And your work. But then Delaney shook his head. We'll talk of it tomorrow. I gather Hermione is to draw a likeness of one of the conspirators. She claims not to have great skill. We'll hope she's modest, Delaney said. Mark's mind was stuck on, and your work? He knew Hermione worried about that too, and he didn't know the answer. Could he abandon the fight when the danger remained? Solange and Waite were only one head of the Hydra, but Hermione shouldn't live in fear. In face of that predicament, Mark was in danger of threatening the fine furniture himself, as he'd feared Arden would. You wish to leave, I assume, Delaney said. I'll arrange for one of Arden's carriages to take you back to Braden's, but Braden should accompany you. Foolish to lose you at this point, when you know the enemy best. He left without another word. Mark ran a hand through his hair, his annoyingly short hair. He remembered Hermione's irritation at being taken over by the rogues, and understood exactly how she felt, but drew on his usual steadiness. If the company of rogues could help win her happiness, he'd do his best to be gracious. Delaney's unanswered question was now a worm in his mind, however. He'd spoken to Hermione of a rural life, but could he settle to it? As Delaney had said, he'd never tried, so he couldn't know. He said he'd do it for Hermione's sake, and he'd meant it, but that didn't mean he'd be able to do it well. He had no good memories of his family home. Hermione would have drifted in dreams, but practical concerns forced their way in. The world hadn't disappeared, and neither had the consequences of her actions. She changed her shift for her nightgown. She picked up her scattered clothing and arranged it all neatly on 2 chairs, as if she'd undressed in an orderly manner. That didn't deal with the blood spot on her sheet. It was small, but it was there, along with some dampness. Laundresses would speculate, servants would gossip. She rang the bell, hoping Nolly hadn't gone to bed. The maid was there in minutes.
Are you feeling better now, milady? I heard you fainted.
And more, Hermione could see.
What are people saying? That you recognised a gentleman, milady, a Lord Farringay, and fainted. He carried you away, with her ladyship going along with you. That you'd been close to Lord Farringay and thought him dead, and that you were in your stockinged feet, milady.
Hermione put a hand to her head.
I left my boots by a door. Should I go and get them, milady? No, they're not important. What happened, milady? Did that man do something to you? No, but... yes.
There was nothing for it. The sheet. Nolly went over.
I'd say he did something all right. Nothing terrible. We're going to be married. Happen they all say that, milady?
Hermione giggled.
Yes, but it's true. Lady Arden knows.
Nolly's eyes went wide. Hermione had meant marriage, not marriage bed, but she'd let the lie live.
Even so, I don't want the laundresses to see that sheet. I see that, milady, but I don't know where to get a clean sheet here. I reckon we'd best wash this one. I mean, me, milady. We is fine, but then it will be wet.
Nolly looked around.
I have it. You have some of that red wine left. We'll pour it over. I was drinking port in bed. You were doing something in bed, milady,
Nolly said, deep with disapproval, no matter what Lady Arden was supposed to know.
It's the best I can think of. And it's very clever. We'll use food as well. I was eating in bed and spilled everything.
She poured the bit of port over the stain, then upended the remains of pastry, cake and fruit on top, and smeared the mess around.
Thank heavens for raspberry jam. Lawks, milady, that's a terrible mess.
There was a knock at the door. Hermione wanted to ignore it, but everyone would know she was in here. She nodded to Nolly, who went to open it, then opened it wide. Beth Arden came in. Hermione instinctively stepped in front of the messy bed, but then moved aside.
Beth, I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I've made a horrible mess eating in the bed. I know I shouldn't have.
Beth's lips twitched.
It is often tricky, isn't it?
She said. She addressed Nolly.
Ask Mrs. Tailstock for fresh sheets, and bring back another maid to help you remake the bed.
When Nolly had left, Beth dropped the lightness.
Are you all right?
Hermione knew she should probably feel confused, or even guilty, but she couldn't help a beaming smile.
Wonderfully. We're to marry as soon as we can. We did marry in our own way, but properly. I mean, we'll do it properly. I'm sorry. I'm giddy. To find him alive.
Beth came to hug her.
I'm so glad. I felt some qualms at leaving you alone together, but your grief had been so powerful, and the way he reacted to your distress and collapse. The way he reacted, with all the distress and ardour you could want. He would have fought off armies for you at that moment.
Hermione exhaled with delight, but then she remembered the real enemies.
He's in danger, Beth. I can't say how. I know. Hawkinville explained some of it. That's a relief. I wish there was something I could do. I want to protect him. Regard him as a soldier, Hermione. We can't go with them into battle. We can wish we could. We'd be a hindrance to them. Not if we were trained to fight. Indeed, but this is not the time to debate such a change in the natural order. Boadicea? Amazons? Oh, what am I saying? I don't have the nature for violence. I understand you have a more normal skill that might be of use. The likeness. I've never been a skilled artist. I can attempt a tolerable watercolour landscape, but faces... We can only ever do our best. Did Farringay explain how it seemed he was dead? I've heard no explanation of that.
Hermione told the story, but then the maids came in to remake the bed. Hermione wanted to babble excuses, but she attempted a haughty expression of indifference. She knew Beth had stayed to lend propriety. If the Marchioness saw nothing suspicious in the stained sheet, then how could a servant suggest it? When the bed was pristine and the servants had gone, Beth said, I'll leave you to rest now. The party is coming to an end, but I still have guests. Thank you. You're very kind. I hope we can be friends.
I hope we already are. Will you be a witness?
Hermione asked.
At the wedding?
Beth smiled.
It would be an honor.
When she was alone, Hermione stood dreaming of her wedding. It would be the simplest affair in a plain room, and she wouldn't care. She would be married to Thayne. He'd always be Thayne to her, but once married, she'd be Lady Farringay. Hermione, Lady Farringay. She was tempted to write it down, over and over, as lovers so often did. Years ago, she remembered attempting Mrs. Thayne, but without her first name, it had lacked magic. She laughed when she remembered trying Mrs. Lieutenant Thayne, but that certainly hadn't worked. Laughter faded when she remembered attempting a portrait of him. She'd thrown it away because it could have been any man, and an ugly one at that. She looked out again at the garden. It was still deserted, for now a light rain fell through dying lamplight. She remembered the grief she'd felt out there. It had been overwhelmed by joy, but she never wanted to feel the same pain. He must live, and her drawing could help. She must find the ability to create a recognizable likeness of the brutish Boothroyd. Seth Boothroyd kept watch outside the Parsifal Street building. Untroubled by mizzling rain or by not knowing what Beau Braden looked like, he would find a way to avenge Nathan, struck from behind, with no chance to fight. Men began to return from their evenings in hackneys and carriages, hurrying into the buildings beneath umbrellas. He caught scraps of conversation, but none of interest, until a fancy carriage halted and two dandies climbed down, shielded from the rain by a large umbrella held by a liveried footman. "There," one said, "safe and sound." "You're not inside yet," the other said. "A rifle from a distance, Braden. In this light." The men went inside. The footman closed his umbrella and took his perch on the back of the carriage, and it went off down the street. So that had been Braden. Fine dark clothing and natty hat, worn at a good angle. Not sure about hair colour. "Nathan would have liked that hat. Nathan knew how to dress. He bought my clothes, made sure I wore them right. Nothing's the same without him. Nothing will ever be the same without him." Slowly, a new thought came to him. Bloody Ned Granger had killed Nathan. Nathan had gone after him, and Nathan was dead. That other man had sounded a lot like Ned Granger. Hadn't looked like him, but sounded like him. He set off back to Great Peter Street. Mrs. Waite would know what to do. Chapter 40. The next morning, Hermione breakfasted in her room, then went to see Edgar, hoping no sign of her adventures showed. He was sitting up in his chair, watching the square. She thought he might be watching for Grammaticus, but then remembered they'd decided not to tell him in case the man was clearly a fraud. Was that fair, though? She hated being treated like a foolish female, but she was treating Edgar like a foolish old man. She sat beside him.
"We've found Dr. Grammaticus."
He turned sharply, eyes bright. "He's coming here?"
"I hope so. He's living in Tunbridge Wells. He may have no true cure to offer Edgar."
"I know that. I've always known that. But it'll be good to try. Good to be doing something."
"I hope his cure works quickly then, so you can dance at my wedding."
"Wedding? To whom?" But then he said, "Quickly? Why the hurry? Wait a moment. Yesterday you were in a state because the man you loved was dead."
"Then I found he wasn't. He's Lord Farringay, and we're to marry."
His brows met in anxiety. "You've never mentioned anyone called Farringay. Someone asked about a Granger. What have you been up to, girl? Are you being duped?"
"Don't get in a state. Farringay and I met 5 years ago, then again recently, and found we love each other."
"So who was the dead man? And who's Granger? You're spinning me a taradiddle, girl."
"I'm not a girl."
She reined in her temper.
"Very well. Here's the story in brief. I met Farringay at a ball 5 years ago. He was a lieutenant in the army then,
and soon left for the war. We lost touch, but met again in Lancashire on my journey to you."
She skipped the bit about his stealing into her room.
"By then, he was using the name Ned Granger and engaged in secret work for the Home Office, though I didn't know it."
Perhaps she'd leave out the letter and abduction too.
"For that reason, we didn't have many opportunities to meet, but I hoped to encounter him in London, which I have."
"So what's this business about him being dead?"
"Ned Granger had taken a position in a group of dangerous revolutionaries, but he was discovered, so the Home Office staged his death, and Farringay took up his real identity. He'd assumed a scruffy appearance as Granger, but he's now very neat and stylish."
"He played this trick without telling you?"
"He didn't know,"
Hermione said quickly. But really, she was exasperated by Edgar's trying to rule her life.
"I knew you were caught up in something dangerous," he said, scowling. "The less you have to do with Farringay, the better."
"I love him, Edgar, and I have for years."
Love. More dangerous than poison, that is. I've known people die for love, and not in a swooning sort of way. But there's no cure for that ailment, is there?
"I fear not."
"You're marrying quickly. Why?"
Hermione felt herself go red.
"Never mind. I know how young blood runs hot, and sense flies up the chimney. But he'd better do right by you."
"He will."
"Is he worthy of you, Hermione?" he asked, in a gentler way. "You're a grand lass, and marriage is for life."
This sort of protectiveness she could welcome. She took his hand.
"He's a grand lad, and I want him for life. Edgar, will you give me away?"
Perhaps red showed in his greyish cheeks.
"Your brother-in-law would be more suitable."
"He's not my family, and I don't want to delay, not even for days. I can't explain, but I can't."
"All these things you can't explain," he muttered. "And you haven't thought. I can't walk you down an aisle."
"Very well. We'll marry here, in your room. A special license permits that."
"Are you sure? No church? No people gathered outside to see the bride?"
"I'm sure."
"Then I will. And gladly. Annie'll be pleased. You'll need your dowry."
"There's no hurry. He has adequate money."
"All the same, I had my banker over here yesterday, and I've set it in hand. You'll need some extra for bride clothes and all such stuff. I have some cash to hand."
"There's no time for that, and I have Beth's finery. But thank you."
She kissed his cheek. It wasn't as grey as it had been when she'd first seen him, but she'd have kissed him anyway.
"Your gift of money will mean a great deal to Polly."
He shrugged that away and said,
"Settlements. You'll have good settlements to secure your future. I'll have my solicitor back here immediately. Some of my money'll be put in trust for you, and your Farringay will provide generous pin money."
"You're acting like a father, Edgar."
He pouted.
"If I'm to give you to him, I'll see it's done right."
"You are very dear to me, Edgar. Truly."
He wiped his eyes.
"And you to me. Be happy, and be safe. You've still got the kriss on you."
She took it out of her pocket to show him.
"But I'm in no danger here."
"Keep it on you. Like I told you, the worst danger sends no heralds. I wish I weren't so damned feeble."
She squeezed his hand.
"Try not to worry. I'll be careful at all times. Now, we're to go to church, and afterward I'm supposed to attempt a drawing."
"A drawing? Of whom?"
"A man I saw in Warrington, the one who was pursuing Thayne."
"Thayne? Granger? Farringay? What honest man has so many names?"
She chuckled. "Most peers have both title and surname."
"And how many of them are honest?"
She laughed again and went to dress for church. She walked to a nearby church with the Ardens and some of their household. When she returned, she heard Thayne waited in the library. Never had anyone shed outdoor clothing so quickly. But still, by the time she joined him, Arden was there. and also an elegant, fine-boned man who was introduced as Braden. Another lean but tougher man was Sir George Hawkinville at last.
Of Peel Street,
she said when they were introduced. He inclined his head. I regret your involvement, Lady Hermione, but your effort today could be crucial. Shame most men aren't taught drawing skills.
My lessons can only take me so far, Sir George, but I'll do my best.
Braden said, My gift is memory, Lady Hermione. I hope to be able to help that way. She smiled, but then became aware of a tension in the air.
What's happened?
No matter, Hawkinville said, but Thayne answered her. Last evening, a gentleman in the government received an oilcloth package at home, which he opened himself, in private, because it was perfumed with violet. He thought that indicated that it was from a lady of his acquaintance. Inside, he found a letter, also perfumed, to such an extent that it was damp. He hid it in a locked box in his bedroom until he could attempt to read it. This morning, he was woken by an explosion. It was fierce enough to break the lock and fling the lid back so that it broke. The box burst into flames, but they were extinguished, so there was no disaster. But that is the second attempt.
Thayne hadn't told her there'd been one earlier. Surely now everyone will know about the damp letters, she said.
Given the involvement of servants in this case, it can't be kept quiet. But what if they send a package out of town, or to a military barracks? There's more. There was an explosion at the customs house last night, apparently caused by gas. There's no evidence of outside interference, but we have to wonder. We have to stop Solange now.
Yes, of course.
A small easel had been set up on the library table, with paper ready and pencils. Hermione sat before it and picked up a pencil. This was important, and above all, key to Thayne's safety, so she must create a good likeness. But when everyone gathered behind her, it didn't help her nerves. She tried to summon an image of the man who'd snatched her, but saw only implacable eyes and terror. Instead, she turned her memory back to that encounter at the Lamb, and found she could remember him quite well.
Square,
she said, glancing behind at Thayne.
I remember thinking that he had a square head on square shoulders.
Yes, that's right. She lightly drew that, then began to sketch eyes into the square head. It wasn't right, and she remembered the shrill voice of Miss Chandler, their long-suffering governess.
The eyes are in the middle of the face, Lady Hermione, not toward the top.
Miss Chandler had drawn a line across the middle of the oval of a head.
Draw the eyes there.
Hermione lightly drew a line across the middle of the square. It looked far too low, but Miss Chandler's way had worked, so she drew two ovals along the line. Not so excessively close together, Thayne said, leaning forward over her right shoulder. His closeness didn't help her concentration, but otherwise it was magical, and his comment was helpful. She'd made the same mistake in that long-ago drawing.
Put the nose in first,
Miss Chandler had commanded.
His nose?
She asked Thayne.
I think it was quite broad.
That's right. Thayne's voice close by her ear, his breath against her cheek, his warmth and smell surrounding her. She pulled herself together and sketched in a broad nose, remembering rather flaring nostrils. Then she corrected the ovals at a better distance. Low forehead, Braden said.
He was wearing a hat, she remembered. Quite a smart one.
She sketched in a tall beaver hat with a curly brim. Things were easy. It was faces she found hard.
Is that beginning to resemble him?
Thayne said, Yes, but it's not distinctive enough.
His mouth, she said. There was something odd about it, something frightening.
Pointed canine teeth, Braden said. Filed that way, I assume.
That's right.
She drew an open mouth so the teeth showed. It looked ridiculous. She tossed her pencil down.
That doesn't even look human.
It's certainly not right, Thayne admitted. But Nathan wouldn't have been walking around showing his teeth. And the main thing is that Seth sees the poster and thinks it might be his brother. Draw him with mouth closed. We can put the filed teeth in the description. It should have been in the earlier one. Mea culpa, Braden said. There was a piece of rubber to use to correct errors, but it left a smudge. She drew a closed mouth over it, unhappy with the result. She did an easier part and added a high collar and a wide neckcloth. Braden said, "He was wearing a gold pin in it, a simple circle." She added that. "Dark jacket." She sat back to consider it.
"It's still not right,"
Braden said. "His head wasn't completely square. It curved down to the chin." Hermione corrected that, then said,
"Thick neck. I remember how thick it was, and broad, heavy shoulders, like a bull."
She roughly widened neck and shoulders to what seemed an extreme amount, but it did convey the man.
"Might that be good enough?"
"It might," Thayne said. "But there's something else."
"About the ears?"
"Long whiskers," Braden said. "Side wings, dark and dense down to the corner of the jaw."
"Yes,"
Hermione said, and drew them in.
"That really might be recognizable."
She looked up to Thayne for confirmation. Smiling, he kissed her. "It is." She was blushing again, but she'd happily settle to more kisses if not for her audience, and if Thayne weren't already studying the drawing again. If there weren't so many barbers in London, that might be a line of inquiry. I'm sure both Boothroyds had to shave frequently to keep up their natty appearance, but I never knew their intimate details, thank God. "Hair in the nostrils, too," Braden said. Hermione added them.
"It's him. It would never be accepted for the Royal Academy, but I do believe it's recognizable."
Thayne swept her up and spun her around. Hawkinville took the drawing. "I'll have this prepared for printing, along with the details of his appearance. You'd best come with me, Braden." Braden grimaced humorously at them before following orders. Hermione looked up at Thayne.
"When the Boothroyd man is found, will you go in pursuit?"
She knew the answer. He'd feel honor-bound too. But he said, "Not unless I'm essential. I want to be in at the end, but I need to marry you before taking unnecessary risks."
"That could tempt me to delay the wedding." "No, I won't. I wouldn't try to tie you that way."
He wiggled his eyebrows. "But in other ways?"
"Don't,"
she murmured, aware of the Ardens still in the room. "But I love to make you blush."
"And I prefer to be decent, in public at least."
He grinned. Such promise for privacy. They might have flirted on if a servant hadn't entered with a card to present to Arden. Arden brought it to Hermione. "A gentleman to see you. The Marquis of Carsheld."
"Porteous?"
"You don't have to see him if you don't want to," Thayne said.
"I'm not alarmed, only surprised. He must have learned I'm in town. Beth, will you come with me?"
Beth raised her brows, but came as chaperone. Porteous had been taken to the drawing room and was standing, hands clasped behind him, looking out of a window. He turned at their entry with a weighty expression.
"Cousin Hermione, I came as soon as I heard."
"Heard what?" Hermione asked, but then realized that talk of her precipitous entry to the ballroom last night must be whirling around town.
"Oh, it was a misunderstanding, cousin. All is well now."
Beth suggested they all sit and offered tea, which was declined. Hermione saw that Porteous had not improved over the past months. He wasn't enjoying his wealth at the table, for he was even thinner, and his hair had retreated even more.
"As head of the family,"
he said,
"I felt I must inquire as to your welfare." "That's very kind of you, cousin, but as you see, I am quite well."
"I have come to offer you the protection of my house."
"I assure you, cousin, I'm well situated here with my friends."
"All the same, it would be more suitable if you were to remove to my house." She remembered past conversations. Politeness never worked.
"No, thank you."
He turned to Beth. "Lady Arden, you must see the propriety of it."
"Must I?"
Beth asked amiably.
"Please, Carsheld, don't attempt to deprive me of my dear friend's company."
"My mother is most anxious to have cousin Hermione's company."
"I'm so sorry to disappoint her,"
Hermione said, trying for Beth's tone.
"But for now, I must stay here."
"You will remove to my house soon, then? Or should I say, our house?" His expression was probably intended to suggest a lover-like innuendo, but it made her think of a particularly nasty cat outside a mouse hole.
I'm afraid that won't be possible, she said, doing her best to hide her glee. I'm pleased that you will be one of the first to know that I am betrothed, cousin. I have accepted an offer from Viscount Farringay.
His thin cheeks flared red. Farringay? Who is he?
A very suitable gentleman, Beth said. He was in the army and subsequently involved in delicate diplomatic work, but now he intends to settle on his estates.
And he takes you without a dowry, Hermione. The man's a fool.
Then you're a fool, Hermione retorted, for you tried to do the same.
He rose. I come to do my duty to you as family and receive scorn in return. You and your sister will get no more kindness from me, not one penny.
Hermione rose too. We have no need of it, Carsheld. A relative on my mother's side has provided for us most generously. Good day to you, and do give my warmest regards to your mother.
He picked up his hat and gloves and stalked out of the room.
My, Beth said. I see why you wanted a companion.
Hermione blew out a breath.
Mostly to stop me from murdering him. He wanted to marry you. He's been trying to force me to it by offering assistance to my sister and her family. If not for Edgar, I might have had to give in. I would have stopped you if I could. I assume he's not invited to the wedding.
Hermione slapped a hand over a giggle.
I'm tempted to invite him in hopes that he would choke. Probably I should, but he's the sort to attend and play the spectre at the feast, bringing his mother with him dressed in mourning. It's almost worth it. No. Do you know, when he inherited, he never offered us any extra items from the various houses. We'd taken what we were entitled to, but there were other things that held meaning to us and could have no significance to him. I hinted to him once about 2 miniatures. He replied that they would be wedding gifts. We can only hope that he marries suitably, said Beth.
It took a moment for Hermione to catch the meaning.
Oh, yes, indeed. Come to my boudoir so we can discuss your very suitable wedding, who you want to invite, and all other details. There's too much going on to think of that now. There is nothing going on here and now. Your part is done. Thayne, quite likely he's left. No, he'll want to know I'm all right. I must speak to him, but then I'll discuss wedding plans, if you wish. You're a very unusual bride. Were you all in a tizzy over your bridals?
Beth's smile was wry.
After a fashion, but perhaps your way is best.
Hermione hurried in search of Thayne and found him alone in the library.
I knew you'd want to know.
He took her hands. Was there any difficulty? I watched him leave. A sour skeleton.
She chuckled. Very sour. I refused to move into his house and refused his implication that I would soon be his bride, informing him that I was to marry you. I crowned the moment by telling him Polly and I were well funded and free of his screws. It was, all in all, very satisfactory.
He drew her to sit on a velvet-covered bench. I wanted to act as your protector, but I see there was no need.
Do you mind? Remember, I have no physical courage, so I'll accept protection there willingly.
I pray you're never in danger again.
And I you.
They couldn't help but kiss, again and again.
But my prayers won't work.
Pray for my safety, love. I do intend to be as careful as I can.
Only until we're married.
He didn't deny it. That will take a day or two. By then, this might all be over. We're clearly near the end. She pushed for more.
The other revolutionaries? Hunt and Thistlewood? You'll leave that fight to others?
She thought he'd deny that, but in the end, he said, I'll help, but from the sides. I've become aware of my other responsibilities to Farringay, but that makes me regret that I trapped you with me last night.
Trapped? I was willing in every way.
But you have no escape.
Nor want one.
You haven't experienced life as my wife yet. She put her fingers over his lips.
We'll find a way, love. We have to, for you will always do your duty, and I must always be at your side.
I'd have it no other way. He rose. I must go. There's much to be done. She thought he might have forgotten the licence, but he added, Arden's offered to go with me tomorrow to the Archbishop of Canterbury's office. With his glittering power, we might be able to marry late tomorrow. She'd take the blessings of that and push aside the fear. As she went with him to the door, she said,
I wish I could do more to help find Mrs. Waite. As it is, Beth wants to talk about guests and a wedding breakfast.
It'll be our only wedding. A shame to have a scrambling affair. She was surprised.
Do you want something grand? I've asked Edgar to give me away, so I thought we'd marry in his room.
He smiled. You, me, a clergyman and witnesses. That's all we need for perfection.
Yes.
She could see he shared her reluctance to part, so she steered him out into the corridor and went down with him to the hall. She managed not to say anything more about him keeping safe. She knew he would, until they were married at least. Chapter 41. Hermione was crossing toward the stairs when she heard someone knock at the door. She turned back and heard a man say, Dr. Grammaticus, for a Mr. Peake. The porter opened the door somewhat grudgingly and directed the man to a reception room. Hermione hurried over.
Dr. Grammaticus, welcome.
As she saw him more clearly, however, her excitement deflated. His sober black was appropriate for a doctor, and his old-fashioned grey bob wig could be excused. But shouldn't a good doctor present a picture of health? He had spindle legs, but was round as a ball in the belly, and had the swollen nose and red face of a drunkard. He smirked and bowed with too much of a flourish and the creak of a corset. At your most devoted service, my dear lady. Do I have the honour to speak to the Marchioness of Arden?
No, I'm Lady Hermione Merryhew, your patient's great niece.
She felt inclined to take him into the reception room, but it wouldn't do. She wasn't going to take him to Edgar yet, however. She took him up to the library. It wasn't quite as welcoming as the drawing room, but no insult. Once there, she invited him to sit and went right to the point.
We understand you have a cure for Kala Azar, Doctor.
I do, your ladyship.
Then how is it not widely known and available?
His eyes narrowed at her tone, and she felt they were decidedly shifty. I have not been able to prove its effectiveness, your ladyship. I cured people in Egypt and then in Algeria and brought home signed testimonies, but the government dismisses them. They will not pay me without proof, and I do not trust them to pay me once they have the details of my treatment. I need a patient with the disease so I can demonstrate, but there are none in Britain. Until now, I gather.
Why not travel to India, Doctor, where I understand the disease is common? You could demonstrate your cure there, under the eye of military doctors.
He spread his hands. So everyone asks, your ladyship, but I am a broken man. I was a ship's surgeon during action, and then I was plagued by the climate of North Africa. I dare not visit the tropics again, so I need your relative as much as he needs me. He could be a clever mountebank, but she sensed true desperation in his words.
I gather your cure depends on a particular fungus, Doctor. You have a supply.
I have the preparation ready, your ladyship, but in a secret location.
You are very intent on secrecy. People are rewarded for inventions and cures, even when the details are known.
I have enemies. I have been tricked in the past. I need my one case here in Britain, and then I will reveal all. He was half mad, but that didn't mean he was a fraud. Hermione realized she was again trying to protect Edgar in a way that would infuriate her if anyone tried to do it to her. She rose.
Come and see my great-uncle.
He rose eagerly. He is the patient, but then he added, he will pay.
I'm sure he'll be generous to one who cures him, Doctor. Come with me, please.
When she introduced the doctor to Edgar, she saw the same assessment in his eyes, but he listened to the story without comment. So you want paying to cure me, he said in the end. That's fair enough, but I need to know what you're dosing me with. Antimony and fungus mirabilis. Aye,
But you admitted that you made up that name, and no amount of searching has found it. Of course not. That's my secret, my key to a fortune. You expect me to swallow whatever you give me, without question?
The doctor's lip curled.
I'm sure you've taken many medicines without question, sir. You have no other hope. I know this disease, and death marks you already.
My great-uncle has improved since coming to London, Hermione protested.
But the effects are inexorable. He will soon die. How much? Edgar asked. 1,000 guineas.
That's outrageous,
Hermione protested.
For a life?
The doctor replied. Hermione suddenly remembered what Nolly had said about doctors being paid for treatment, not cure.
How do we know it will be a life? I propose that you be paid when Mr. Peake is cured.
What? What? Grammaticus spluttered. What sort of business is that? A sound one, Edgar said with a chuckle. We'll make a trader of you yet, my dear. I'll pay you 100 now for your expenses, Grammaticus, but the rest when I'm restored to health. Absurd, Grammaticus protested. I'm not offering you an elixir of youth, sir. Pity. I'd pay a great deal more for that. I expect to be able to get around in a normal way for a man of my age, and have my innards behave as they should. That's a low enough standard, isn't it?
When the doctor remained in scowling silence, Edgar asked,
What's the problem? Debts? Duns at the door? A few temporary embarrassments. I need at least 200 now. Very well. And at least 2 doctors to see you before treatment, so that no one will be able to doubt the cure. More poking and prodding, Edgar grumbled. But I agree. There's a Dr. Onslow in the Wirral who can say how I've been, and a ship's doctor, Aaron Johnson, as well. But make the others quick, or you'll have no one to try your potions on.
Edgar wrote a draft on his bank and gave it to Grammaticus, whose hand shook as he took it. A good thing he wasn't a surgeon. Hermione escorted Grammaticus out of the room, but at the door she looked back. Edgar had sagged down. He too thought Grammaticus a fraud. Once the doctor had left, she went to her own room, wishing Thayne were here to discuss the matter. What was the best thing to do? She tried to concentrate on that, but her mind flitted elsewhere. She and Thayne had been apart so often, but now it felt intolerable not to have him here, or at least know exactly where he was. She needed to know he was safe. Beth knocked and entered.
We do need to talk about the wedding.
But then she said,
What's the matter?
Hermione told her about Grammaticus.
I can't say whether the man's a charlatan or not, but our doctor is an excellent man. I can summon him tomorrow to be one of the witnesses. Thank you. I want Edgar to be able to at least try the cure, though I must confess my mind is full of Thayne.
Beth smiled.
A bride is supposed to dream as her wedding approaches. I'm not dreaming, I'm worrying. Or rather, I'm fretting because there's nothing I can do.
She couldn't stay still and rose to pace the room.
The poster could take days to prepare and print, but that mad Frenchwoman is planning to blow up London, perhaps this very day. I thought the plan was for Drury Lane. I don't think they're sure of that. I'm not sure they're sure of anything. And you want to solve all the problems? I certainly would if I could. Wouldn't you? Of course. But there probably isn't the urgency you see. You have no more reason for thinking something will happen today than the men have for thinking it will happen later. Come to the nursery. Children are an excellent distraction.
That proved true, and after lunch with Edgar, Hermione agreed to sit with Beth and discuss the basic necessities of a wedding. The matter of which gown and what accessories did capture her interest, and then what clothes she would take on her honeymoon. Beth had offered the Ardens' country home, Hartwell.
It's what's called a cottage ornée. Somewhat large for a cottage, and very ornée, but it's a place for simple living.
As time passed, the lamps were lit, so Hermione could write lists. She had to admit that planning her honeymoon was delightful, because she'd be there with Thayne, a whole week or more, with nothing to part them day and night. When Lord Arden joined them, she asked,
"Is Thayne with you? Faringay, I mean."
She blushed at the other's amusement, but couldn't help her eagerness. "I'm sorry, no," Arden said. "I left him at Braden's room many hours ago."
"So you don't know what's planned?"
"No," Beth said.
"We could invite him to dine. And Braden as well, of course."
"We could," Arden agreed. Beth went to her desk to write the note.
"I could take it,"
Hermione said. She went even hotter, but sanity seemed to have escaped her.
"I'm so restless. Perhaps he might need persuading, and we could discuss the wedding on the way back."
Beth looked at her husband.
"Is it safe?"
He was looking somewhat exasperated, but he said, "I can make it so. A closed carriage with armed attendants." He looked at Hermione. "My footman will have instructions to bring Faringay out to you. Don't leave the carriage." That seemed excessive, but Hermione had won what she wanted, so she hurried to summon Nolly and put on a Spencer bonnet and gloves. They went down, but had to wait until the carriage came to the front door, by which time she was feeling all the eccentricity of her impulse. She couldn't back out now, however. The carriage was quite plain, and as well as a coachman, it had a groom at his side and a liveried footman at the back. She climbed inside, feeling well guarded indeed. It was no great distance, and the gaslit streets made it especially safe. They soon drew up outside a fine brick building, and the footman went to knock. Hermione twitched to go with him, but she'd promised. Time passed, and she began to worry. But then Thayne came out of the house in hat and gloves, and the footman swung open the door. Hermione leaned forward to smile. But then a shape hurled forward, slamming the footman aside and barrelling on into Thayne, howling, "Bloody murderer!" The brute's brother. "Thayne!" she screamed, stumbling out of the carriage because she couldn't stay inside. Not when Thayne looked so slender in the massive arms. She clung to the door frame of the rocking coach. "Help! Someone!" The footman was sprawled on the ground, unconscious. She looked up to see the coachman struggling with his horses, but the groom had a pistol ready. "I can't shoot, milady. I could hit either of them." The brute seemed to be trying to break Thayne in two. She heard voices calling, but no one was going to be here in time. Just then, Thayne twisted free and drove a fist at the Boothroyd's throat, but the brute lowered his chin to take it, then grappled again, getting an arm around Thane's neck that looked likely to break it. "Chris!" Hermione dragged it out and ran toward the brute's rock-like back, despairing that the delicate blade could even make a dent. "Stick it in hard," Edgar had said. "Go through leather, flesh, and even some bone." "Neck!" She wrapped both hands around the hilt and drove the blade with all her strength into a spot between collar and hair. It went in. Like a knife through soft cheese. The brute made an odd gargling noise and then crumpled, taking Thayne with him. They fell together, just as she'd fallen with Nathan when he was shot. Darkness threatened, and she staggered to some railings and clung to them, her trembling legs almost too weak to hold her. Nolly rushed over to put an arm around her. She watched Thayne scramble to his feet. Thank God he was all right. He came quickly to take her into his arms. "Don't say anything." Say anything? She was struggling to breathe. But at last people were all around, babbling and exclaiming. "What happened?" "Attack!" "Madman! What's the matter with him?" "Madman indeed," Thayne said. "He attacked me. Thank God I got a knife into him." "That's the truth, sir." There were other supporting voices, but none of them could have seen, not with how fast everything had happened and the darkness between the pools of gaslight. "I must take care of the lady," Thayne said. He picked her up and carried her into the house. She was glad of it, for she wasn't sure her legs could hold her unassisted. He took her into a luxurious room where he placed her on a sofa, then knelt beside her. "Are you all right, my darling?" She found her voice at last. "Yes, I think so, but—" "Not now. Say as little as possible. I must go back down." "No!" He freed himself from her clutching hands. "Just for a few minutes. Look after her."
"I will, my lord,"
Nolly said. "Yes, sir," said another hovering servant. A male. "Sweet tea with brandy," Thayne ordered, and then he was gone. Hermione slumped back and heard the straw of her bonnet crumple. "Not another one." Nolly took the damaged bonnet off and stroked her hair.
There, milady. Such nasty goings-on. I don't know what happened. I'm sure I don't. That madman attacking your gentleman, and then you running at him screaming. I screamed. Well, more yelled, I suppose. And you trying to hit him. Perhaps he collapsed from the shock.
Nolly hadn't seen the knife. Hermione's wits were returning, in scattered bits, but still coming together enough for her to understand. Thayne had claimed he'd had a knife in order to protect her. It probably wasn't a crime to attack someone who is attacking someone else, but a lady striking an attacker with a blade? Killing an attacker? That would be a 9 days wonder. 9 days! The story would dog her all her life, and not to her credit. Many would think her mad. She grasped the offered cup and drank hot, sweet, brandied tea. It tasted marvellous and settled her nerves a bit, but as her mind cleared completely, she realised something terrible. Her drawing had been for nothing. She'd killed their means of finding Solange Waite. Chapter 42. As soon as Thayne returned, she told him that. I'd realised. I'll send a note to Hawkinville. He might have become philosophical about it by tomorrow. There are other ramifications, however. Seth being here and attacking must mean that Solange knows I'm Ned Granger. When this event gets back to her, she'll know you're involved again.
I could be any woman.
In the Duke of Belcraven's town carriage. She'll easily find out more, and if she digs deep enough, she'll learn that you're the woman in Warrington, the one she sent Nathan after. My hope is that she's too busy with her grand design to try to harm you, especially now she has no Boothroyd to employ. But we'll have to take special steps to guard you.
And you?
I'll be careful, but you could have been killed, and again, it would have been my fault. Hermione still wasn't feeling very strong, but he needed her to be, so she sat up and then stood and put herself in order.
Not entirely this time. I came here.
And saved my life.
Thank heavens for the kriss.
Is that what it's called? A devilish weapon. I tucked it behind the umbrella stand because I couldn't conceal it anywhere without slashing my clothes to ribbons.
Edgar gave it to me and insisted I carry it. Here.
She tore the sheath free of her stitches.
Use this.
He took it. You don't want it back? She couldn't prevent a shudder.
No. I hope to never be in such a situation again. But I don't think I could use it. The feel of it. The sound he made.
He took her into his arms. I'll take you back to Belcraven House. They went downstairs, where he did retrieve the kriss and slid it safely into its sheath. When they went outside, she looked away from Seth Boothroyd's sprawled body, which was being attended to. She was pleased to see the footman on his feet, though leaning against the carriage. He couldn't be asked to travel on the perch at the back, so she told him to travel inside, and he didn't make much protest. When they arrived at Belcraven House and told the tale, Arden said, "That's the last time I give in to love's idiotic whims." Hermione didn't argue, and when Beth suggested a quiet supper in her room, she happily agreed. She wanted to spend more time with Thayne, but she was still badly shaken. She'd killed a man. No matter how vile he'd been, it would take time for her to put it out of her mind. Thank heavens her practical nature won out, and the next morning, when she was told Thayne wished to speak to her, she could be calm and sensible. Until that was, she entered the drawing room and saw him, and had to take his hands, smiling. "I've just come from Hawkinville," he said. "We're forgiven."
Without so much as a scold?
Perhaps a frown, but he's soothed by having found the trail of Isaac Inkman. It contains some indelicate aspects.
If you don't tell me for that reason, I'll become extremely indelicate.
Very well. Isaac enjoys a whore now and then. She was annoyed to blush, but said,
"And?"
He doesn't visit brothels, but when the mood takes him, Solange gets a woman in for him. Hawkinville had Isaac's description sent to such places, with the offer of a reward. He's a very distinctive type. It seems he was in the mood yesterday.
"You have the address,"
Hermione said.
"Mrs. Waite's address."
She didn't know whether she was thrilled or terrified. It could soon be over. But please, without putting Thayne in danger. Number 10 Great Peter Street, in Westminster, is being acted on now, mostly by the military.
Without him, thank heavens.
But then she saw his expression. He wanted to be in at the end. She wanted desperately to keep him here, but he'd dedicated years of his life to this fight, and it wasn't as if he'd be on the front line. She managed to smile.
You must want to be there,
she had to add.
without throwing yourself carelessly into danger.
He kissed her hand. I never have, love. My word on it. Even so, her courage failed her a little.
I always knew I could never be a soldier's wife.
I'm done with army life.
You're going into battle now.
Not really. The plan is to surround her, at which point she'll have to surrender.
Truly?
He grimaced. I see you have a sense of Solange. That's why I should be there. I might be able to guess what she'll do and advise.
And if she decides to set off whatever explosion she has planned?
Then I hope we'll have moved the nearby residents.
I hope you'll have moved.
But how could he skulk at a distance and do the job? He'd do his best to keep his promise to her, but he'd also do what was necessary to protect others.
You'd better be on your way, she said, before it's all over. But after it's over, remember the marriage license. All the plans are made.
That got her the smiling kiss she wanted, and she maintained her own smile until he had left. She wept then, but only a little. Tears were for grief, and he would return to her. He wasn't fighting alone anymore. Beth came in.
Are you all right? After a fashion,
Hermione said, rather helplessly.
He's going off into danger again. I share all your feelings,
Beth said grimly.
When Farringay arrived, he told Arden what was happening. Of course, Arden couldn't resist, especially as he considers the attack on you and Farringay a personal insult, you being under his protection.
At Hermione's expression, she said,
Truly. But it was also an excuse. He sent a message to Nicholas, which means that probably all the rogues in town are now dashing to help bring down the mad Frenchwoman. I could murder them all.
Hermione shivered.
We can only hope Solange Waite doesn't do it for us.
Mark left the house, thinking he was probably safer on the streets than he had been since returning to London. Seth Boothroyd was dead, and Solange was encircled. He found a hackney and instructed the driver to go close to Great Peter Street, Westminster.
Close to, sir?
Precisely.
Not very precise if you ask me,
the old man grumbled.
But you're the one as is paying the fare.
Mark didn't know where Great Peter Street was, but the hackney went down Whitehall, past the military headquarters and other government offices, and then between the Abbey and the Palace of Westminster. He hoped they still had a long way to go, but the carriage soon drew up. It was a residential street of the simpler sort, but very close to the seat of power. What exactly was Solange planning to do from here? When Mark got down, the driver said,
This is Smith Street, sir. Great Peter Street's just ahead. You can see the gasometer over the rooftops.
Mark turned to look down the street to the one ahead. There indeed was the brick-clad cylindrical tower that was filled with gas, by whatever chemical process the gas company used. From there, it could be pumped through miles of pipe to light up Westminster, the heart of the British government. Oh, Solange, you do have a warped kind of brilliance. He'd read the notes he'd stolen in Ardwick, but they'd not made much sense to him. There'd been details of how gas was produced and delivered, including many technical terms. Chemists had gone over those notes and had been unable to work out what plan was involved. He thought they'd dismissed fire, but perhaps they'd not considered such a grandiose design. Could she set off a fire here that would race along the pipes into the Palace of Westminster? He paid the driver and walked forward, looking for Hawkinville or anyone he knew. Hawkinville's people wouldn't be conspicuous. He came upon a group of people arguing with two soldiers. No one's to go through just now, one was saying. Orders.
Whose orders?
A woman asked, shopping basket on hip.
Bet it's that gas tower. We never asked for it to be put here. Dratted thing blew up 4 years ago. I suppose it's going to do the same again. There was a general muttering, but no one tried to get by the soldiers. Mark looked at the tower again. Was Solange going to blow the whole thing up? He assumed the previous explosion had been an accident, and clearly it hadn't flattened the area, but it might have given her the idea. How big an explosion was possible? Could debris reach as far as Westminster, killing hundreds and perhaps more? The death and destruction would be blamed on the gas company and the government. Could that ignite the mob and start an uprising when the government and all of its offices were in disarray? If so, Solange would want to survive to take advantage of it. He walked forward, and one of the soldiers said, "No further, sir, if you please." "I'm with Hawkinville," Mark said. "Name, sir?" "Farringay." Hawkinville must have prepared the way, for the soldier said, "Very good, sir. Go straight ahead and turn to the right. There's a passage through to Laundry Yard." How mundane it all sounded. This would have been a quiet area before the gas station had been built, and there must have been a large laundry to need a drying yard. He turned into the gloomy passage and emerged into an area of rough green, dotted with soldiers patiently waiting for orders, and a few clusters of men in urgent debate. Hawkinville was conferring with 3 military officers. He spotted Arden and Delaney and went over. "How did you get in?" Delaney smiled. "Ever try to keep Arden out of anything? Hal Beaumont's around too." Mark remembered Delaney saying Beaumont was one of the company of rogues. "Maggots," he said dryly. "Maggots are very useful creatures," Delaney said. Mark also remembered that Hawkinville was a rogue by marriage. Another man was standing by, Lord Darien, whom he'd known somewhat in the army before he'd had the title and met a few days ago at a club. "You a rogue too?" Mark asked him. "I damned well am not," Darien said, but with a touch of humour. "Hawk pulled in a number of military people a while ago. Quite a few of them are rogues, but there are some normal humans. Not favourites of yours? We've made our peace. I married the sister of one. I have to admit they can be damnably effective, especially in matters where the normal processes are best avoided. As now, there are soldiers everywhere, for contingencies. The military are keeping people out of the area and have cleared people out of some of the houses, but they haven't evacuated the closest ones yet to avoid alarming Mrs. Waite. She's in her house. That's the general opinion, but it's stitch it as we go." Mark smiled at the common complaint of army officers, that the plans weren't thorough enough. Mark went to Hawkinville, who nodded a greeting. "Know what's going on?" "Only to an extent. You have to admire her imagination." "I don't have to admire anything about her. We assume she plans a massive explosion from her property, hoping to explode the gasometer." "Is that possible?" Hawkinville nodded to the huddled group. "The chemical men are debating it, along with some of the army engineers. Those notes you stole were all about creating havoc by using the pipelines." "They seemed to be, but gas production was mentioned. What do the experts say?" "Nothing but questions. How big an explosion might she begin with? Exactly what explosives? From what level of the house? How the devil are we supposed to know? One suggested she might fire a projectile of some sort, which set them off about penetration and ingress of air. Apparently, air must mix with the gas for it to explode, otherwise it would merely go up in flames." "Merely," Mark said dryly. "A mighty fire would be unfortunate, but an explosion could hurl projectiles for a considerable distance. My question for you is, when threatened, will she set off the explosion?" "She won't want to blow herself up." "Sure of that?" "Yes. Her aim is living triumph, not martyrdom. However, I suspect she'd rather die than live to go on trial and be executed. In extremis, she'd choose death. You should have killed her when you had the chance. I know that now. We have men positioned to shoot her if she appears at a window. They should have orders to shoot Isaac Inkman if they can. He's the one who'll set it off. Even if it kills him, he'd enjoy the bang, truly. He's half mad. Damnation!" A woman shrieked. For a moment, Mark hoped it was Solange, but he knew it was too shrill. He ran with Hawkinville and others out into Great Peter Street. A young woman had broken through the cordon of soldiers. She was running toward the row of houses, shrieking, "We're betrayed, Solange! Betrayed!"
A shot rang out, shattering a window in a house. Solange must have shown herself, but there was no shout or scream to indicate she had been hit. Soldiers recaptured the young woman and dragged her away. One had his hand over her mouth, but she kicked and writhed like one demented. Why did people fight so hard to destroy? Mark moved forward cautiously to get a view of the front of the house with the shattered window. That window was on the ground floor, but Isaac appeared at an unbroken one on the upper floor, his owlish face staring. No one fired. Mark cursed himself for not having a pistol, though it'd be a devil of a shot at this distance. Isaac was dragged away, and Mark moved back again to Hawkinville's side. The cordon secure. As secure as it can be in this warren of streets, with hoi polloi desperate for a glimpse of the excitement. So she's there, and knows all's lost. Will she fire out at anyone who approaches? Unlikely. My guess is she's trying to escape. Can you have your men at the back show themselves, deter her from trying to slip out that way? If she slips out, we'll have her, Hawkinville objected. But not Isaac. She'll leave him behind to set off the explosion. If she can't get out, she won't order him to. Right. Hawkinville nodded and left. Mark questioned what he'd just said. Might Solange decide that martyrdom was worth it? Then he wondered about Isaac. Would he truly blow himself up? He was fervent about explosions, but was he willing to die for it? Did he believe there was chemistry in heaven? You have a plan? Delaney asked. He'd come up from behind, quiet as a cat. Mark saw Arden, Beaumont, and Darien on hand. You men are mad, he said. This isn't your war. You've never even been in the army, Delaney. Nor you, Arden. All the more reason to act now, Arden said, as if discussing a game of cards. We'll only act if there's anything useful to do, Delaney said, sounding like a reasonable man. I have strong objections to wasted lives. No wonder you didn't join the army then. Yes, I have a plan, but it's one only I can carry out. I need to discuss it with Hawkinville. He went over and indicated he needed to speak to Hawkinville alone. Yes? I'm willing to gamble that Isaac Inkman can be persuaded out of the house. Gamble how? By going in there to persuade him. It was typical that Hawkinville only said, "What are the chances?" I truly don't know, but I wouldn't attempt it if I didn't think it would work. You allowed Delaney and his people into this. They've been in it all along, to one extent or another. Arden less so, but they're all useful fellows and not encumbered by official protocol. I see. If you're going to do something, sooner will be better than later, for a range of reasons. But one is that I'm expecting someone from the Home Office to turn up soon to take charge. Mark gave a humorous grimace. With all possible speed, he said, and returned to the willing rogues. The plan is approved. I'm going in to talk out a deranged chemist. None of them showed alarm. What can we do in support? Beaumont asked. His empty sleeve made it impossible to be scathing, and in fact, some possibilities came to mind. It would help if Solange can be kept busy with distractions from the front, any and all. Right, and I need a pistol. Beaumont supplied one. Mark checked the loading and priming. No one would object to that when the shot could be life or death. Right then, he said. Delaney put a hand on his arm. Hermione's suffered your death once already. For her sake, I'd let someone else do this if I could. But I'm the only one who might get Isaac's trust, and that could be key to all. Delaney nodded, and no one else made an objection. We're under your orders, then. Chapter 43. Mark said, I need the soldiers to shoot occasionally at the front of the house, but without killing people. Any other distraction that comes to mind. Arden nodded and went off. Hal and Darien, Delaney said. Any good at arson? Could you manage a lot of smoke from a house across the street? The two men hurried away. Delaney turned to Mark. Anything else? Not that I can think of. I'll be your backup. Before Mark could voice his protest, he said, Only that, I promise. You know what you're doing. Mark hoped to God that was true, trying not to think of Hermione and promises made. He remembered the scrap of silk in his pocket and fingered it, then ran down the street, close to the wall where Solange couldn't see him if she looked out. He'd seen a narrow passageway between two houses, and he slipped into it. As he'd hoped, it brought him to the space behind her house and the backs of another row. It wasn't divided into individual yards, but instead was a shared open area with a well and a few small gardens. It was crossed by washing lines. Mark hoped the houses on the far side had been evacuated. Good that there aren't individual walls to climb, he said to Delaney. But if she's looking out, nowhere to hide. Even the washing lines are empty. Movement drew his eye to the opposite row of houses. A soldier was showing himself at the window of one, with a bright flash of scarlet. Another opened a back door to look out, rifle at the ready. That part of the plan was working. Solange would be mad to try to run out this way. Despite thrumming urgency, Mark waited for the other distractions. A rattle of shots from the street. A small explosion somewhere to the right. That should have her peering out at Peter Street, trying to understand, trying to find a way to escape. Or had she given up? Was she preparing to depart in glory and take as many with her as she could? He ran for the back of the house, counting doors to find the right one, hearing Delaney behind him. This one. He listened, but beyond that, there was no precaution to take. He opened the door and went in. He found himself in a kitchen, deserted, but with kettle steaming away on the hob. He heard footsteps above, brisk. Solange's? Where was Isaac? Would a bomb do more damage from the ground floor or the upper one? The house was small. He moved forward into a dingy parlour that had a door that opened directly onto the street. Solange wouldn't have enjoyed living in such poor surroundings. The ground floor was deserted, and he saw nothing that might be a bomb. He glanced back at Delaney, who shook his head in agreement. Narrow stairs rose up from one side of the room. Mark took off his boots, cursing silently at having to struggle with Braden's Hessians. Delaney helped. His own came off easily. Mark went silently upstairs, listening all the time for clues. He wanted Isaac, not Solange. He'd shoot Solange if he saw her. He was resolved on that. But then Isaac might set off the explosion in panic. Once he had Isaac under control, the main danger was over. He came to the top and saw two closed doors, one to his right, one to his left. 2 rooms, one back and one front. The back one would look out on the gasometer, so if that was the target, the bomb should be in there. He hoped Isaac was with it, and Solange in the front room, distracted by the mayhem. He stepped toward the back room and opened the door. Isaac was there, looking out of the window, his hand resting on a long, fat cylinder that was held at the back in a sort of sling. At first, Mark could make nothing of it, but then he realized what it was. A beam ran across the room beneath the window. The sling, in fact some kind of woven rope, stretched back from it at great tension. When released, the cylinder would hurtle toward the gasometer like the bolt from a crossbow. Dear Lord in heaven, and Isaac could release the mechanism at any moment. Very clever, Isaac, Mark said as calmly as he could, closing the door behind him to lessen the chance of Solange hearing voices. Delaney would have to fend for himself. Isaac turned sharply, but then grinned. Told you it was a good plan, didn't I? But what are you doing here? I thought you were a traitor. Typical of Isaac to be so absorbed in his explosive toy that he wasn't aware of the drama all around. But that didn't make him less dangerous. Not at all, Mark said. I've come to help. We just release the cord and bang. Bit of a delay, but that's about right. Are you sure it'll work? Mark asked, going closer. A pistol shot might possibly set off the explosive. If he couldn't persuade Isaac to leave with him, it would have to be hand to hand. Could be dangerous from here, he pointed out. But glorious. Isaac had looked away as he spoke, however, and his tone had flattened. Was he lying? About what? Better not to die, Mark said. Come with me. I'll get you out of here, and you can try again another day. Isaac looked at him in that blank way that could make him seem simple. You're on Solange's side. Now there was a double-edged sword. Mark went with instinct. No, she's too cruel. Isaac sat down on a nearby stool and blinked at him.
That's what I think. She talks me into doing terrible things. Like this. The exploding letters.
You seemed happy about those, Mark said, his hearing alert for warnings. He could hear the occasional shot and some shouting, but nothing from within the house. How long would Solange leave Isaac unattended? What would Delaney do if she emerged, armed? He forced his mind back to the main purpose. He'd thought Isaac better dead, but now he wasn't sure. What was more, he doubted that Isaac was needed to deploy the weapon. If it was, in effect, a crossbow, Solange could release it alone.
I was happy about the idea, Isaac said. It was a new one. Fun to try out an exploding letter and see that it worked. But she said it should have done more damage. She made me make a bigger one. When she heard it hadn't hurt anyone, she got that look in her eye. You know the one?
I do.
It wasn't my fault someone put it in a box. I didn't let her know I was glad.
It was hard to see Isaac as a victim, especially when he was sitting by the weapon he'd designed and made. But his story made some sort of sense. Solange had persuaded and intimidated far stronger men than he. When it came to it, until the first exploding letter, Isaac's actions had all been experiments. "What about this?" Mark asked, nodding at the long tube. "I assume if I cut the sling, it'll fire at the gasometer." Isaac nodded, wearing a particularly idiotic grin. Mark managed to speak calmly. "That will do a lot of damage. Can it be made harmless? We don't want to leave it for Mrs. Waite to set off, do we?" "I don't mind," Isaac said. "Could be fun." Idiot. Perhaps he was better dead. Mark heard movement outside the house. He stepped closer to the window and saw some soldiers dodging around. They were distracting, as ordered, but wasting their time. There was only this one window at the back. He could only pray no one tried a random shot at it and exploded the device. "This isn't my idea of fun, Isaac. How do we disarm it?" "Don't need to. Won't do much good." "Disarming? Firing?" Isaac patted the tube again. "I suppose I should have said it won't do much harm." "Disarm. Disarm. Interesting, that." He suddenly scowled. "You've got that look." "What look?" Mark asked, trying to adjust his face to patient friendliness. "As if I'm annoying. But perhaps I am. I'm only really interested in chemistry and aspects of engineering. Most people aren't. Which is why they can't understand you. Try to explain this to me, Isaac. Why won't the exploding projectile do much damage?" "It won't explode. It'll just smash into the gas tower. According to my calculations, it'll break some bricks, but not even dent the gasometer inside." He turned wistful. "It would have been interesting to see what would happen if an explosive missile broke into 14,000 cubic feet of gas. But I don't think there'd be enough air." Mark managed not to roll his eyes. But what should be done with this man-child genius? "Are you sure, Isaac, about little damage?" "Oh, yes. But she won't like it." "No, but I'll deal with her for you." The door opened and Mark turned, pistol at the ready. It was Delaney. "It's getting quiet in the street." "Who's this?" Isaac had stood, his eyes wide. What had Solange told him might happen if he was arrested? "He's a friend," Mark said. "He'll help me get you to safety." Mark would like to have Delaney take Isaac away and stay to arrest Solange, but he remembered his promise to Hermione. He'd broken it, but with reason. He had no excuse to do more. Others could take care of her. Delaney's brows were raised, and he nodded toward the device. "It won't do much damage. That's right, isn't it, Isaac?" "I told you so. Do you think me a dunce?" A bang from the front of the house made him jump. "She's coming. You said I'd be safe." Instinct. Mark grabbed Isaac's arm and pulled him out of the room. Isaac broke free and ran downstairs, Mark and Delaney following. Then in the kitchen, Isaac paused to take the steaming kettle off the hob. "Outside," Mark said, steering him toward the back door. But at the sight of the soldiers, Isaac shrank back. "Come on, it's safe." Delaney gave Mark the boots he'd picked up and took Isaac's hand. "Come along, we'll take care of you." Isaac looked at him and then let Delaney lead him out. Mark couldn't help thinking, like a lamb to the slaughter. Delaney couldn't keep that promise. Isaac had been hand in glove with violent revolutionaries and responsible for 2 acts of violence. They paused to one side of the door to put on their boots, taking turns to watch the door, pistol ready. The bangs and explosions had ceased at the front, and the house might as well be uninhabited. What was Solange doing? It didn't matter, as long as she didn't escape. Delaney shepherded Isaac to safety. Mark followed as rear guard. When they arrived in Laundry Lane, Hawkinville said, "You got him then. Good work." He gestured to some soldiers to arrest Isaac. "I promised him safety," Mark said. "That promise wasn't in your power to give. He's a pawn. He's only been responsible for one thing that could have done serious damage, the second exploding letter. He says Solange forced him into that, and I believe him. What of all this? There is no bomb. He says it's a dud. And you believe him?" "Yes. You don't have any wish to hurt people, do you, Isaac?" Isaac's eyes were shifting around the angry faces and armed soldiers, and he had a death grip on Delaney's hand. It was to him he spoke. "None. Truly. I particularly didn't want to damage the gasometer. I've been reading all about gas." In a moment, he transformed, glowing with excitement. "We can light up the world with gas. No more night. Heat it too. No more cold. Gas engines, like steam engines, but better. Gas fireworks, gas ships, big balloons powered by gas." Hawkinville looked as if he wanted to shoot Isaac on the spot, and Mark had qualms about setting the man loose in the world. But Delaney was smiling. "You have some very interesting ideas, Isaac. They should certainly be explored." To Hawkinville, he said, "If we can sweep aside the one unfortunate letter, there's really nothing to hold against him. May I pledge the rogues to take charge of him?" "How? If he takes it into his head to burn up the world with his precious gas, he will." "I won't," Isaac protested. "I don't like hurting people." "We can say he assisted us here today," Mark said. "It's true." Hawkinville shook his head. "We'll review this later, but he's in your charge now, Nicholas. Our priority is to seize Solange Waite before she proves to the world that your idiot lied." Nicholas winked at Mark and steered Isaac away. They were already talking about heating a house with gas-powered pipes. "What will the woman do when she realizes that Isaac has escaped?" Hawkinville asked. "Fire the projectile. Let's go and watch." "Watch?" "I trust Isaac on this. It seems he truly doesn't want to harm the gasometer." Hawkinville muttered about lunatics and madmen, but he went with Mark to one of the houses opposite Solange's row. They took a position by an open window. Mark said, "Have a soldier fire a shot toward that window there, one who can be trusted not to hit it." The musket ball smashed into brickwork beside the window, and some of the soldiers gave a muted cheer. Mark heard Solange call, "Isaac!" Did he hear the string of French curses, or only imagine them? He saw movement in that back room, but had no clear sight of her. "Any moment now," he murmured, praying he'd been right. There was a great twang. He instinctively ducked, but the metal cylinder hurtled over the rooftops. Then they heard an appalling crunch, followed by a cacophony of falling bricks. "Not damage the gasometer, you said?" Hawkinville ran for a front room to see what had happened, but Solange was in the window opposite now, her expression telling Mark all he needed to know. She screamed her frustration, the red-faced personification of fury. Mark pulled out Beaumont's pistol, praying it shot true. He steadied himself against the window frame, calming his breath. Then he aimed and fired. He aimed for her heart, but the gun fired high. The ball went into her screaming mouth. She fell out of sight as Mark slowly lowered the smoking pistol with a shaking hand. Right or wrong, he'd killed a woman, if not in cold blood, then with cool, clear calculation. And he'd do it again in the same situation. Hawkinville returned. "The gas engineers will have the final say, but it looks like superficial damage. You fired a shot. Solange Waite is dead. Good work, but let's make sure." Mark went with him across the communal yard and back into the house. An officer was already coming downstairs. "One dead woman, sir. No one else." "He's dealt with," Hawkinville said. "Satisfactory," he said to Mark. "Especially if she was the linchpin, as you say. Now to find something to link weight to this. You won't. He dislikes violence and destruction. Then he steers a damned odd course. He longs for glory and deludes himself about how it can be achieved. By all means, arrest him, hold him and frighten him with the possible consequences. The lack of habeas corpus allows that. That, along with having to face what Solange planned, should break him. He'll help you destroy the Brotherhood and be grateful to be allowed a quiet, scholarly life. Without Durrant, his writings will lack all fire. I wish we could hang him, but you're probably right about him going free. When people like him are found not guilty, it makes matters worse. What of Durrant and the others? Pity we can't tie them to this. We don't have much else that would hang them. Tregovan will disappear. He has no true conviction. He'll find some other slimy way to try to glitter. Durrant will probably attach himself to another prominent speaker, so you might get him one day. There's Ezra Croak, but he's nothing more than a bookkeeper. You could squeeze him if you want to know any secret contributors to the cause, though as best I know, Waite funded most of it himself. Now, I go to prove to my bride-to-be that I've survived. I assume I can't call on you again.
Mark was tempted, but he said,
only for the theoretical end of things.
Mark travelled back to Belcraven House with Arden, who complained of his tame part of it.
Though Beth would have no patience with pointless heroics. I hope Hermione agrees mine weren't pointless.
Their ladies berated them, but with shining relief. Mark took Hermione to the drawing room and confessed what he'd done.
It was necessary, love, but I promise, only advisory roles in the future.
Truly?
She asked. Truly. I don't regret killing Solange, but it was different to killing people in the war. I don't want to be in that situation again, short of the most dire need.
She drew him down onto a sofa. I'm glad. I don't want you in danger, but more than that, I don't want you scarred inside.
He kissed her tenderly, at length. How delightful to be betrothed, he said, and this permitted.
Being married will be even better. The license?
She was eager for it now. Somehow it slipped my mind. I'd better drag myself away and get it.
Then we could be married tomorrow. But then she added, I do worry that you'll grow bored.
He laughed. With a too prosperous estate, a poorly cared-for house, and rogues watching my every move as husband.
They have no right.
I'm glad of them. You have no other men to protect you.
I have you, and I need no protection from you. When I think on it, you have no protection from me.
He chuckled. I could probably summon some army friends if you turn overwhelmingly violent.
That smug look could tempt me, sir. There will doubtless be times when I want to hit you with a poker.
Which is where we began our adventures. He kissed her soundly. I'm off to get that license, you bold piece, so you'll soon be mine in all senses of the word.
They married the next day, in a simple way Hermione found perfect, in Edgar's room, with the Ardens in attendance, along with Thane's friend Beau Braden, and Nolly and Peter standing by. She'd discussed the rogues with Thayne the evening before. They might like to attend. I feel perhaps I should invite the ones in town for Roger's sake.
He'd picked up on her reluctance, but they do tend to take over. Arden will do, love.
I'd forgotten he's one. Perfect. Edgar's room's too small for more in any case.
They were alone after having signed the rapidly drawn-up settlements. Thayne had made no objection to restrictions or demands, and the Ardens had witnessed them. As the evening was mild, they'd strolled out in the garden, which was delightful even without the lamps. They'd remembered the past and shared more of their lives during the 5 years they'd been apart. There, Thayne had given her an unusual gift. About the new Marquis of Carsheld, he'd said.
Porteous.
You felt he was cleverer than you to find coal on the estate, but I had someone look into it. Pure luck, love.
Luck?
Or new developments. Apparently, there was an obstacle to deep mining called the 90-fathom dike, but it's been recently overcome. Carsheld didn't do anything for his new wealth. Other landowners and their engineers approached him. She'd stared at him.
I don't know whether to be pleased not to have been foolish, or outraged at the injustice of it. If Father had lived another year.
He kissed her. Don't we have good fortune enough, love, in all meanings of the word? Which was completely, perfectly true. For the wedding, she'd chosen the pink evening gown. It wasn't suitable for day wear, even though she'd added a white silk shawl pinned together at the front for decency, but it was perfect. She'd fashioned a pin with white silk rosebuds and fixed the shawl in place with it at the front of the bodice. When she entered Edgar's room, she saw Thane's eyes light. She beamed back at him. His dark blue coat sported bright brass buttons. She went to Edgar, who was sitting in a chair with a rug over his knees. He took her hand.
"I've had a talk with him," the old man said. "He'll do."
Of course he will.
"If I'm giving you away, I'll know and approve. I'll be a father to you if you'll let me, Hermione."
She kissed his cheek.
Of course I will. With thanks.
"Then you'll take a father's gift."
He brought out a long red box from under the rug and gave it to her.
I hope it's not sharp,
she teased as she took it. The cover was fine leather.
"Served you well enough, so don't complain. Open it."
She did, expecting jewellery. But inside was a slender, pale carving.
"Jade," he said. "It's supposed to give long life and happiness to the owner."
A precious gift,
she said, showing it to Thayne. He said, "Amen," then looked at Edgar. "I may have her, then?"
"And if I said no?"
"Despite your age and infirmity, I'd insist."
"Good man. Get on with it."
They joined hands and faced the clergyman and simply made their vows. An hour later, they set off for Hartwell, the Ardens' country retreat in Surrey, where they'd begin their honeymoon. Hermione had feared it would be too grand, but though luxurious, it was a small house set in rustic gardens and completely delightful. She had to laugh, however, when she saw a nightgown and a nightshirt spread neatly before the fire to be warm. They hadn't brought attendants. He didn't yet have a valet. Nolly wasn't really a lady's maid, and they wanted to be alone. So she asked,
"How?"
"Simple planning. But that doesn't mean we have to wear them."
"We certainly do. I expect—" "Yes," she said, opening an adjoining door. "Here's my dressing room, and you must have a matching one."
She grabbed the nightgown.
"Off you go, husband, till we meet again."
She needed help to undress, so she rang for a maid. But once gown and corset were off, she dismissed the woman. She washed and put on the pristine nightgown, then sat to brush out her hair. She took her time, enjoying the delay, enjoying the tingling anticipation building inside her. Eventually she put down the brush. It was time. As she went to the door, however, she felt oddly nervous. The last time, the first time, it had been in white-hot passion, fueled by her grief and relief. This was different. She looked at her golden wedding ring, smiled, and went in. He was standing by the bed in his nightshirt. He'd extinguished the candles, so the room was lit only by firelight. "Wife," he said.
"Husband,"
she replied.
"How perfect this is."
"From first to last, and evermore." He turned back the covers. "Will you, Lady Farringay?" She climbed onto the bed, still decently covered.
"With pleasure, Lord Farringay."
She grinned at him.
"I wonder how other couples do this."
"In all ways known, and then some," he said, joining her and pulling the covers over them. "But this is perfect for us." He gathered her in against him, cloth thick and rumpled between them. "This is home and hearth and tranquil days. That's what I want for you, my love, and what I'll strive to give you."
"Thank you,"
she said, turning to kiss him.
"But perhaps I should mention that I'm not completely averse to adventures in bed, sir."
He laughed. "For some reason, you don't surprise me one bit." Epilogue. Farringay Hall, October. The blast of a horn from the gatehouse warned Hermione that guests were arriving. She went to her room for her warm cloak and then ran downstairs, pausing to send some servants off to the kitchen. They'd been scrubbing the join between the stair threads and risers, which hadn't been touched for an age. She'd found the whole house like that, superficially in order, but with no deep cleaning ever done. Many of the hangings had been too moth-eaten for use. The house was full of servants as she tried to correct years of neglect, and she was glad to be providing employment for so many. But she'd wanted to present a more normal appearance for their first guests. Thayne was coming from the back of the house, where he'd doubtless been fighting the records and ledgers. He'd thrown out the old estate steward, just as she'd dismissed the upper servants in the house. But that meant their weeks here had been tumultuous and busy. After a week at Hartwell, they'd travelled north to visit Polly and her family. William had looked curious about the rapid marriage, and had perhaps seen a resemblance to the groom who'd returned her on the road to Tranmere, but he'd not asked questions. Polly had been so excited by the visit, the marriage, and Edgar's gift of £10,000 that she'd not probed. It would have come to that in time, but Hermione had used the excuse of a house needing much attention to keep the visit to just 3 days. William and Thayne had rubbed along together well enough, especially as Thayne had asked William's advice on estate management. He had the knack of getting along with people. She smiled simply to see him, and he smiled back. All was in order there. Their love only deepened, and their private times were perfect. She knew, however, that the ghosts lingered for him. Though it would draw on her capital, she intended to have the whole house repainted and some of the furniture changed. She would erase the memories. What to do about the French wing, she didn't know. She was tempted to tear it down, but she didn't think Thayne was ready for such a decision, especially when his mother had killed herself by throwing herself off the roof walk. It had happened the winter before last, when a great storm had split an elm near the house, and men had set to clearing the dangerous branches. No one had thought about how Thayne's mother might react. She'd heard men and violent sounds and run up to the roof to see the danger. Presumably the roughly dressed men wielding axes and mattocks had triggered her deepest fears, for the wall around the walk was too high for an accidental fall. Thayne hardly spoke of it, but she knew he felt guilt. The tree would have had to be dealt with, but if he'd been here instead of infiltrating the three-banded brotherhood, he might have arranged the event better. Hermione couldn't argue that was untrue, so only time would heal it, but obliteration of the French wing would help. They went out together to greet the chaise and the curricle bowling down the well-tended drive. That had been her most recent achievement, and completed only in time. Braden was driving his showy curricle, and Edgar and Peter were in the chaise. She watched with pleasure as Edgar climbed out with very little assistance and walked toward her with only his cane. She went to meet him, noting the normal colour of his skin.
I assume you've paid Grammaticus then?
I have, but the man's a foolish wretch.
She left Braden to Thayne and walked with Edgar toward the house.
He's thrown it all away on cards or dice?
Not that. He's still refusing to tell anyone the details of his magical mushroom.
Why, now he's proved it works?
She gave him her arm to go up the 6 steps.
As to that, the doctors are being doctors. Only one case. Can't be entirely certain. But I had a word with some East India Company men, and they're interested in paying him well for the formula. Grammaticus gets greedier at every turn, however. He's now insisting on setting up a workshop to produce the cure and sell it as doses. Might work if he was willing to travel to India, but not as he is. And he's not a well man. He often seems on the edge of an apoplexy. When I think of the people who'll die for lack of his secret, I wish we could put him on a rack.
They were in the hall by then.
Please be calm, Edgar, or I'll lose you to an apoplexy.
He shook his head and looked around.
A tolerable house, I suppose.
The decades of neglect linger, don't they? But it improves every day, and our latest treasure is an excellent cook. Are you able to manage the stairs without help?
Aye, though it'll be slow. I won't get stronger by letting people mollycoddle me.
She accompanied him on his slow progress up the stairs, half listening to the conversation below. She didn't know Braden well, so she was only trusting that he'd help brush away the dark. She knew he'd be bound to bring news from London, but she couldn't cosset Thayne from wider events, much though she'd like to. She settled Edgar in his bedroom and went to be sure Braden's was in order. His valet was there, looking rather sour.
Is something amiss?
No, my lady. We have everything we need.
She remembered then that Thayne said Braden's valet disliked rural living as much as his master. A few days would kill neither of them. She went down the back stairs to check on matters below. With so many new servants, she kept a firm hand on everything. She was tempted to warn them about Braden's valet, as she feared he'd be a discordant element, especially as she had no lady's maid of similar status. She'd tried to persuade Nolly to train into the position, but the maid had wanted a return home.
It's been grand, milady, but home's home, isn't it? I have ambitions now, though.
Hermione had worried about that, until Nolly added,
Reckon I could be a housekeeper one day, if I put me mind to it. In a big house, even.
Hermione thought she could indeed. The housekeeper who'd just started work here was a very down-to-earth woman. She tracked the men's voices to the drawing room and found Thayne had provided them both with ale. She was suddenly glad the room was rather shabby, for they both looked at ease in their sagging chairs, legs stretched out, smiling at something. They both rose, but she waved them back to their seats.
At ease, gentlemen.
Grasping the nettle, she asked,
How are matters in town?
All calm, Braden said. Perhaps in part because they keep delaying Parliament. It's put off now until mid-December. Thus, shortly after assembling, Thayne said, everyone will disperse for Christmas. No chance for the reformers to make their case. They hadn't yet spoken of Christmas. She was determined to celebrate it here, but not quite sure how, when any local traditions had been broken for so long.
I can't regret your not having to leave to take your seat yet, she said.
And I'm blessedly free of all such obligations, Braden said. In addition, it seems the world holds its breath as it awaits the birth of Princess Charlotte's baby, all hoping it will be a son.
A daughter will do,
Hermione pointed out.
Charlotte herself will be queen in time. And before either of you say anything, remember the Elizabethan age was glorious.
Thayne smiled, and Braden toasted her. She could feel improvement already. In a while, she took Edgar around part of the estate in her gig, talking of improvements in hand and those to come.
Much of this work is done with your money, she said. Soon the estate will be earning more, but for now we're ploughing money back to redress the wrongs and neglect.
He should have taken more care.
He knows that now. He was driven by his purpose, and it was for the good. Without him, that woman might have achieved a great disaster, and might even have stirred the mob into revolutionary violence.
True enough. Now her lot are finished, and insurrection is largely in the hands of that Arthur Thistlewood, who's a dangerous man, but not nearly as cunning, so I doubt he'll achieve his end. There's Orator Hunt and his sort, who should stop stirring up the mob, but they don't intend revolution. Are you happy, my dear?
It was no time for provisos.
Yes. And you? What will you do with the decades to come?
Enjoy London. I've joined the Curious Creatures for a start, and I'm looking into leasing a house. Reckon I might hold the meetings there. Be a bit of a centre for adventures and curious minds.
I'm sure Nicholas Delaney will be delighted.
Interesting man. I've agreed to house that chemist, too.
Isaac Inkman?
She asked, startled.
He'll blow you up.
He promises not to. Odd young man. But I've known some like him. Never be normal, but can be very clever. Delaney's of the opinion that he only does what he intends to do, so I'll keep his intentions on the right things. I like the idea of exploring greater use of gas and steam. Steam engines for transportation. It's a grand world, Hermione, and I hope to live to see even more wonders.
They turned back toward the house, and he peered ahead.
What's that conical turret on the house?
That's the French wing, built for Thayne's mother.
The place she threw herself off. Demolish it.
Just like that?
Just like that. I've little patience with this clinging to old stuff, but especially poisonous old stuff. Would you cling to a thicket of deadly nightshade because it was old?
She gave a little laugh.
I like your way of looking at it.
That night, as she joined Thayne in bed, she shared the conversation. To her surprise, he agreed. I hadn't quite reached that brutal point, but he's right. Better it goes before there are children. He put a hand on her belly. There's still hope.
And more with every day. A summer baby, perhaps. We'll have Faringay ready for him or her.
He gathered her into his arms. We will. You were right. Having guests here is clearing so many cobwebs.
Right.
Are you claiming not to have had that plan? She chuckled.
You know me so well. The next step is a dinner for the local gentry.
It seemed the moment.
And then we must plan for Christmas. I've been told that when your father was young, it was held in grand style.
He kissed her nose, which might be a local tale hoping for largesse.
It might be, but I want it anyway.
Then you shall have it, and anything else you desire.
Which, at the moment,
she said, shifting.